total depth that they actually reached was 40,230 feet.
That is a deep hole.
That is a very deep hole.
Yeah, and something worth mentioning is that some of the locals in the area and other people who have actually visited the hole have stated that they can hear screams that sound like people being tortured in hell down there. Just something I thought I'd throw out there to help you sleep at night, okay?
That reminds me of that one hole that we talked about. Mel's Hole.
Yep, Mel's Hole. We did an episode over that. That was like when we first started the podcast, near the beginning.
Yeah, it's way back.
Yeah, good old days. All right, so let's get into our last strange fact and finding, which is about Admiral Richard E. Byrd. So Admiral Richard E. Byrd was an American naval officer and explorer. He was a recipient of the Medal of Honor, which is the highest honor for valor given by the United States, and was a pioneering American aviator and polar explorer. So in 1946, Richard Byrd told that he would be the commander and the leader of Operation High Jump.
Which we covered this in super detail on our Patreon episode. But to kind of sum it up, this operation sent thousands of military personnel and multiple warships to Antarctica for what they said was a training mission. However, there was a lot of weird shit surrounding the entire thing. Like, just a few months prior to this operation happening, a Nazi official announced that they had a base set up in Antarctica and had buried treasure there and shit. Which that kind of makes you think that the United States really didn't go there for just a training mission, but to get some of that treasure.
Supposedly the Holy Grail and Spear of Destiny and all that were buried.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, all right. So this Admiral Richard E. Byrd, who was over this entire Operation High Jump, well, he wrote in his private diary some interesting things. He stated that as he flew over the North Pole, that he was supposed to see snow and ice, but yet he encountered lush green land with a river flowing through it. Now, before we continue on with this, I know what some of you are going to say. Antarctica is not anywhere near the North Pole, and you're correct. Antarctica is where the South Pole is at. But if you listen to our Patreon episode, you'll learn that Richard E. Byrd, he not only flew over the South Pole, which is Antarctica, but he also flew over the North Pole, okay? Just a little FYI.
Now, something else strange that is worth mentioning is another diary entry, which Richard Byrd talks about a conversation between him and an individual named, and I quote, the Master. So this diary entry says, and we quote,
"I bid you welcome to our domain, Admiral." Richard then describes a man with delicate features and with the etching of years upon his face. He is seated at a long table. He motions me to sit down in one of his chairs. After I am seated, he places his fingertips together and smiles. He speaks softly again and conveys the following. "We have let you enter here because you are of noble character and well known on the surface world, Admiral." "Surface world?" I gasp under my breath.
The old man replies, "Yes, you are in the domain of the Ariani, the inner world of the earth. We shall not long delay your mission, and you will be safely escorted back to the surface and for a distance beyond. But now, Admiral, I shall tell you why you have been summoned here. Our interest rightly begins just after your race exploded the first atomic bombs over Hiroshima and Nagasaki, Japan. It was at that alarming time we sent our flying machines, the Flugelrods, to your surface world to investigate what your race had done. That is, of course, past history now, my dear Admiral. But I must continue on.
You see, we have never interfered before in your race's wars and barbarity, but now we must. For you have learned to tamper with a certain power that is not for man, namely, that of atomic energy. Our emissaries have already delivered messages to the powers of your world, and yet they do not heed. Now you have been chosen to be witness here that our world does exist. You see, our culture and science is many thousands of years beyond your race, Admiral."
Now, after that, According to Admiral Richard Byrd's diary, he is escorted safely back to the surface. So we started digging around to see what he wrote about lined up with the events that were taking place, and it is worth mentioning that we did find a small inconsistency. Now, supposedly during this time, in February of 1947, that Richard had flown over the North Pole, had a conversation with this master, and then left. Well, he wasn't actually flying over the North Pole. According to the records, in February of 1947, he was actually flying over the eastern coastline of Antarctica. Yeah, just something to mention. I mean, the military can cover up and change dates to try and discredit him, but I can say the entire thing is very interesting to say the least.
Oh, yeah, it is. But my thing is, if this race of beings is thousands of years advanced, why don't they just, project, a message to all of our devices around the world, like every single phone and every single TV, of them saying, hey, we live in Hollow Earth that exists. Your government's hiding it from you. Quit blowing up bombs, you know?
And it become just like that, what was that, not Radiohead guy. That weird mask guy that we talked about.
Oh, Max Headroom?
Yeah, Max Headroom.
Yeah, they'd say the media would say it was a hack and that it was some hacker group that pulling a prank or something.
That's exactly what I think would happen.
I wouldn't doubt that,
Just to keep things under control, not to let anything leak out.
All right, so that's the end of our strange facts and findings. And now we are going to transition over to theories. So the first theory that we're going to discuss is just a basic general theory of this entire episode, that the Earth is indeed hollow, and that there is a entire civilization, an entire new world to us that is inside of our Earth, and that the entrances to this hollow Earth are being hidden from us. I don't know. It just...
Even with this episode, I don't know if the Earth's hollow.
It's hard to believe it, right? Because we've been so indoctrinated into the belief of this is how things are. This is how they've always been. This is the science. You cannot question it. Now, it's fun to theorize and think about this being a possibility. However, me personally, I don't think there is something inside of our Earth. Do I think there's something inside of the moon? Yeah, possibly, because of our moon episode and how the moon, whenever that device landed on it and how it, the inside of it rang for hours and hours, right?
Yeah.
As if it was hollow. I think the moon might be hollow, but the Earth, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think there's underground bases for sure, but I don't think it's an entire underground world. I think there's military underground bases, that I know for sure. And I think the elites have giant underground bases that they go to in case of emergencies.
Yeah, that right there actually leads us into our next theory, that there is no ancient civilization or another world underneath the surface, unless you want to call military facilities a world of their own. The government or world powers have military installations at each supposed entrance area, which is just them holding power over that territory.
But what is inside there is the question. Is it just their military bases that they're holding control of? Because that makes sense. Or is it an actual entrance into Hollow Earth? Which begs the question, if there is a Hollow Earth and there are highly intelligent beings inside of it, why are they allowing the government officials or military people to guard the entrances? Are they waiting for maybe the human civilization as a whole to be less destructive, to have some sort of as some may say, I don't know. But what I do know is that there is a lot of military installations. One of them, which is called Raven Rock, which is huge, and it actually has stores and stuff inside of it.
Really?
Yeah, look it up. It's nice.
Is it like some Resident Evil stuff? The Hive?
It has a friggin' basketball court and everything in it.
Dang.
It's huge. Yeah, it has a shopping mall and everything.
What if they have these military installations underneath? Wouldn't say Hollow Earth, but say these huge caves and stuff, just made it easier to make, bases and stuff. For in case, maybe they think another comet's going to hit sooner or later, take out the dinosaurs, but take us out, and they'll hide underneath there.
I don't know, but I know there's a lot of these bases that are underground that are super secretive.
They probably just got like little trains connecting all of them, subways.
They do. Pennsylvania has, of course, Raven Rock, which we talked about. Virginia has Mount Weather. Harvey Point is located in North Carolina. Ohio, of course, has Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, which holds an underground base. And then you have the Cheyenne Mountain Complex in Colorado. Those are actually more protected than Area 51, believe it or not.
I think Area 51 is just more of a distraction nowadays.
Oh, absolutely it is. All right, so let's go on to the next theory, which it's a little crazy, but just try to follow us for a little bit, okay? Because we're going to jump down this rabbit hole. So like we stated, the hollow earth theory is believed by many that the interior of the earth is populated by several bizarre groups and that below a 1,000-mile thick crust of the earth, it's hollow and illuminated by an inner sun or the refraction of rays from the outside sun. Now, something that is well known is that many high-ranking Nazi officials totally believed that the earth was hollow. Like, it was very common, the belief between them. Now, it is recorded that in the 1930s, that there were Nazi expeditions that were sent to Antarctica, which we talk about in our Patreon exclusive episode today, and they also went to Tibet to try and find a way to contact people that are living under Earth. Now, even one of the most powerful figures in the Nazi Party, Hermann Göring, he conducted rocket experiments, and all of his experiments and his mathematical calculations and all of that were based not on a solid Earth, but they were based on the Earth being hollow. And there's also like multiple other theories that people believe that certain members of the Nazi Party actually escaped into the hollow Earth at the end of the war and have established colonies there. So it's just a theory to kind of, think about a little bit, that maybe that's where the Nazis are at.
And see, the last entry for, or not want to say the last entry, but the entry that we had for Richard E. Byrd, when they said that they sent their ships to go investigate, the Flutorods or whatever, Flutorods, that's a German word. And that's one of their experimental alien ships that they had.
Yep. Like the alien type UFO ships.
Yeah, the circular discs
that the Nazis had.
So yeah, that was one of their experiments. So
there is a lot of coincidences when you start talking about Operation High Jump and how just a few months prior to that operation being conducted, that you had a Nazi official come out and say, hey, we went to Antarctica, we buried Hitler's treasure there, and all these other crazy claims. In the United States, they went and gathered up warships and 4,000 active military members, and they sailed to Antarctica. And I think they were like preparing to see, hey, there's an entire Nazi army here that has this advanced technology, and they're ready to throw down.
100%.
And maybe they're in Hollow Earth. And maybe that's what aliens are and UFOs. They're all chilling inside Hollow Earth, and they come out every now and then, and they just kind of check on us, and they go back down.
It's pretty crazy to think about.
It is.
But if the Earth is hollow, I would believe that part of the Nazis are in there.
Yep.
We even brought over some Nazi scientists and all that stuff to help us, just because of how far ahead they were, you could say, the things they were studying.
Yeah.
So who to say that these ones that did escape, to Antarctica or wherever, didn't actually have the more advanced stuff with them.
And that the other ones that were brought over here during Operation Paperclip were just kind of like a pawn,
Wag the dog type thing? Is that what I'm hearing?
Like wag the dog. All right, Dan, so tell us about this last theory.
So this last theory is called skycentrism. It's the belief that we live inside of the Earth and that there are multiple hollow Earths within our own. The entrance that we talk about going into hollow Earth isn't an entrance into Earth, but actually an exit to the outer surface of our planet that we know. So pretty much it's the reverse.
Wait, hold on. This theory is that we live inside the Earth?
That we are in hollow Earth.
Then what's space? Fake? Made up?
That's right there is why I don't really think this is true or this one's really that good of a theory, but it's a thing that people believe. I just don't understand, like you said, like what is space then?
That'd be crazy to think about, huh?
That we're actually inside hollow Earth and that say the North and South Pole that we think's like the entrance to Hollow Earth is actually the way out to the outer surface.
Man, I like that theory. That kind of blew my mind. I've never heard of that before.
There's not a lot of stuff on it, but it's a thing.
All right, so I guess let's transition into our personal thoughts and theories. So Dan, do you personally believe that the Earth is hollow?
No. Now, I believe that we do have like these big subterranean like caves and stuff. Of course we have those. But I don't think the Earth is as hollow as they think it is. Like there's a whole nother world down there.
I'm going to have to agree with you, but I do think that there are these giant subterranean complexes. Of course, we know that the military has them, but I do believe that there was like some type of ancient civilization that had advanced technology and had previously built these underground cities, and that the governments cover them up and kind of like look for this ancient technology. And then they slowly roll it out to these companies that they essentially control, like Apple, for example, that, hey, we found this ancient civilization, and look, we found this thing that looks like an iPad, but it wasn't an iPad back then, right? They didn't know what it was called, but they're like, hey, look what this does. They reverse engineer it, and then they give it to Apple, which is owned by the government and bankrolled by the CIA, and then Apple ends up rolling it out, and bada bing, bada boom, all the government officials that are in on it are investors of Apple, and they make a lot of money on it. And the technology gets slowly rolled out to normal civilization, but then the other technology is kept for the military. And then, we roll it out during the wars and stuff.
Damn.
That's what I believe.
Okay. I just don't think that there's a whole nother world down there.
Yeah, it's hard to get on, But if there was, I would definitely go down there and visit it. Would you?
Yeah, I would love to. Like, if it's actually like Journey to the Center of the Earth, I would love to go down there.
Yeah, send me down there. I'll do it on the scene down there.
Right?
Well, do you have anything else you want to add to today's episode before we transition to the next section?
No, I don't think I got anything for this one.
All right, so that's the end of the episode today. So now we're going to transition to our On the Scene. Now, if you aren't familiar with what our On the Scene is, it is where individuals all around the world go and interview anybody. It could be your family member, it could be a random person on the street, anyone. They interview them and ask them certain questions about current conspiracies and happenings around the world and get their opinions on it. Now, anyone can do this. Yes, you, even the person listening to this right now. Just get your phone and you can use that to record on, ask anybody questions pertaining to conspiracies or whatever. Make sure it's less than 2 minutes long, and then send that audio clip to our emails, which is aaron@theoriesofthethirdkind.com, or you can send it to dan@theoriesofthethirdkind.com.
Woo woo.
And we will put it in the queue to play at the end of the episode each week. Now, last week, we didn't have any on the scenes. We actually ran out.
We did.
But this week, we have a lot.
Oh, yeah, we got a bunch in.
Of course, we're going to start up the queue again. So if you sent yours in and it didn't get played this week, just know we're slowly working our way down and we'll eventually get to it. But don't let that long queue make you discouraged from you sending in your own On the Scene. Go ahead and send it in. Make one, send it in, and we'll let you know when yours gets played via email. I'll send you an email and be like, hey, yours is coming on this week, okay? All right. So this On the Scene this week is actually a mini theory.
Ooh.
And it is from Raleigh. And we're going to listen to that right now.
Welcome to Theories of the Ocean Kind. I'm your host, Raleigh, and this mini-theory is about eels. How this episode is going to go is I will talk about the life cycle of eels, strange facts and findings, and then wrap it up with my own personal thoughts and theories. So let's get started. Atlantic eels are spawned in the Atlantic Ocean, and the larvae drift for 1 to 3 years towards land, where they become freshwater fish and live in rivers for decades while they mature, infiltrating the continent. When they are fully mature, they migrate back to the ocean to reproduce. When returning to the ocean, their stomach dissolves, eyes enlarge, and they turn silver, but it is unknown what happens to them once they return to the spawn site. Strange facts and findings. Early scientists named glass eels the larvae as different species because they were so vastly different from their mature form. So generally, eels go through 4 to 5 different forms before literally disappearing. Eels have never reproduced in captivity. Scientists have found eggs through dissection alone in the female reproductive systems, but there are no male reproductive systems, so the only indication of a male eel is the lack of female parts. American and European eels both spawn in the Sargasso Sea, which is where the Bermuda Triangle is located. Personal thoughts and theories. Stay with me here. If eels can go through multiple forms over decades, is it a stretch to think that they could then change form to live on land or shapeshift? My theory is that reptilians are using the Earth as an amniotic sac, and maybe reptilians are actually more like serpents. The Bermuda Triangle and other spawning grounds may be portals to another dimension or Middle Earth. That about wraps it up, so let's roll in on the scene with Toffee. That was Toffee with a hard-hitting expose on the Megalodon. So, listeners, consider this. They say we know more about space than we know about our ocean. And this is just one example. It's okay to be out of this world, because you are not alone.
Damn.
Wow.
Eels. Who would have thought?
I did not know that about eels.
Eels. They are, okay. And I guess they don't do any fucking.
No.
I don't know what to say besides, hey, I loved your mini theory. I loved you're on the scene. Loved the Megalodon. A+.
It was great. It's like its own little mini episode.
Yeah, I'll have to look into that. Eels. Didn't know that.
Yeah.
All right, Raleigh. Well, I want to thank you for your on the scene this week. It was excellent. Much love, and I appreciate it.
Oh, yeah. Much love.
All right. So I guess let's transition into shout-outs. So, Dan, do you want to start first and do your shout-outs from Facebook?
Of course. So I don't got too many, but I have a list. So, shout out to Mariella and her boyfriend Gabe, Ronald F., Heather B., Stephen W., Derek M., Jonathan P., Brian M., James S., Trevor H., Axton M. Those are what I have for Facebook this week. Now, a shout out from Discord to Amy Lee and her 6-year-old son Nicholas and 12-year-old daughter Layla. They're avid listeners to our podcast as well.
Nice. Shout out.
And then a shout out to Jordan and her wiener dog Milo, and then her new wiener dog that she just got, Finn. I call him Finny. Cute dogs.
All right. Is that the end of your shout outs?
That is the end.
So let's see. Got quite a bit. Want to shout out Maddox. He actually got on his mom's Instagram and sent us a message.
Really?
And say, hey, I think you guys are awesome. So shout out to you, Maddox. Shout out to Audra Hayden, Bucky Gilbert, Barbie Toledo, James Carroll, Christian Arena, Alexandria. He said they've been listening to our podcast for years now. And my cheap ass has just been re-listening to the free episodes on Spotify. But I finally signed up to Patreon. Well, thank you.
Nice.
It means a lot that you support us.
Does.
All right. Shout out to Adam Sakin, Stephanie Gardner, Thaddeus Kelsat, Mark Nevea, Dyland, Vicky Harden, and Sean Stomberg, who said that Aaron sounds like Jason Lee.
Who's Jason Lee?
I have no idea who Jason Lee is. I'll have to look him up later on. But thank you, I guess. I don't know who he is.
Oh, that guy.
See, on my personal Instagram, shout out to Elliot Massey. When I posted that TikTok on my Instagram of that monk saying, hey, everybody have a good day, blah, 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 blah. I don't know if you've seen it, Dan.
Oh, yeah.
So Elliot said Dan's face reveal, and then I didn't respond, and he said, I'm sorry if that's offensive in any way. I had to say it.
That's good. But no, not face reveal.
You're wrong, Elliot.
You're wrong.
You're wrong.
Mama's right. It's not me.
Yeah. So shout out to Alex Herman, Tom Zolhashdorf, Skylar Hall, Ali Samano, George Ducanis, Richard Pienko, Jacob, Brian Riley, TJ Harrington. He wants to give his buddy Brandon a shout out. He's from Ontario and out working in Texas and New Mexico. We both love the show. Well, shout out to you, TJ Harrington and Brandon. You keep on working, but stick it to the man. Listen while you work. take extra long lunch breaks. And if your boss gets on to you, all you got to do is say, hey, I got approval from Aaron. And they say, well, who's Aaron? And then just give him my email address or my phone number. I'll talk to him. I don't give a shit.
That's right. And when they say they don't care, say Danielson said I can take a break.
Yeah.
When they ask, you just smack them across the face because I allow it. Don't do that.
Yeah, don't do that. All right. Shout out to Alejandro Alvarez. Shout out to Essence and Rachel Aiden. You are all amazing. That's my Instagram shout outs. I think I have a few emails. Chad Howard and Corey G. Thank you all for the love and the support. If I missed you, I'll get you next week. I love you all, and I'm dead serious when I say that. And I thank you all for your support. Without it, we wouldn't be able to do what we do. I just want you to know that.
That's right.
All right, so now we go into free talk. So how was your weekend, Dan? Was it good?
It was pretty good. Weather's starting to get nice. Today it was 84 degrees. So it's starting to get back up there. Wish it's just stay in the high 70s, but it's getting nice.
Yeah. And I know you mentioned on the Patreon episode the story of what happened to you this weekend, how your neighbor had a crossbow and tried killing you and all that stuff, which if you didn't hear that story, go listen to it on our Patreon. It's pretty interesting.
Crazy story.
Yeah, it is. And then I talk about how my weekend went with me actually seeing 808 Mafia and Southside and Wiz Khalifa at a resort. And Wiz Khalifa didn't say hi to me. I said, what's up, Wiz? And he looked the other way. And I'm like, dude, what a dick.
Wiz, if you're listening, you should have said hi.
Yeah, Wiz. Anyway, all right. Well, you have anything else you want to add to today's episode before we roll it out?
Nope. I think it was a pretty good episode. I mean, it's Hollow Earth.
Yeah, I liked it. This week's regular and Patreon episode. Great stuff.
Patreon was pretty good.
Yeah. All right. Well, I want to thank you for joining us today. And again, thank you for all your support. You are all amazing, every single one of you. So with that being said, Dan, you want to roll us out?
Sure will. It's okay to be out of this world with your thoughts.
Because you are not alone.
Get an inside look at Hollywood with Michael Rosenbaum.
Let's get inside of Mark Paul Gosselaar. How hard was it, by the way, working on a series like NYPD Blue?
Glad I'm not walking onto a show that now, because with all social media and everyone has an opinion. In early 2000, there was one guy with a blog. I just remember reading that I was going to bring the franchise down. I was horrible. And by the way, I thought they were right.
Inside of You with Michael Rosenbaum. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Thinking Sideways.
I don't understand.
Does not compute.
You never know.
Insufficient data to formulate a reply.
What?
Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Hello, and welcome to Thinking Sideways, the podcast. I am Steve, as always, joined by
Devin.
Joe.
And this week, we are bringing you yet another mystery.
Weird.
Well, it's kind of what we do.
It's a super creepy mystery.
I wouldn't say creepy.
Well,
Weird.
Really.
But
It's a little weird.
Yeah.
Unlike the kind of mysteries we usually do, which are totally normal all the time.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah. Nothing to see here.
Yeah.
Nothing to see here. Move along,
Yep.
please. All right. Well, today's story is about the disappearance of Sneha Phillip, and it was suggested by Lindley on Facebook.
Oh, thanks, Lindley.
When this was initially suggested, it's a really intriguing story and really interesting. But I was initially hesitant to cover this story.
I remember.
Well,
Yeah, I mean, we had a conversation as a team, and I actually had quite a long conversation with the folks on the Facebook group. They talked to me about it, and eventually they convinced me that it was okay to go ahead and cover it.
why is it you just sensitive about 9/11 issues?
Well, yeah, that's exactly it. It's because this story does deal with 9/11, and it's considered one of the greatest tragedies or attacks in this country.
9/11.
Yes, it's something that is still sensitive 14 years later. So I'm going to preface the story by saying that what we're going to talk about deals with 9/11, and it's pretty involved in the events of September 11th, 2001, we're not going to talk about that as much. It's just bits of the story that are going to touch on it.
So if you're sensitive about it for whatever reason.
Yes, be aware of that.
I don't think our listeners are really all that sensitive, so I think it's going to be fun.
There are people who are involved that it is still a painful topic to deal with, and so I just want to put that out there.
Yeah.
So let's go ahead and let's start talking about our story.
Okay.
We're going to talk about Sneha Phillip. Sneha was born in 1969 in India, and then with her family, she moved to the United States. She wanted to study medicine, and so she decided to go to the Chicago School of Medicine, and she started there in 1995. While she was there, she met a young man named Ron Lieberman. She would eventually marry him 5 years later. After they graduated, both of them he was also a student at that same school, so he was training to be a doctor. He wanted to go into medicine.
Sure.
Yeah.
They landed internships both in New York City. Ron had his internship at the Jacobi Medical Center in the Bronx. Sneha got hers at the Cabrini Medical Center.
All right.
So they're going to be doctors. They move to New York. They get an apartment. All is well and good.
Sounds like they had a cool apartment too, right down the Battery.
Yeah,
that'd be pretty sweet.
It's a great neighborhood.
Yeah.
I pulled a Joe. I did a little bit of cruising around on Google Maps.
Weird.
I know he's rubbing off on us.
Yeah.
So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna start our story on the afternoon of September 10th, 2001. Ron left for work on that afternoon, and Sneha, she had the day off. So according to what's available, she was in the apartment for most of the day. She had a conversation with her mom online that lasted for 2 hours.
Like Skype or like chatting?
It was a messenger.
Okay.
It was a messenger
Sure.
conversation.
Yeah, I guess 2001 it was,
Yeah,
I think it was probably AOL Instant Messenger,
sorry,
Microsoft Messenger.
Sometimes I forget what it was like in those days.
I want to know what it was like in those days.
I do remember. I was a
crap.
freshman, so I was kind of in the thick of it, and sometimes I forget. Just the other day, I was thinking, God, what was the email address I had before I had Gmail? It wasn't that long ago that Gmail came into existence.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Well, she has this 2 hour conversation with her mom.
Okay, sorry.
Okay.
And then she apparently decided to go shopping. This is based on charges that are on her husband's American Express card and security footage of her, which the security footage was found later.
Okay.
But she went to a Century 21, which this particular store was across the street from the World Trade Center. It's not the movie theater.
Okay, sorry.
It's a store.
It's not the real estate thing either.
It's a store.
It's a store. Got
because she bought like bedding. Okay. I think she bought lingerie too.
So
it's a full on
like a department store.
It's a full on department store.
Okay.
I've never heard of Century 21 before this, but
there you go.
But yeah, so she did all of this, and based on the timestamp when she paid for all of her purchases with the American Express, she finished up around 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Ron, her husband, says that he got home that night around midnight. He'd had a long day at work. He gets home. His wife's not there. But based on everything that I've read from him, that wasn't totally out of the ordinary. She was known to go out and then decide to stay with family members. So her brother or a cousin or somebody.
New York is big. It's hard to get around sometimes.
Yeah, and I can go here that's 10 blocks away rather than the 30, 50 blocks I got to go home. Yeah, absolutely. So it wasn't abnormal, and he has said that, well, I guess that, he got home that night and said, well, I guess that's something we got to talk about again, because the deal was between the pair that she was supposed to call home and say, hey, I'm staying at my brother's house, or I'm staying at so-and-so's house.
Yeah. That makes sense to me. I think that's fair.
That does sound reasonable.
Yeah, absolutely. Ron wakes up the next morning, September 11th. His wife's still not home. But he's got an 8 o'clock meeting, so he gets up at, I think it's 6 or 6:30. He's got to take the subway to get to work. It's like an hour commute or something. So he's got to go. She's not home. He goes to work. Well, if you know anything about September 11th, as of 8:46 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, that's when American Airlines Flight 11 flew into the new North Tower of the World Trade Center. And to put it lightly, that's when chaos ensued. I mean, things went crazy after that. Ron, he calls Sneha several times over the course of the day, but she never answers.
And that's calling home at the apartment or calling her cell phone?
I can't answer that. He doesn't say. I'm under the impression that he was calling the house because she was supposed to be at home because she had both the 10th and the 11th off. So presumably he was expecting her to have gone home, but I don't know that she had a cell phone.
Well, she could have been home. She could have had a cell phone. I think the other thing to keep in mind is because it was September 11th, almost literally everybody in America was calling almost literally anybody they knew in New York or who might be in New York, trying to get a hold of them.
They did get a bit
Lines
clogged.
did get really clogged, and a lot of calls just didn't go through. And if, their home line, they didn't have an answering machine or whatever, he could have tried and not realized that it wasn't connecting.
Yeah, quite possibly.
Or whatever. No,
that's a very valid point. Well, let's see. So we're into the afternoon of September 11th. He's at work. The hospital had been in huge preparations for all of the wounded that were going to come in from the World Trade Center, which didn't actually happen. So he takes off from work, and what does he do? He goes to the hospital that she works at.
Which was on Staten Island, right?
Yes, it was. And I'm guessing that his idea was that she must have seen what was going on and said, I got to get to work. I've got to help.
Yeah. A lot of people did that in those professions.
Absolutely.
There's an interesting, not to, go too much into the 9/11 situation, but, Steve Buscemi, the actor, he was a firefighter before he was an actor. He worked for the New York Fire Department, and he actually, went back to his old fire station and geared up and went in and was saving people. That was a thing everybody was doing, right?
Yeah.
Even if you had no training, they were jumping in trying to help where they could.
Yeah, there were people running and doing everything they could.
It's totally reasonable for him to say, "Oh, she's a caring person. She probably went to work because she thought that people would be there."
Except she wasn't there.
Okay.
So what he then decides, okay, I'm going home, which is the next logical course of action when you can't find your wife and the city is literally in flames and everything is going crazy.
Yeah.
I think what he did is he hopped a ride with an ambulance that was heading towards the towers. Traffic was so bad, I think it took him 6 hours to get there.
That wouldn't surprise me at all.
No. He somehow managed, I think he borrowed or stole a bike to get the last bit of distance there. He gets to the apartment building, but he can't get in to the building itself because the electricity is off and the automatic locks on the door are locked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's trying to figure out what to do. He sees somebody has a candle burning in a window, uses a flashlight, gets their attention, gets that neighbor to open the window and shouts at him and says, "Can you go to this apartment, knock on the door? Is there anybody home?" That person goes and nobody's there, comes back to the window and says, "Nobody's there." At that point, Ron's got no choice. He's got to find somewhere else to stay. And so he went and he stayed with a friend that night. The next morning or the next day, he comes home. This is now the 12th of September. He can get into the building this time.
Power's back on.
Power's back on. So he gets into the building. He goes to his apartment. He walks in and nobody's there. And it's obvious that nobody's been there because the windows had been left open and the apartment is full of soot.
Right, of course it is.
So it would be very obvious somebody's home because there would be footprints.
Yeah.
The only footprints in the place are from their cats.
Okay.
Yeah.
Two little kittens who were obviously having a high old time in the dust.
Probably.
Apparently. They're probably a little hungry, though, by the time you got home.
Probably. Yeah. So that is the end of what we know officially about Sneha. She was seen on the 10th. as of the 11th, nobody has seen her, and as of the 12th, we've got confirmation she's not home.
Mm-hmm.
Probably goes without saying, Ron, her husband, and her family, they go nuts. They want to find her. They're putting flyers up all over the city. I think they printed 5,000 flyers with her name and information and photos on it. They're plastering those all over. But, of course, those kind of flyers are all over at that time because people are trying to find everybody that they can't locate.
There were a lot of missing people.
Yeah. Ron then sees, wait, there's reporters everywhere. I'm going to go talk to the reporters, and I'm going to get their help to get this story out there to find my wife. Except he quickly discovers that the reporters are not interested as soon as they find out that she went missing on the 10th. So he's kind of frustrated, and he gets a bright idea. He calls Sneha's brother, John, and he says, hey, John, talk to the reporters, but don't tell them what day she went missing.
As a totally off-topic aside, what kind of jerk parents are like, okay, daughter, we're going to name you Sneha. Okay, son, you can be John.
Yeah.
Yeah, she had a very traditional name.
Come on, guys.
Yeah, I don't know. I was wondering about that, too. It's possible that he was born in the U.S. He was younger than her. And then
that's true.
Or it's possible that he changed his name to John.
I don't know what their ages are relative to each other. I know she was born in India. He may have been born in the States. It's hard to say. Yeah. Or, as Joe said, he may have just gone by John.
Yeah, also true.
But
sorry.
But the thing is, the plan didn't go according to plan.
Yeah,
because
he embellished a little bit.
As soon as John got on camera, he took the story even farther and told the reporters that on the morning of the 11th, he was on the phone with his sister when American Airlines 11 hit the tower, the North Tower, and she said, I've got to go. I've got to help. Which is what a doctor would do. And she hung up, and he said that was the last time that he talked to her.
Yeah.
Totally not true.
A little bit of embellishment there, but understandable.
Totally. Genuinely not true, right?
Genuinely not true.
Oh, yeah,
he
admitted
said,
it.
Just kidding.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, later on he admitted it was not true, but it backfired so badly.
Yeah.
It blew up in their faces because, of course, the New York Police Department won't do anything. I mean, they're inundated with a whole mess of work to take care of now, but they won't look into it because he said she went to the towers. At the time, Ron had filed a missing persons report for Sneha. There were 9,000 missing person reports in New York after everything happened on 9/11. There was bad reporting in the police department. They found out multiple people were listed multiple times, all this stuff. And there was a few fraudulent cases of missing person reports. But they didn't do anything because they just presumed that she was in the tower.
Yeah. I mean, not only fraudulent, but also, you have all of those people who freak out. They're, in Oregon and their daughter is in New York City and the towers collapsed and they couldn't get a hold of her the 3 times they called on the exact day within, 2 hours, even though they heard that the phones were jammed and she must be dead somewhere. So she's, and it turns out she calls them an hour later and says, hi, Mom, Dad, I'm fine. And they just don't bother to call and get her taken off.
Yeah, I mean, it's understandable. It's total panic mode.
Oh, God, yeah.
I mean, total panic mode. I get why people do it. But unfortunately, it made things so much harder for the NYPD.
Oh, yeah.
The family, they know, or they believe at this point, that Sneha is not in the ruins of the North Tower or the South Tower. The family went ahead and they hired a private investigator to try and figure out all of Sneha's actions on that day, on the day of the 10th. They hired a guy by the name of Ken Gallant. He was formerly of the FBI.
Sure.
And he did a ton of legwork in trying to find her. And he found some great stuff. But I was also a little surprised. He recommended to the family, who then flew this person in from Pennsylvania, a psychic.
Mm-hmm. Always a useful thing to deal.
To me, it raised a little bit of a red flag on him. But what he did find is he was able to track down video footage of her. There are 2 different pieces of video of her from that day after she left the apartment. One of which, as we talked about just briefly before, is the video of her at Century 21, where she's shopping. When she's on the video, she's in the coat section trying on different coats. There is also a video from the inside of the apartment building's entry on the 11th.
But that one is not confirmed her, right?
It is not confirmed her. What it is the sun is shining through the windows in the entry enough that it is bleaching out, according to what Gallant and Ron are saying, to the point that they can't get a lot of details. They see a woman. She's got the same hairstyle, about the same build, appears to be wearing kind of the same outfit and has the same mannerisms as Sneha, but they can't confirm that. But this woman walks up to the elevator, pushes the button, waits a minute, and then turns around and walks out of the building. The timestamp on that video roughly corresponds to when the North Tower was hit.
Yeah.
So in a way, it supports the idea that she ran to the tower after everything happened.
Yeah, it does, except it wasn't necessarily her because she wasn't carrying any bags, where she should have been carrying bags because she still hadn't brought home all the stuff that she'd bought.
That is true if she'd come straight from the store, but we're talking...
She went somewhere and spent
12 plus hours later, she might have left them somewhere.
Yeah.
I totally get where you're going with that, Joe, is that there's this piece where if she bought all this stuff at Century 21, where's it at?
Yeah.
And this person theoretically should be carrying those same articles that were purchased.
You would think. Yeah.
Well, unless she was a young woman, right? She was in her 20s.
She was 31, I believe.
So, yeah. So, you go out because she would have gone out, right? If she'd stayed at somebody's house, she probably was out late. So you go out, you wake up the next morning, you're kind of hungover, and you just say to your brother or friend who you see all the time, you say, I'm going to go home. I'll get this stuff later from you next time I see you or whatever. I'm just going to walk home, try and clear my mind or whatever. And you make it back to your apartment and you don't have bags. I mean, I think that's a totally reasonable thing.
It's entirely plausible.
Yeah.
Or maybe she was buying it for a gift or, there's a lot of reasons she could not have that stuff.
Yeah. No, and as far as her turning and leaving about when the plane hit the tower, that also doesn't really point towards it being Sneha either.
No, but
anybody hearing that would leave. Yeah,
that enormous noise would go outside to see what it was.
Yes, and so if she hears that enormous noise and she goes outside, she sees gets an idea what's going on. Based on her training, we can presume that she would have run to assist.
It seems like, though, that the investigator and Ron, how large a apartment complex are we talking? Like thousands of people, hundreds of people? Do you know? It seems like the sort of thing you would circulate and say, "Hey, is this you?" to rule other people out.
Here's the odd bit. The odd bit is that the PI did all of his work and he gave a report to Ron. Ron won't release that report. So this footage of this woman in the entry, I can't, nobody's seen it.
Yeah.
You can't see the video. You can't see stills from it because he's got it under lock and key.
That's odd because it's not like he owns it.
Yeah.
He paid for it. So
he still doesn't own it.
Well, he doesn't own the footage, but I'm sure that by the time all this came out, the apartment building probably didn't have the footage anymore. But again, this is another thing that I'm going to call out as a red flag. This stands out to me as a really odd bit of information.
I agree.
Yeah. There must have been something kind of bad in that report if he didn't want to release it.
Would lead me to think that.
Yeah.
Let's keep moving on down with the events. We're still moving kind of a chronological order of what goes on with the story. Initially, Sneha was listed as one of the victims of the World Trade Center collapse. But because there was no evidence to substantiate that, in terms of nobody could physically say they saw her go there and they didn't find a body. She was removed from that list in January of 2004. And the law in New York says that the date of a person's death will be set at 3 years from the last time they were seen alive when they go missing.
Sure.
Which means that officially, after she had been removed from the list, her date of having died was September 10th, 2004. Ron appealed the decision. He tried to keep her on the list, but another judge denied that appeal in November of 2005. That prevented him from having access to the Victims' Compensation Fund, which had been set up to help people whose family members had been killed, from a financial perspective. According to Ron, he wanted access to that fund because he wanted to set up a memorial fund in his wife's name. Yeah. Here's the thing. She's a 31-year-old woman who's going to be a doctor, very young, high-paid profession. He stood to get about $3 to $4 million.
Hey, what the heck? I'd do it.
It's a hefty little chunk of money.
That's a sizable bit of cash.
Yeah.
He never got anything out of the Victims' Compensation Fund. In 2008, a panel of judges overturned the ruling in 2005 and changed her official date of death back to September 11th, 2001. But by that time, of course, the fund had long since closed to taking applications. So he couldn't get anything from it. According to Ron, the money didn't matter. What he wanted was his wife's name to be recognized among the victims. So she is now officially listed as one of the 2,753 people who died that day. Not counting hijackers. This is American citizens only.
Yeah, the hell with the hijackers.
Well, yeah, so he at least got her on that. At the memorial, her name is listed.
It's interesting that he said that he just wanted her name on the list, even though they got a private investigator and none of them really believed that she was in the rubble initially.
I've said it before, and I'm going to say it again. There's a lot of flags in this story.
Yeah.
For me. Yeah. A lot of things that I have to raise an eyebrow at. I had a list at home as I was going through my research. Like, wait, that didn't get checked off. That didn't get checked off. This is circled in red marker. What's going on here? But we're now going to take a bit of a turn in our story.
Okay.
All right.
Yep. So officially the NYPD, they think that she died in the towers. Collapse.
Kind of.
After everything settles down, they do their own investigation. The NYPD, in their investigation, they presented some details about Sneha that aren't flattering and her family does not like, and they constantly are denying and putting down. According to the NYPD, she had a drinking problem and she possibly was leading a double life.
What's a drinking problem, though? No, I mean that sincerely. I mean that, for instance, a woman of my age, technically, if you consume 3 or more alcoholic beverages a week, you overconsume alcohol.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know a single person who drinks that's my age that drinks that little.
Yeah.
I just don't. And so I think it'd be totally reasonable if I went missing for some reason that, the Portland police could say, well, she did have a drinking problem because I drink way more than that. When they say things like that, I have a hard time. I usually take it with a pretty huge grain of salt because if they're like, well, she was at the bar 4 times a week and had 2 shots every night, well, okay, people can do that and be totally reasonably healthy.
It's very funny that you say that because I've always thought my fiance drinks cider or mixed drinks, but she'll have 1 or 2 a week. And it always was weird to me when I would go to the fridge and I'd grab a beer and I'd say, hey, honey, you want a drink or something? She'd say, no, I'm fine.
Yeah, that's weird to me.
And at first, I got used to it. She just doesn't drink that much. But at first, I was like, this is really weird.
This is nuts,
I am not going to be be really that funny if you don't have any more to drink.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, but I think that that's one of the things we talk about that sometimes where people say, or the, investigation reveals, quote unquote, that this person had a drinking problem. And I always just kind of want to take that with a huge grain of salt.
Although it does appear that her drinking actually interfered with her job at Cabrini.
Yeah, well,
Yes.
we'll get into that. But I just wanted to mention that for future past and current mysteries.
Yes, absolutely good point. The NYPD, this is what one of the things that they're using in their investigation to say that she's got that problem that we were just talking about. It was told in early 2001 that her contract, her internship with Cabrini would not be renewed, and the reasons were for tardiness and alcohol-related issues.
Okay. I mean, that's fair. All right.
Yeah, that does lead you to think maybe there is something going on bad.
Uh-huh.
Now, she did land another job.
Yeah.
She got another internship in internal medicine at St. Vincent's Medical Center, which was on Staten Island, which is what Joe was kind of talking about briefly earlier.
Well, she does seem like she was smart.
She had it together.
She was a minority female, so
That's such a big
I mean,
plus,
it
yeah.
just as an honest to God fact.
It is, yeah. Well, plus, I don't want to sound racist, but Indians are pretty damn smart, at least the ones that I've met.
She seemed to be very intelligent, regardless of her race or sex. She seemed to be intelligent. She never had anything in her work reviews that I can find saying that she did a poor job, other than she had some personal issues, which, let's be honest, who doesn't have personal issues?
Yeah, but not all of us bring it to work.
Oh. Wait, are you saying I'm bringing something to the podcast? Oh, crap.
Yep.
All right. Well, we'll talk about my licorice addiction later.
Yes, we will.
Not long after she was let go from Cabrini.
Let go or told she wasn't going to be renewed?
I'm guessing it's after she was no longer there.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Read into that however you want to.
Yeah.
After she was no longer there, she got into a bar fight. Or a fight in a bar, I should say. And ended up spending the night in jail. Which, again, we've rationalized a few things so far, so let's rationalize this. Who hasn't found out they were getting fired or gotten fired and said, I'm going to the bar and I'm drowning in my sorrows in a glass or seven?
Uh-huh. Oh, yeah.
Who hasn't done that? Why are you two looking at me like that?
Well, I mean, I've never been fired, so I don't know.
I've always been fired.
I have been, so yeah, I know it's not a good feeling.
I'm young. There's still time.
I've had very
Get
few
fired
jobs
at
that I
any
quit,
minute.
but I've had a lot of jobs.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we're going to continue on with the damning evidence here. Sneha also claimed that one night while out with coworkers, this is again out at a bar, and I can't pin down what the sex of this coworker is, but one of her coworkers grabbed her inappropriately. I don't know what that means, whether it was a smack on the bottom or a grab on the chest or attempt to kiss. I don't know.
In fairness, it shouldn't matter, but it does, apparently, in this day and age.
Yes, it does.
If somebody says, this person touched me inappropriately, that means that they felt violated, and it should be taken and reported as such. But, hey, that's just my opinion, man.
I'm not sure that I would actually go to the police and try to get the DA to bring charges against somebody who for just
Which is what she did.
Yeah, this is what
I
she
guess
did.
I might if it were a thing that had been happening a lot of time. If it were reoccurring. If if this person was grabbing me and I kept saying like, hey, I'm not into that. Hey, I'm not interested. Hey, dude, like, calm down, back off. Or chick, whatever, calm down, back off. All right, seriously, I'm gonna file a complaint next time.
Yeah.
That maybe would be the progression, but I would also mention that in my report. Say this has been a pattern of behavior. I wouldn't say this person touched me one time.
But did she? Is there any record that she ever took the complaint to HR?
The only record that I have found is the report that she officially filed with the police.
Well, you wouldn't report it to HR if you were out after hours with coworkers. It's not a workplace incident at that point.
But I think what Joe's getting at is if it was a workplace incident like you were talking about, then it would have been filed
it could
in
have just
HR.
been reoccurring outside of the workplace when you go out for drinks with coworker once a week or whatever.
And this
every
guy or
time.
girl is always weird and attempting to grab you.
You wouldn't mention that to HR. There'd be no reason to.
No, but HR can't do anything if somebody's grabby off the grounds. That's outside of their realm.
Yeah.
They have no jurisdiction.
But so she filed this complaint finally.
She did. And the DA's office, after reviewing it, dropped the charge and turned around and they slapped on her a charge of filing a false complaint or a false report. And they said, if you want to admit that this is not really what happened, we'll drop the charge against you. And she stood her ground and said, no, I'm not going to do that. And she landed herself in jail for another night.
That's kind of strange that they would lock her up in jail for a night for that.
Weird.
Because
I don't, again, this is one of those things where I can't get a hold of the court records. And all I've got is the family's accounting of it. But the point is, according to the NYPD, once that all went down, so we've got the night of the inappropriate grab, and then she gets in trouble for it all, she continued to go out and drink, but she started frequenting lesbian bars.
That makes sense to me.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think that really matters much. I mean, her family has said, well, of course she went. This is where I get the impression that the grabber was a dude. Is she was going and hanging out bars that were full of women because there's no guys there to repeat that scenario. But that's
safer, yeah.
Yeah, she feels safe around other women, so I'll just hang out and drink here.
Plus, some of the better bars in New York are lesbian bars, so
Yeah, I mean, she went to some, they listed them off, and they seem to be pretty well known in the report that I was reading.
Yeah, I've never been to any of those.
I've hung out in lesbian bars. I've hung out in gay bars. I mean,
well,
it doesn't matter.
I mean, but not in New York.
No, I would be happy to hang out in any bar in New York. I still haven't been to New York.
What?
I want to go to New York. And I still haven't gotten to go to New York and hang out for a while.
This is the real intervention we're going to have after the show.
I think
Sweet.
Maybe we should have done this show on location so you'd have an excuse to go to New York.
There we go.
Yeah.
Sponsors?
Oh, yeah, there's that, yeah.
Crap. Well, at this point in our story, if we think back to when there was that stuff about when she wouldn't always come home.
Yeah.
And she would stay with family members.
Yeah.
Well, it then comes out that what was happening was that Sneha was going out and then staying at the homes of people that she met in the bar, specifically at these gay bars. Ron rationalized it away and said, well, no, it was a totally platonic thing. They would hang out and talk. They would listen to music all night.
Yeah,
like there was nothing sexual whatsoever going on here. And I could see that, but I also have to ask, wait, if she's suddenly hanging out, she's having such a good time with all of these other women who are also into women, maybe she realizes, wait, I kind of really like women.
It would also help explain the kind of, symptoms of almost mental anguish that someone might exhibit when they are realizing something large about themselves, like perhaps questioning their sexuality.
And there was talk that she was experiencing depression.
Yeah, you maybe drink more, you get in fights, you exhibit behavior problems at work when you're realizing that this person that you thought you were this entire time, you become depressed. You're no longer the person you thought you were, particularly coming from an Indian background or a background that may be less welcoming of...
I was going to say, it's a very culturally rigid, I think, a rigid... do you know what I'm getting at? I can't think of the words here, but it's like you've got to hold certain track.
Yeah, of course. Morally rigid.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I don't think it's quite as bad as, like, say, Saudi Arabia or
Oh, no.
Iran,
And that's not to say that, Indians as a whole, right? It's like, just like you can't say Americans as a whole. But some people are and some people aren't. And, you never know what background somebody comes from.
Mm-hmm. There's unfortunately more here.
Of course there
to throw mud on this poor woman. This one, her family has fought tooth and nail and denied. But according to the NYPD investigators, her brother John caught his sister and his then girlfriend in bed together at one point.
Well, okay, and the fact that they've denied it so hard, right, would maybe suggest that they weren't okay with her being gay. You know, I think if you are a family that's okay with her being gay, you say, well, maybe she was. Maybe she was experimenting. That doesn't mean that she disappeared for any, other kind of reason than she disappeared.
Yeah. No, it's
you don't deny it like that.
No, well, that's the thing is that John has said, he's like, I never said that. I never actually even talked to the investigator who put that on paper.
Have they found the quote-unquote girlfriend at the time?
Yeah, that's the mother of his child.
They got married, right?
Yeah, they got married.
Did they talk to her?
Again,
seems like that'd be a pretty straightforward.
That would be.
This is the frustrating part of this story that I've already said before is that so many of the players have been insulated and kept away from the media and from people who are asking questions. And the one person, the investigator who got in there, we can't see what he found.
Yeah.
So that's the part that drives me nuts.
There must be some hinky stuff in there.
Yeah.
Well, maybe it's such innocuous stuff, but they're just so afraid to let anything come out. I don't know.
I don't get it either, but yeah.
Regardless, the trouble that she was having when she was at Cabrini, the tardiness and the alcohol-related issues, that followed her to her new job.
Of course it did.
One of the things that she had to do when she was at St. Vincent's, she had to meet with a substance abuse counselor. She actually got suspended for missing an appointment with that counselor.
I wonder if they gave her the job at St. Vincent's on condition that she work on her problems.
Would not be surprised.
Yeah. That could very well be it.
That she would say, hey, I got fired from my other job because of these things, and I really wanted to work on them, and and being upfront and honest, and they appreciated that, and they said, all right, well, if you do counseling, then we'll...
Or she didn't hide it, and they called the other place, and they're like, oh, yeah, no, this is why we let her go, because, hospitals talk to each other. Yeah, that guy killed like 24 people. Oh, yeah, we're not going to hire that guy.
Yeah, we called that guy the Angel of Death. That was his nickname. But I give him a glowing recommendation.
Yeah, they're not going to do that. No. But I mean, regardless, so far, the last 10, 15 minutes has been super uplifting.
Yeah.
Shall we get into theories?
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, why not?
Theory number 1.
Yeah.
She ran away. That's a theory.
Yeah, she ran off and joined the circus.
The theory goes that she ran away from her life. She wasn't happy, as we've kind of had a discussion here so far, is that she wasn't happy, and maybe the drinking and staying out at night, note without her husband, may have been a symptom of that, and the possible depression that we've touched on briefly might have been another symptom of that as well.
Yeah.
There are bits that say that the marriage wasn't all roses and things between the couple weren't all great.
Well, they never are.
I was going to say we've rationalized a number of things so far, and one of the things I can say is that I don't know any relationship that is perfect, and people who say they have a perfect relationship
are fat liars.
Are in denial of something. I mean, people are people, and there's always going to be some friction.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The other thing, as I've talked about before, with, things seem to be good, is who's telling the story.
Yeah, Ron. Yeah.
Ron and her family. So we have one source of the information. The sheer coincidence of her deciding to run away the day before the World Trade Center attack, it's just too convenient for me. It's too perfect.
Well, it's not necessarily a coincidence, though. She might have been planning on running away, and then 9/11 happens, and she realizes, holy crap, I got a perfect excuse.
Or it doesn't even have to be a planning, like a months in advance situation. It could just be she sees this thing happening and realizes I could disappear.
Yeah,
right now.
true.
And it would explain, right? They found all of her stuff was still in the apartment.
Everything. Her credit cards, her glasses, her ID, her passport, her driver's license and passport. So everything was left behind.
I don't know why her driver's license would be left behind if she was out drinking, but that's beside the
Yeah.
point.
I can't see how you would go shopping without your ID.
You would need your ID and credit card. So I think it's probably not true that they were left at the apartment, but okay, fine. Even if they were, even all the better to disappear. If you have some cash that you got, who knows how, but you got some cash.
Yeah.
And you just walk away from your life. You have some cash, you manage to get out someplace and I don't know, do something. I've obviously never tried to plan a disappearance, so
I would think that if you were planning to take off, you would maybe do a little noodling on the internet.
Yeah, I think
have change your identity and stuff like that.
If you were planning, again, that's that key part, right?
Yes.
It's that it wasn't just a runaway of advantage, if you will, right?
Yes, a great circumstance to take advantage of. Because the PI, Ken Gallant, he said that he went through her, or we've been told that he went through her computer and found nothing in her history on the computer to indicate that. Now, she might have been savvy enough to wipe her browser history.
Or use a different computer.
Yeah, do it at work occasionally.
Yeah, or the library.
Yeah. I mean, there's ways that it can be done, but none of this stuff is there. The thing, and I know that you're probably going to jump on me a little bit for this, Devin, but the thing that she did that makes me think that maybe she wasn't intending to leave is that she had gone and spent the day with her mother several days prior to that. And when she was with her mother, she had said, this was great, and why aren't we doing this more often? Like, this was a great day.
Well, that's one of the problems I have with this theory. I don't think she ran away because it appears to me that she was close to her family. And even if she had a rocky marriage, I don't think she'd abandoned her family. But the other thing is there's always a high bar for me on this whole thing about people disappearing. It depends on how much you're leaving behind. And she spent years and a lot of money getting a medical credential, which she would be throwing away.
Yeah.
So that's why I don't believe it.
I agree with you, but I will just say that people get sentimental when they're planning to leave, right? So, spending time with your mom and having not done that a whole lot and just saying, I just wish we would do this more often, doesn't necessarily mean, also I'm not planning to run away. But I'm with Joe on this one. I don't think she ran away.
Okay. No. All right. Well, that then makes us go to the next theory.
Yeah.
The next theory is that, in fact, she did die at the World Trade Center.
Yeah.
Like I said before, the story of her running into the World Trade Center was made up by her brother. There is the footage of her in the apartment building entry at about the time that the plane hit. That kind of corroborates that maybe she did go and try and help and she was killed by falling debris, or somehow got into the lobby of the building and was killed when it collapsed,
or ran into the South Tower. I mean,
yeah,
there was a couple minutes in between.
Oh yeah,
at least, right? I'm sorry, I don't remember.
Yeah.
I was young, but there was time in between. So if the one tower's burning, you run into the other one to help people evacuate from it, and then that gets hit.
Yeah.
Or although I don't think she would have run into the other one because at the time when it was only one plane had smacked into the towers, everybody thought it was an accident.
True.
That's true.
It wasn't until the second plane hit that everybody started saying WTF.
Yeah. That's a very good point. There's also the possibility in this theory that she did stay out somewhere else and stayed at somebody else's house that night, or somebody else's place the night prior.
Sure.
And was walking home.
Yeah.
So they lived only a couple of blocks away from the World Trade Center. So it's possible that she was an innocent bystander when the first plane struck.
Got hit by some debris.
And got hit by debris and then eventually buried when the tower came down entirely.
Yeah. Or I'm sure there was a Starbucks in the. No, I mean genuinely, there were things in the tower too, right? So it's possible that she just happened to be in there doing something on her way home.
The Century 21 was across the street.
Yeah.
And I will admit I didn't dive into this because I didn't key in until just this moment. is that there were people that could stay across the street from the World Trade Center. So maybe she stayed over there somehow. And I don't know how that plays out. I can't even begin to fathom how that plays out.
Yeah.
But maybe somehow then she comes out and then whatever scenario happens.
Yeah.
This is entirely possible as well under this theory.
I think there are some good statistics to support this theory as well.
There are. They're really disheartening.
Yeah,
but I'll lay out a couple of bullet points. Of the 2,606 people that were killed in the World Trade Center collapse, so that's not counting people who were on the planes.
Okay, yeah.
There were about 1,600 people were never identified. The remains were never identified.
Right.
There are over 10,000 tissue and bone samples that have been collected that haven't been identified, as in they haven't been matched to a known victim, somebody that was in the towers at the time. So that's a huge number of people. The other thing is that the city of New York has in their possession, to this day, about 2/3 of the jewelry that was collected from the site. When the fires were raging, it was over 2,000 degrees in the rubble. Most things like metal bands, like gold and silver, those things are going to melt.
Yeah.
But diamonds and hard stone like that would not. So those items were found, and some of them have been returned to family who've been able to provide documentation saying, yes, that was my wife's diamond or my husband's diamond or whatever the case may be. That means that it's entirely possible that they may be able to figure out that she was in there based on the diamonds from her rings, her earrings, and she had a necklace. So those things could have survived the temperatures, and the family has provided the documentation to the city of New York, but it's really, really difficult to get confirmation of. But it's still possible. Still possible that it may be ID'd, but it's very tough.
Well, the thing about it is there's only so many ways to cut a diamond, and so matching up a diamond from one of her pieces of jewelry with the diamonds that they find it's kind of inconclusive.
Especially if it was, a necklace set from Kay's, right? How many women have that necklace set from Kay?
No, that's true.
How many? But certainly, like the diamond from her engagement ring should have been more distinctive. But that would require a serial number somehow etched on it, which I don't think they
don't do that. But you get I bought a diamond. Nobody get angry at me for buying a blood diamond, but I bought a diamond and I got the report on it, and it's got all the specifics listed on it. But here's the thing. If that diamond is then in a giant fire and is being hit by rubble that is tons and tons of stuff, it may not be recognizable to that report.
Also, they probably have, this is super depressing, but probably there are thousands of diamonds. I mean, even if you just say half of the people that were killed in the World Trade Center attacks were women, that still is, over 2,000 people, over 1,000 diamonds that could have been found in the rubble. I think
it's on the order of 1,500 pieces of identifiable jewelry collected.
And that's insane to ask them to look and examine every single one of them and try and match it to one.
Oh,
that's insane. That's insanity.
Yeah, no,
they should send them to me. I'll look.
Me too.
It actually surprises me that some company that specializes in diamonds, this is a marketing PR bit, and this is going to sound disgusting as soon as I say it, but for great publicity's sake, we're going to donate our services and we're going to document the characteristics of every stone that they have, and then we're going to try and match them to it. That's a great bit of PR. That's also a huge service to the families.
It is.
But companies do that stuff because Well, it's altruistic,
PR. Yeah.
but it's also great PR.
It's, actually, if you just took all the diamonds that you found and sorted them by weight, and just say, okay, well, what are you looking for? Are you looking for a 1 carat diamond? Okay, and here's the 1 carat diamonds. Let's have a look. See.
I'm pretty sure that all of the really obvious ones, the very easy to identify, that third that were identified, they were probably. Mm-hmm. After that, the rest of them were just
kind of nondescript.
You know, you've got 1 carats and 3/4 carats and all these little stones. At that point, it's a needle in a haystack.
Yeah,
it kind of is.
But I think we belabored that enough.
Sorry, yeah.
I'm kind of doubting that she died in the WTC simply because she spent the night with somebody, and she usually would stay with either her cousin or her brother, and she didn't obviously stay with them. So she stayed with somebody else. That person never came forward.
You're right.
You know, and so she innocently spent the night with somebody and forgot and left her bag. So you think that person would at some point or another have come forward and said, "Hey, she slept on my couch that night." And that person never did.
And that actually leads us into our next set of theories. Because our next theory is actually split in half.
Ooh.
And that theory... What's that?
Violently?
No.
No. Damn it.
The next theory is that she was kidnapped and or murdered.
Mm-hmm. Or how about sold into slavery?
I didn't even go into that, Joe,
Yeah.
and I don't really want to go into that, to be quite honest with you, sir. Here's the thing. We're going to talk about the Century 21. There was a clerk there named Sonia Mora. She came forward later on, I think it was weeks or a month later, and she said that she saw Sneha shopping there. She knew her. She'd been there many times.
Sneha was a regular, yeah.
She was a regular, so she knew her.
If it was a store close to her house, she probably was.
Yeah, absolutely. And she said that she saw her with another woman shopping. She said she saw her in the shoe section with this woman, which unfortunately didn't have video surveillance because evidently the shoes aren't as important as the jacket section where there was surveillance footage.
It's harder to steal shoes than jackets.
Is it really?
Yeah. You just put a jacket on and walk out like you've been wearing it. Shoes, like you have another pair of shoes, or oftentimes they'll only put one shoe out, or they only have the display size out.
Oh,
and
that's
then
a very
you're
good
sitting
point.
there,
And you got to get somebody to bring them out to fit you.
Yeah, very good point.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it appears in the footage that's found that that Sneha's by herself.
Okay.
But according to this report, she was with another woman who is described as small, dark-skinned, possibly in her 30s, and possibly Indian. This woman, you know, she might have been she might have known Sneha, but she's never come forward. And the lead ends right there. I mean, it could have been as simple as somebody that she had met before at the store. Could have been a casual acquaintance who she bumped into. It could have been somebody she didn't know and just sat there and had a conversation about, aren't these shoes great? And the clerk immediately assumed that they knew each other.
Because they looked kind of the same.
And they look kind of the same, yes. So there's all kinds of stuff. But if this is true, this woman never came forward.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't know anything about her.
Except that she's a murderer.
No.
Well, yeah, I got to tell you, I had a lot of random thoughts and ideas as I was going through this story. And one thing that I've never been able to find is a picture of her mother. And we don't know what's in the contents of their 2-hour online conversation. I would imagine this would have come out in the police report, but it's plausible. I mean, I have to wonder, did they say, let's go to the Century 21? Let's shop together.
It just seems unlikely that her mother, the mother of a 30-something-year-old woman, would be described as looking like she was in her 30s as well.
Good point.
Sorry.
There's all kinds of stereotypes where people say I can't tell one from the other.
Yeah, that's a lie.
And age is kind of hard to tell sometimes. I mean, I know women that I work with who are they're of Asian descent, and you know, the first time I met her, I was like, "Oh, she must be in her mid-30s." No, she's in her mid-50s.
Yeah,
I mean, some people age differently.
That's true, but that would be a startling. I mean, to look like you're the age that your child is it's
That's
super rare.
unusual.
It's not
I understand.
totally
I agree.
unheard of, but I would say that it's highly unlikely.
No, I will not disagree with that, but I couldn't help but think of that.
The other thing is, though, is it couldn't have been her mother because her mother would have said something.
Absolutely would have said something.
Yeah.
I think in a heartbeat she would have said something.
Again, this is one of those things that just popped into my head and I had to ask.
Yeah, it's hard to say what a relationship, if anything, to this woman was. I mean, it's hard to say if they were just like, two people who just chatted for 30 seconds.
Yeah.
And it could have been as simple as that. But let's move to the other half of she was kidnapped/murdered. It's entirely possible that she was just the victim of a random murder. She was known to go to a bar, whether it was a bar that was of men and women or women only, and have a drink or several drinks.
Mm-hmm.
And it's possible that she sat down next to someone, female or male, who lured away from the bar or who randomly followed her home and attacked her. She could have been unfaithful and went home with somebody who was capable of murder. I mean, these things are entirely possible, but the odd part of that is that her body never showed up. And we've had a lot of conversations recording this podcast about how hard it is to really do a good job of hiding a body.
Yeah.
It's New York. It's full of dark cubby holes where you can stuff things that don't show up for years.
Yeah.
I get that. But most people who kill aren't that good at thinking ahead.
Especially in a time when, I mean, it seems like the city was being pretty scoured for bodies. Not, World Trade Center notwithstanding, there were all those, 9,000 missing people reported. The NYPD is going to go out and be like, all right, well, I guess we'll check every dumpster today. I guess we'll check every...
Within their ability.
Are you talking about checking every dumpster in the city because of 9/11?
I'm not because of the terrorist attacks necessarily, but to help try to determine if the people that were reported were actually in the World Trade Centers,
or if they'd been just murdered and put in the dump.
Or, were drunk asleep on the corner.
Last time I saw Joe, he was at Jonesy's bar, and he was talking to this ruffian, and then I didn't see him again. So they're going to go to Jonesy's bar, and they're going to rifle through the dumpster in the back just to check.
And I don't, that just comes from what makes sense to me is that's how you whittle something like that down. That's how you come up with the accurate number, is you prove that the other people who... You kind of pursue all avenues of people being reported missing. Mm-hmm. So you're doing probably more investigation than typical. You're going to run into bodies more frequently, you would think. You would think.
Yeah.
But also I can see the total opposite. They were stretched thin, and it's totally possible that...
I actually have a feeling that is more accurate, is they were stretched. So,
but you can also... There are ways to get rid of bodies. I mean, there really are.
There are, but not everybody knows how to do that. And I get, if this is true, it's going to be kind of a crime of opportunity.
Absolutely.
Rather than a crime of planning. Crime of opportunity usually ends up being messy and leaving all kinds of clues.
Yeah. Well, you'd certainly, you would think that somebody, if we wanted to say murder her, would just have murdered her and left the body to be found.
Exactly.
But, supposing he murdered her, stashes the body behind a bush, goes away, and remember, they lived in the Battery. They lived very close to the water, very close to the docks. And so, you go away, you find a bunch of change and weights, and come back, and weight the body down and just pitch her off a pier and never be found again. I mean, not for years.
No.
Anyway.
No, I totally get where you're going. It's just, it doesn't seem that likely to me.
No, not really.
I mean, that seems to infer a lot of planning, and especially in the aftermath of the World Trade Center events. Let's say, okay, let's just run down that rabbit hole for a minute. You kill somebody, and you got the body in your apartment, and you're trying to figure out how to get it to the docks. And then a plane flies into a freaking building, and the city is a zoo. How are you going to sneak around with a body rolled up in a rug, to use the old mob joke? I mean, that's really not as easy to do because everybody's looking at everything that's going on and they're all wigged out.
Actually, that'd be the one time you could actually, throw a body over your shoulder in a fireman's carry and be going down the street saying, "Oh my God, she's hurt really bad. I got to get her to the hospital." You could actually
That's true.
do that.
You could do that.
Yeah.
When you make those kind of observations, it really creeps me out.
It might actually be a sheer coincidence that maybe she was murdered and then stuffed in a dumpster at the World Trade Center just by sheer coincidence.
Yeah.
Well, I keep, trying to hold back from saying something like, well, it's also not entirely impossible that she was lured and murdered in the World Trade Center. I mean, the huge, huge buildings with lots and lots of offices. If somebody were, if she met somebody in that area and they worked there and they said, "All right, sweetie, let's go back to my place," let's go to my office and do the hanky-panky, and one thing led to another. I mean, it's not impossible. It's not probable, but it's not impossible.
No.
And that's the hard part.
Yeah.
It's not impossible.
Yeah.
Let's go to what I'm going to say is a completely self-made theory.
Yeah.
I have come up with this all on my own.
I think it's original content.
It's original content because nobody else is putting this out there.
Yeah.
And I don't see this anywhere else. But I'm going to say the last theory is that she was killed by her husband.
I think it's not a bad theory.
The NYPD did investigate Ron, and as I've already said several times, all we know about his wife is from him and her family. But the NYPD looked into him, and they ruled him out at some point in their investigation. I don't know how.
Sure.
I don't know what they had. But there's more red flags that are coming up. One red flag is that there was a call made from their home phone at 4 a.m. on the 11th to his cell phone. He has explained that away as saying, well, I don't remember doing it, but I must have got up in the middle of the night and checked my voicemail. Now, I know a lot of people are saying, you check your voicemail without your cell phone.
Well, it was the early 2000s.
Every phone companies were charging you minutes for all usage. Call your voicemail, that counts against your minutes.
Yeah,
so,
it does.
I worked for a cell phone company at that point. We used to tell people, check your voicemail from your home phone. You'll save your minutes.
Yeah.
So that's kind of understandable. I can kind of get that. I can kind of get it.
Except the problem with that is that, I'm trying to put myself back into the year 2001. You would think he'd be able to just look at his cell phone without actually dialing anything and tell if he's got telling him, and it would say if he's got voicemail or not.
I thought of that too. I'm not even. I can't even. I mean, that's suddenly we're going to branch out into 1,000 eventualities if we start saying, well, maybe he was out of battery, or maybe this was going on, or that was maybe they were in a dead spot. I mean, there's all kinds of things, and I've kind of held back from some of that.
I guess I will just say that I don't know about you guys, but if I wake up in the middle of the night worried about my significant other enough, at least to call my voicemail, to be cognizant enough to call my voicemail from my home phone to check my voicemail, I'm going to remember that the next morning.
You would think.
I'm not going to just be like, well, I guess I might have called my cell phone voicemail. You're going to remember.
Some people are different that way,
Keep in mind, though, he got in around midnight, and he had to get up and leave his house at like 6 or 6:30. So we're talking 4 hours of sleep to then go back to sleep and sleep for a couple of hours.
I mean, I do that fairly regularly. But that's, and again, it's just me, but most people I know, I think, will say things like, oh, I woke up in the middle of the night and I was so worried about this person, and then I went back to sleep. Not even like I got out of bed and went on the phone and called my voicemail and remembered to not use my cell phone and blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
So for me, it's a red flag.
A little bit, but the other thing is, does Sneha have a phone? Does she have a cell phone?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if she had a cell of her own. I haven't seen anything about that.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything about it either. I mean, and in 2001, I mean, cell phone usage was not nearly as ubiquitous as it is today.
No.
Obviously.
No, it may have been that he had splurged and got one, or maybe he had one from work, but she didn't get one or didn't qualify for one through work. I mean, it wasn't nearly as prevalent.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go on though. Here's a fact I've been holding back.
Oh.
No.
Yeah, I'm a jerk like that.
Yeah.
I talked about a little bit that it wasn't all sunshine and roses between them.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember that charge that she filed that then backfired and ended up as a charge against her?
Yeah.
Okay. She had a court appointment on the morning of the 10th for that charge.
Okay.
So Ron had left the apartment to go to work at like noon or 1, but that morning they had gone to court.
Oh, he went with her.
He went with her. And, it didn't go well, and she pled not guilty, saying that she didn't do it. So, of course, now she's got to face the whole litany of the legal process. Mm-hmm. What I'm about to tell you, though, as with so many other things in this story, the family is denying, but the NYPD police report is saying, is that the couple had a big fight or a huge fight outside of the courtroom after the fact, and Ron was really mad at her because she was abusing drugs and alcohol, and she was having sex with other people, bisexual. So either she was having sex with women, or she was having sex with men, or both. I don't know. But in that accounting, according to the NYPD, she got angry, and she stormed out of the courthouse, and she left.
Which he denies, of course.
Oh, yeah, he says that's not what happened at all.
Then under his recounting of the whole thing, they had lunch before he left to go to work, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, they had lunch. And they went out for lunch, correct?
Yep.
Does anybody know what restaurant they went to? Is there any way to back that up?
He didn't say?
Yeah.
He didn't say.
He didn't remember?
Again, he didn't say.
Yeah.
My biggest gripe with his entire story is he didn't say. And that's what's going to lead us into the end of this theory, which may get us in trouble or may light some fires. I don't know. But what if Ron killed her?
Yeah.
He's the only person who has said most of the information we've given, and he's the only one who said that she wasn't home that night of the 10th, and that's entirely possible. But let's flip the tables. What if he wasn't home? What if he was out late and she called his cell phone at 4 a.m. and he came to a very angry wife saying, "Where the hell have you been?" I mean, it's completely possible. Or
she called him and said, "Where are you?" And he was still angry from the morning, came home drunk and angry.
Yeah.
Annoyed even more because she had the gall to call him to see where he was.
And then something happened, whether intentional or not.
Yep.
Something happened and she died from it. Or, I mean, there's also, because again, he censored everything. Maybe she was having an affair with someone, male or female. And by the way, if you ever get on the forums are lit up with the fact that she was obviously having an affair because she was out, not with her husband. And I don't buy into that so much. But let's say she was having an affair. Let's say he knew she was having an affair and she got home late, or he got home late drunk. Same scenario plays out. They get into a fight because everything is brewing, and suddenly she dies for whatever happens, and then he's forced to try and hide a body. And it just happens to be that this city goes crazy the next day, and it, as Joe pointed out, maybe that makes it easier to hide a body. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, really, my point is we only have one source of information, and we've railed against that on so many stories before.
Yeah.
It's frustrating, yeah.
I have to be honest, this one is such a heart-wrenching story that it took me about 5 reads through everything before suddenly the source stood out as possibly the suspect.
Yeah.
And that's why I think that most people have not pointed at Ron, because he is viewed as collateral damage.
Or a victim.
He's the victim, And whether I'm right or wrong, I really hope I'm wrong, but
I kind of doubt that he killed her. But I think it's more likely that somebody else killed her, some random type of person.
And I don't know if Ron's seeing anyone. I haven't seen anything. The last article about the story, I think it's 2 years old, and which would make that 10, 12 years later. And they don't mention that, which you think they would if he had finally met somebody again, and they don't say that, which makes you think that maybe he really is the victim in this story.
Yeah. Well, I think the thing about it is that when last heard of Ron, I don't know if they owned or rented that apartment in the Battery. I think they rented it.
They rented it.
Yeah, he gave up the apartment.
Oh, yeah.
And moved in with her parents.
Yes.
In upstate New York. And the thing about it is that if he went ballistic on her one night and wound up killing her accidentally or not, then there almost certainly would have been a prior history of domestic violence. And since she was so close to her family,
they would know.
They would have known about it. And
you would hope they would know.
He probably wouldn't be all that welcome in their home.
It's hard. It's always hard to tell with domestic abuse, but
yeah, I mean, maybe
and I don't even want to speculate on that.
Maybe she would have kept it quiet. I don't know. I mean, there's no reason to think that he was abusive.
I think honestly, the best scenario in this is that she was out late night, just crashed on someone's couch, left her stuff there, came home. The buildings were collapsing, and she thought, "Oh, I better go help," and then died trying to rescue people. And that person didn't know who she was, so they couldn't say, "I found your wife's bags in my apartment when she crashed on my couch." Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but that's the other thing, though. The bag is going to have a receipt in it. And
no, it isn't.
You don't
think so? Could be in her wallet.
Yeah, I mean,
I would.
How many times do you get a receipt and you throw it in the trash can as you walk out of the store?
I never do that. I throw it in the trash can when I get home.
I do it all the time.
I just ask for no receipt. But in those days, you
always got a receipt. But
most people, I worked in retail about that time, and 9 times out of 10, you would say, "Do you want the receipt with you or in the bag?" And they'd say, "With me, please. With me, please. With me, please."
And then they stuff it in their pocket.
Safe. Yeah, or they stuck it in their wallet and then came home and put it in their, little ledger or whatever.
Yeah.
That's what my parents did.
I usually just stuff it in the bag, and deal with it when I get home.
But it may have been on her.
But
is the point.
It's possible. But,
yeah.
But I have to say, and I understand why the family wants to believe that she heroically died in the trade center, and she may very well have.
That's what makes you feel better to fall asleep at night.
Yeah, I guess, sorry not to belabor the point too much. In fairness, if it wasn't her that was in the surveillance tape on the 11th, she could have been walking home, saw the plane crash, had her bags, ran in with bags, dropped them on the street or whatever.
That's true too.
I'm sure that all of the stuff that was left on the streets by people trying to save people wasn't inventoried super well.
Yeah.
And may have been picked through
or whatever.
Or
or was just too trashed to really be worth saving. But but again, the problem, the big hitch that I have with that story is that no one knows who she spent the night with or where she spent the night at.
Yeah.
But again,
nobody has come forward.
I have got to admit that I have met somebody and had too much to drink and crashed on their couch and woke up in the morning and they were still crashed out, and I went, "Where am I? I gotta go." And it's not like I met them and I gave them all of my pertinent details the night before.
The other thing,
all they knew was my name was Steve and I was some silly looking dude with a goatee, and then I beat feet before they woke up.
Yeah,
in fairness,
it is possible. Yeah,
there weren't posters of you posted around, right?
No.
That person would see that poster and think, "Oh, that's that girl." Also, in fairness, you don't necessarily go to the bar with bags full of comforters and bedding and stuff.
That's the other thing. That's a little odd, don't you think?
I don't know. I think there's just so that there's not a good answer, but I think that for my own peace of mind, I want to believe that she died.
Rushed to help.
She died helping people.
I want to believe that too.
Yeah,
I do. That's
too.
the way I want to believe.
I do too, but I don't quite believe it.
I have a hard time. There's so many other things. But before we belabor anything else and we go down any other rabbit holes, we're going to call this one done. So for anybody who wants to listen to any other episodes we have or read any of the links pertaining to this story, you can find all of that on our website, which is thinkingsidewayspodcast.com. You can find us on iTunes and most people do, but if you find us on iTunes, do please take the time to subscribe, leave a comment and a rating, because that'll help other people find us. We are going to be on just about every streaming service known to man at this point. I don't even know how many there are out there, but
thousands.
I've stopped looking. I've stopped adding us. Find us on there. You can subscribe through whatever podcast app you use. We're on Facebook, so we've got the Facebook page and the Facebook group. Again, this story, I had a great conversation on the Facebook group a couple months back, which is why it's finally coming through, is because I was doing all the back research on it. But those are the kind of things that you'll get to read and participate in on the group. We are on Twitter. It's Thinkin' without the G sideways, because there's that character limit. Silly Twitter. You can always go ahead and send us an email. If you want to send us an email, our email address is thinkingsidewayspodcast@gmail.com. Oh, and of course, we have shirts and mugs and all of that kind of stuff.
Merch type stuff.
Yeah.
Merchandise.
Nightlights.
Yes, that is all available through Zazzle. If you go to our website on the right-hand side, you'll see a link to Zazzle. It's right above the donate button, and you can get anything off of there. And I think that's all of the good information that we need to give all of these good people. Right, guys?
Sounds about right. Yeah. I think
Okay.
so.
Well,
So anyway, another mystery solved. We overlooked one possibility.
Oh, we did?
Yeah.
The
Chupacabra!
Wow.
Yeah, hello. It's staring you right in the face, dudes.
Always.
Yeah.
Always staring us in the face. Well,
okay, anyway, that's it.
ladies and gentlemen, it's been great, and wait with bated breath. Next week, we have a big reveal.
Oh, it's so good.
It's going to be great.
You guys, it's so good.
It's going to be great, but
I'm so excited.
we're not going to tell you about it now. We're going to make you wait another 7 days. So
Uh-huh.
bye.
Bye, guys.
Ta-ta.
Welcome to Theories
of the Third Kind.
Welcome to Theories of the Third Kind. My name is Aaron, and I'm one of your hosts. There are two other hosts that are joining me today, of course. Danielson.
Ayo.
And Hans.
What's good?
So before we start today's episode, I just want to say, like always, we do not run any ads on this show or take any money from any corporations. So if you'd like to help us out, well, there's a few ways that you could do that.
One of the ways is Patreon. For only $5 a month, which is 16 cents a day, you can sign up to our Patreon and get an extra episode each week. These Patreon episodes are exclusive to members only. Today, we released a Patreon exclusive episode, which is over the cursed video game, Polybius.
Also, we have over 45 extra episodes, which is over 60 extra hours already locked and loaded for your listening pleasure, such as The Dancing Israelis, Giants, Lost Treasures, and much more. We have a lot of extra Patreon episodes and a ton of extra blooper reels, which you get access to all of them for just $5 a month.
Another way to support the show is through our merchandise. Just teleport on over to our website, theoriesofthethirdkind.com, click on the shop button, and there you can see all the merchandise we have for sale. T-shirts, hats, totes, bags, mugs, all that good stuff. I just wanted to say that the money we get from Patreon and merchandise sales goes to bettering the show.
Also, we know things are tough out there right now, so if you can't afford a shirt or a Patreon membership, but you want to help us out, then you can leave a written review on iTunes, and that actually helps us out a lot.
If you don't want to leave one, though, then that is fine. We just want you guys, girls, aliens, reptilians, Bigfoot, Sasquatches, Chupacabras, ghosts, Illuminati members, underground lizard people, whoever or whatever you are, to enjoy the show.
Also, one last thing. If any of you would like to reach out to us, then you can shoot us a message on Instagram, Twitter, or Facebook, or you can go to our website, theoriesofthethirdkind.com, click on the contact button, and there you will find our email addresses. And that is the end of the announcements. So today's episode is over Randonautica. So how this episode will go today is that we will talk about what is Randonautica, then we'll go into the creation of it, and then the strange happenings while using the app, the theories, and then, of course, our own personal thoughts and theories. So with that being said, let's get into today's episode.
An app that generates random coordinates for individuals who download it. These individuals follow the coordinates, which leads them to random locations near where they live, which contain unusual discoveries, such as random artifacts in the woods, proof that we live in a simulation, abandoned animals, people who are hurt, and even dead bodies. How can this app lead individuals to these things? Is it merely all just coincidences, or does it actually turn your thoughts into reality?
Now, to better understand this app, we're going to first start off with the background of it, and then transition into stories happening, strange facts surrounding it, and much more. So Hans, can you start us off and tell us a little bit about the creation of it?
This all starts in January 2019 with an individual named Joshua Langfelder. Josh at the time was 29 years old and was taking a break from being a circus performer. He was at his home cruising the internet when he came across something called the Fathom Project on the messaging app called Telegram.
The Fathom Project was basically a group of programmers who were interested in the potential in randomness to help humans and technology discover new heights. This project also had an official statement that said, and I quote, "The Fathom Project was born as an attempt to research unknown spaces outside predetermined probability tunnels of the holistic world and has become a fully functional reality tunnel creating machine that digs rabbit holes to Wonderland." End quote.
Now, this project had created a code that was supposedly able to do this exact thing. So, of course, Josh was super interested in this project, and he started to read over the project's theories about how random exploration could break people out of their predetermined realities and how people could influence random outcomes with just their minds.
Now, before we get into the next part, we first have to explain something real quick. So remember the messaging app called Telegram where Josh found the Fathom Project on? Well, that Telegram app, you can create a bot that does certain actions for you, such as automatically kicking people from your Telegram group or ban certain words that individuals type. Basically, you can write a code that makes the Telegram bot do whatever you want it to. All right, just keep that in mind as we just, go on through this story right now.
Okay, so fast forward just 1 month later after Josh found this project on Telegram. It's February of 2019, and Josh's father had just suffered a stroke. While he was caring for his father, Josh had some free time on his hands, so he decided to take the Fathom Project's code and create a Telegram bot of his own to generate random coordinates.
All right, we are now in March of 2019. Josh went on a website and called Reddit and created a subreddit called Randonauts. And, if you aren't familiar with what subreddits are, it's basically a subsection of the website Reddit where people can post and chat about certain things. Kind of think of it as a website discussion board. Anyway, so Josh made this subreddit and started posting information on it about his new Telegram group and the bot. Individuals started using the Telegram bot to take them to certain locations around the world and reported back what they had found.
This is October 2019. A developer named Simon McCorkindale created a website for Josh's bot. That same month, an individual named Auburn Salcedo, who was the chief executive of Presley Media, which was an agency that created brand integrations for television, Auburn came across the subreddit of Randonauts and offered to help Josh with expanding his bot.
Josh accepted, and on January 24th, 2020, they incorporated Randonauts, LLC. Auburn remained the chief executive of her current job at Presley Media, but also was now the COO of Randonauts, LLC, and Josh was the CEO. Also, in this deal, Presley Media accepted to handle the PR for Randonautica, LLC. Now, less than a month later, on February 22nd, 2020, they released a beta version of the app, Randonautica.
This Randonautica app on the App Store states in the description, Randonautica is the first ever quantumly generated adventure game that takes you on a journey of true randomness. The adventure is yours to have, and the legend will be yours to tell.
This app provides you with totally random coordinates within a set radius. You can then choose if you'd like to adventure to breaking out of this probability tunnel can bring about serendipitous experiences and provide great fun while journeying into the world around you.
The app uses both pseudo and quantum entropy sources for randomization, which provides a set coordinates that can be opened in a map to navigate to. Explore the world beyond the habitual and deterministic patterns of your everyday life. Discover adventures right in front of your doorstep.
So that is what Randonautica app description said. Now, in the first few months, the app wasn't that big until something happened. In July of 2020, a group of teenagers were using the app, which gave them a specific location off the coast of Seattle. At this location was a dead body. This led numerous people to believe the app held something sinister within its coding.
So after a couple days after the story of the teenagers using the app and finding the body, Josh decided to do an interview. In this interview, he described Randonautica as a storytelling platform that encourages performance art. He also said, and I quote, "The overwhelming response has not surprised him. I kind of figured it was inevitable because basically what it is it's like a machine that creates memes and legends, and it kind of virally propagates on its own."
Now, Josh was kind of right, because on social media is where videos of individuals that were out randonauting, quote unquote, and coming across eerie and seemingly dangerous situations or even dead bodies like we mentioned earlier, that is what made the app go viral itself. And since its release, this Randonautica app has been downloaded over 10 million times from the app and Google Play Store. So that transitions us into the next section. We're going to get into what individuals have encountered while using this app. So Dan, do you want to start us off with the first happening that occurred?
So we're going to start off with the happening that caused the app to go viral, the one that we mentioned earlier from Seattle. So like we said earlier, it was a group of teenagers who were using the app. After being given their random coordinates, the group drove to their location at the beach and stumbled upon a black suitcase washed up on the beach. In the hopes that there was money stored inside the suitcase, they decided to open it up. Something was packed inside of the suitcase that was wrapped in what looked like black garbage bags.
At this same time, they noticed this horrible odor coming from the bag. They started to get worried as to what was inside and decided to call the police. So the police came and started their investigation. They determined that the suitcase contained several bags of human remains.
As they searched the area, another bag was located inside the water that contained human remains as well. A few weeks later, the police identified the remains as a 27-year-old male and a 36-year-old female. And that was the first weird happening with Random Nautica. But that isn't the last.
Dude, that's weird.
Yeah, I went and tried to pull that TikTok video, and I could not find it because I'm guessing TikTok deleted it. I mean, I tried to look on actual TikTok. Like, I went to the user who did the video, and he did not have it anymore. So I did find a video of it, and it's not really much. It shows them going to the coordinates, open up the suitcase. Of course, they see like the black garbage bags inside of it, and then them filming themselves calling the police, and then the police showing up, and then them showing a link to an article. And then I verified that article was where they were at, and that's what the police reported on. So that's an actual happening. Like, that truly happened to them.
Damn.
Yeah.
Because most videos like that where they just do like bad cutting to make it seem like it was them and all that shit, or like something bad happened. There's a lot of those on TikTok, and I hate that shit.
Yeah.
Another happening that occurred was by a girl on TikTok named McKenna. She claimed that she downloaded the Randonautica app, and during her downloading it, she was setting her intention of concentrating on the word death. So after getting the coordinates from Randonautica, she went on her journey.
McKenna then posted a video of herself crying while driving. In this video, she claimed that she found someone, and I quote, laying in the gutter with their wife literally on them, holding them. She said that the man was shot, and she called the police as her friend wrapped a jacket around the dying man.
Now, I just want to say, have some healthy skepticism here with this one, because like the last happening that had actual confirmed police reports and news articles, this one did not. I couldn't find anything. So there's no way to confirm if McKenna was telling the truth or not, to know whether she actually manifested what she found with her set intent. Now, when we talk about like setting intent with this app, it tells you to, before you click the set coordinates, you have to set an intent. Like, you have to think about certain words or something, like how McKenna said death, right? You think about it and you concentrate on it and you set the intent of sort of like manifesting it. Then you press find coordinates, and then it supposedly works off your setting intent. The app does. So something to keep in mind while we go into these future stories.
She just did it for the clicks.
That's what I'm kind of thinking. I don't know. I tried to find some proof behind it, but I couldn't. So
I did watch one video where a guy said death as well. Like, it was him and his wife, and she's like, so what's your intention? He's just like, death. Then he's just like, no. You know what? Let's just go with happiness. We'll go with happiness. So they started going off, and then when they got to the point that the app told them to, they looked in their rearview mirror and they saw an ambulance coming up behind them with lights on and shit. They drive away a little bit, and that ambulance stops at the point they were just at. Then like another one shows up there. So they're just like we said death, like, did it just lead us to someone possibly dying? But they were just, someone in the message just like, well, you said death and then you changed it to happiness. Maybe it was like, someone dying and then a baby was born or something. But no, it was kind of weird that the ambulance showed up. But like I was saying earlier, though, I hate those bad cuts on TikTok videos.
Yeah, well, I got my own personal story about using the Random Nautica app that I cannot wait to share here in a little bit, because it was strange. It was very, very strange. That's all I'm going to say until I tell it. So what's this next Random Nautica story we got?
So another happening that occurred is from an individual on the subreddit of Randonauts. This individual posted that they set the intention of finding a glitch, that they wanted a sign to know if the reality we live in is a simulation. So they clicked the coordinates button and followed the map. The coordinates led them to a concrete wall that had old faded words that had been sprayed painted on it that said, "This is the sign you've been looking for."
If that is true, that is odd.
That is very odd if it's true.
That's different.
It is. What's the next one we got?
All right, so this next one is very similar to the one that Dan had just talked about. Another Reddit user posted that they concentrated on their intention of a sign from their great-grandmother who had passed away. So they clicked the coordinates button and followed the map. The map led the individual to a street corner where an intersecting street sign was at. The intersecting street sign was named Betty Ann, which was the same name as the user's great-grandmother who passed away.
That'd probably freak me out if that occurred.
Yeah.
There was another Reddit user with a similar story, kind of. They set their intention of wanting to know more about Buddhism. So after concentrating on that and clicking the coordinates button, they followed the map to where the pin drop was, and it led them to a Buddhist monastery. That's weird, man. And we have no way of actually verifying these Reddit posts of these individuals saying that this happened to them, right? Like, they don't post videos of them setting their intention with no cuts. So we have no real way of verifying it. And it kind of seems that these are too good to be true. So we decided to do it ourselves, to give it a try.
We sent Aaron out to the field.
Yeah, you sent me out on the field, and I decided to give the app a go. I downloaded it yesterday while I was at my work and said, okay, when I get off work, I'm going to go try it out. I'm going to do 3 coordinates, and I'm going to see if it's all just coincidences or if anything even really happens, or if this thing truly does work. So this is what happened. I go to leave my house, and I grab my debit card from my bag because I know my gas is low in my truck. And I tell my older son, I'm like, hey, you're coming with me. And he's like, okay, cool. I'm like, because if I get killed, you got to tell my story. So I grab my keys and put them in my left pocket, my debit card in my right pocket. I end up going out to my truck. I get in my truck. I start the truck up, and I pull the Random Nautica app up, and I set the intention of a conspiracy. And the coordinates is only like 1.5 miles down the road. So I end up driving 1.5 miles down the road, and the pin drop was down a gravel road, and at the end of the gravel road was somebody's house with a giant blue tarp in it. But I was like, there's no way I'm going over there in someone's private property and going to look underneath that tarp. There's no way. So I ended up turning around, and I set new coordinates with the same intention of a conspiracy. Give me a good conspiracy. And I clicked go. Well, the next pin drop was around 4 miles away, but I had to get gas. So I started driving towards that pin drop. I pulled over to a gas station, and I got out, and I put my hand in my right pocket, and my debit card's not there. Huh, that's weird. So I start looking around in my truck thinking it might have fell out of my pants, even though it wouldn't have because my pants are pretty tight. I don't wear skinny jeans or anything like that, but, you know, I wear some Levi's. I start looking around, and I can't find my debit card. And I turn to my son, and I'm like, hey, you know where my debit card's at? And he's like, I have no idea. I'm like, well, I put it in my pocket. And then he said, well, did it fall out? And I said, no, it didn't fall out. There's no way. I didn't even reach in my pocket and pull anything out, except in my left pocket where my keys were at. And then I put my phone in my back pocket on my butt.
Hot.
So he's like, well, that's not good. And I was like, no, it's not good. And I'm like, we need gas, and we can't go to this next pin drop without getting gas. So I'm like, so we have to run back to the house, and I got to get a different card or something. And he's like, okay, well, maybe you dropped it in the driveway. And I'm like, no, there's no way I dropped it in the driveway. So I drive back to the house. I pull up in the driveway, and sure as shit, my card is sitting there, stuck in the dirt, straight up and down. And I'm like, okay, that's odd. But I can kind of brush it off as maybe I didn't put it in my pocket all the way, and then it fell out as I was walking to my truck. I can pass it off as that. Whatever. I get the card, jump back in my truck. My son's like, it's a little strange. I'm like, yeah, not too much though. So we end up driving back to the gas station, end up following those coordinates again. So the coordinates take us to like the beach area near the ocean, and there's all these beach houses. We start approaching the coordinates, and it's at some house. But one street before the coordinates, as we're driving up, there's this random guy in the street. And this is during sunset. This is like 8 o'clock, sun setting. There's this guy in the street holding his nuts, and he's like doing this weird dance. I'm like, what the hell is this guy doing? Because this is in the richer, I don't want to say the town that I was in because it's obviously real close to where I live, but this is in the really rich part of the area, right? If you have a house near the ocean, you have some money. And this guy wasn't like a homeless guy or anything. He looked like just an average business guy, but he was out in the middle of the street doing like a Michael Jackson, just kind of like swaying. Looked very odd and weird. And I was like, okay, I'm just going to drive past him. Drive past him, turn left on the street. We're right there where the pin drop is at. Nothing, just a random house. Like, okay, whatever. Like the third one, we're going to do the third one, and then that's it. So I set the intention of something weird and odd. Give me something. And I clicked get coordinates. So this time it wants me to go 6 miles down the opposite way of where I was going, but still along the coastline. So I end up start driving that way. And then somebody starts flashing their lights at me from the opposite way. I'm like, okay, there's a police officer ahead. Sure as shit, there was a police officer. I'm like, okay, cool. So I slow down, pass him up, and then less than half a mile down the road, there's another police officer, but he's escorting like this giant truck. Pass him up, and then a fire truck passes us up on the left. I'm like, okay. End up going, there's an ambulance less than a mile ahead on the left side of the road with its lights on blocking traffic. Less than a mile away from that, there's another ambulance, but coming up from behind us heading in the opposite direction. And I'm like, this is weird as shit. Then we pass up 3 more police officers on the left side heading the opposite way. Then we end up having a fire truck pass us up going the other way than the other fire truck was going. It's strange, but then I'm kind of thinking, okay, maybe there's like a fire at one end and like emergency stuff at the other end. I can kind of like, explain that. So we keep driving to the coordinates, and it leads us down this really weird back road near the ocean, and we get to the coordinates, and it's a driveway of someone's house. But at the end of the driveway, right where the coordinates is at, there is a toy fire truck just sitting there. It's pretty weird. But the weirdness doesn't stop there. So me and my son, we start driving back home. The GPS, I have to GPS my way back home because I'm in all these back roads and I don't know the area that well. So we start driving back home and my GPS starts acting all weird. It takes me the wrong way and I have to turn around and start going the other way. So then finally I get on roads that I recognize. I turn my GPS off and I start driving back and I roll my window down and we're just cruising going like, 25, 30. And my son's sitting there and it's really quiet. And I do this thing with him where I like randomly like scream like, ah, just to kind of like scare him, just like a quick scream just to scare him. He's like, oh, why do you do that? Anyway, so I do that to him. He's like, oh, why'd you do that? And I'm like, I just scared you. And he's like, I'm already kind of freaked out. I'm like, whatever. So we end up driving. We're about a mile away from my house. We pull up to a stop sign. It's nighttime. No one's around. We hear a little girl scream the same pitch, the same volume as mine, as if she was sitting in the truck with us. My eyes got super wide. I looked around. I couldn't see nobody around us. I turned to my son and he goes, did you hear that? And I said, yeah, I heard that as well. And he goes, that sounded just like your scream, except it was a little girl. And I said, yeah, I know. We didn't say anything else. I rolled my freaking window up, pulled into my driveway of my house. That was my experience with Random Nautica. Coincidences, maybe. I have a theory as to what it was. I mean, I think it makes you more aware of your surroundings rather than being in the autonomous mode. But there was a lot of strange occurrences while using the app. So that's my story and my use of it.
That's creepy, man.
Yeah, especially the fire truck. I sent y'all the picture of that toy fire truck. How odd is that? Why would somebody just have that sitting on the end of their driveway?
I can only imagine your son.
Yeah, and he's not like young either. He's a teenager, so it's not like I was out there torturing a 5-year-old. Well, I know people are probably thinking that you got a little 5 or 6-year-old out there. No, this kid's a teenager, right? He's as tall as me, but he still can't whoop my ass.
He's gonna listen to this and be like, all right, I got you, Dad. I got you.
Yeah, good luck with that. He always tries to. Yeah, good luck. Anyways. All right, so that's some of the strange stuff that can happen while you use this app. So I guess it's time for us to hop into strange facts and findings. Dan, you want to start us off with the first one?
The first one is they have an old facts section on their website. Some of the answers are interesting to say the least, especially one that says, and I quote, "Just as a knife can be used either to prepare dinner or to cut somebody, Randonautica can be used simply to take a walk or drive to a new location, or it can be used for rituals or purposes that may indeed be against your religion."
I did not believe this FAQ post that someone said they had on their website, and I had to specifically go find this, and I did. And it is weird that they would be saying stuff like this in their FAQ, but maybe, hey, it's them building up on their reputation of being creepy, right?
The hype.
The hype, yeah. Promoting. So what's the next strange fact we got?
Another weird thing on their old FAQ section explains why their logo has an owl on it. They say, and I quote, "Initially, the logo is a reference to the experiment called Owl Experiment. One of the developers noticed that after he put the owl figurine on the server, a lot of references to owl figurines began to appear in user reports. After that, the tendency to notice owls became very popular among participants, and the image of an owl became a symbol of the project. Also, owls see in the dark, and randonauts venture to places outside their conscious awareness."
Now, a random knowledge nugget here. They mentioned the owl experiment. So we started searching what that was, and we did find a mention of an experiment at the Johns Hopkins University. Get this. This is kind of disturbing. At the Johns Hopkins University, they confined barn owls in a basement. They restrained the animals while they were fully conscious, opened up their skulls, exposed their brains, implanted electrodes into the owl's brains, and recorded their neural activity while they forced them to look at dots on a TV screen or listen to bursts of noises delivered through headphones for up to 12 hours at a time. Now, this was done to help study neural activity of the brain to determine causes of ADD or ADHD. Supposedly, that's what the Johns Hopkins University was doing with these owls, was studying the causes of brain activity and certain things like that.
Those poor owls.
Yeah, the poor creatures.
Yeah, it was disturbing.
And their weird ear holes.
The owls' weird ear holes?
Google it real quick.
A DuckDuckGo it, you mean?
Yeah.
Owl ear holes.
They're just holes, dude.
My God.
One face opens up here, the other one opens down here, and that's how they're able to, hear things, so good.
Yeah, their ear holes are off-centered, one's up top and one's at the bottom.
Yeah, they're not symmetrical.
I did not know that. Random knowledge nuggets with Hans.
I'm telling you, dude, they're also the quietest bird. They did an experiment with falcons, predatory birds, where they recorded the decimal of them flying to get obviously a dead rat. And, they're like, oh, you'd watch and you'd be like, oh, wow, okay, that's kind of noisy. And, animals are, very, sensitive to hearing things. Boy, when they did the owl one, you didn't hear anything in the recording when it took off. It just glided. You didn't hear no drag or anything. Just snatched up the rat. I said, yep.
They're aliens.
Yeah. Just imagine riding your bike and trying to pick up a burrito with your feet. That's what owls do. Minus the bike.
And minus the burrito.
That's going to be stuck in my head all day now.
Dan, so what's this last strange fact and finding we got?
The last one we got is their terms and conditions mention that third-party vendors might be using information from the app. Now, this wouldn't be so worrying if it was, for advertisement purposes and or, something similar to that. However, the app doesn't have any ads, and the fact weird things happen while using it is kind of worrying.
Yeah, no ads. I confirmed that yesterday, but they do charge you money for what they call owl tokens or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
And it uses an owl token every single time you get new coordinates. And I think it gives you 30 owl tokens a day, which is quite a bit because I only used it 3 times.
It's a hell of an adventure.
Yeah. I'm thinking maybe for the third-party vendors, maybe they sell your information as a way to gain money, right?
I
don't know. Maybe not. But I guess that rolls us into theories. So, Hans, you want to start us off with those?
So, the first one is obviously over the government. This theory is that the government is behind this app. So, the thing that gives some footing to this theory is that the app came out as the COVID virus was spreading around the world and as many countries were starting to lock down. Because of this lockdown, the government wanted to see what people would do if they could break lockdown rules. To further add to this, if the government really is behind this app, they could also send you to certain locations to somehow get you in trouble. I full-heartedly actually believe in that.
That they send you to locations, or like the government's behind this app?
The government's behind this app.
Okay. Why do you believe that?
It's weird that it drops at a time that there's a mass pandemic, curfews, and if, where I am from in Texas, it was bad. Like, you had certain days in whatever part of your city that you lived in that you could only go to certain Walmarts.
Wow.
Yeah. And then the change shortage and how they're like, oh, we don't have exact change. I'm like, that sucks to suck. You better figure out where it's at.
Sucks to suck.
Yeah, I pay his card much.
What about you, Dan? Do you think the government's behind this? First of all, we need to establish, would the government create an app like this to track individuals? Absolutely.
Yeah. Hands down.
Duh.
So it could be a possibility that they didn't initially create the app, but they had somebody influence the decisions.
The shell company.
Well, yeah, a shell company, or they don't even need a shell company. With the NSA and their ability to gather information, they got all the information they need. They can track the data points of users using the app and where they travel to.
I mean, when you use it, you're allowing your GPS to be turned on. So, I mean, boom, you're already being tracked there. I mean, shit, most people might already even have it on already.
If y'all don't believe that the government can track you, quick knowledge nugget, I got a package from the CIA in the mail, and it didn't have a forwarding address on it or anything because I moved here recently. So I don't know how they figured it out so quick, but they did.
Oh, yeah, because you said you sent it back in August.
Oh, yeah, I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, because when I was looking at it, I was like looking for like the little forwarding address on it. I said, oh, it didn't have one. That's creepy. All right.
Then you said there was no like postage on it, so they like hand delivered that, right?
Yeah.
Ooh, scary. All right, so I guess we'll go on to the next theory, which is secret organization. So this theory is that a secret organization such as the Illuminati or Scientology or something like to that nature is behind this app to either collect information about people, to try to get them to join the organization, and or any other reason for that matter. The only reason I'm leaning kind of like a little bit more towards this than the government is because the government has the NSA, right? And they're able to collect data points way more than an app would. Like, why would they need an app to do that? They can just do it through the NSA. Now, if you're a secret organization that doesn't have access to the NSA, this could be a way for you to collect information as to where individuals are at.
I mean, this makes sense. I mean, you think about it. Say it is a secret organization doing this and all that. You do this, you activate your GPS on that. They can tell whether or not a certain person is ballsy enough to go to random locations that they mark.
Oh, so you think it adds like it gives the government more data, a data point as into how risky the individual is.
Well, I mean, that could be too, but say these secret organization like Illuminati or something like that, they're watching this and, they see like, hey, this person right here, every single time we give them a point, they go to it. Now that person's marked. They're like, we can put a point on here and we could literally be at this point and they would come and meet us. Because how like, say, how I did it yesterday. I was going to do it. Then, I generated a point, and where it generated a point at, I knew exactly where it was taking me. I partied there when I was in high school. I was like, I'm not going in their backyard. Just boom, generate another one for another 3 tokens. They're watching just like, all right, this guy's not as ballsy as, this person here, where we could probably send him up to a point and we could meet him, probably recruit him or something else. That's where I went with it.
I like that, Dan.
Kind of like proving, like how people have to prove themselves in a gang.
Yeah.
So it's a proving ground.
Yeah.
Well, we know how dedicated you are, Darren.
I do it for the show, man. There's really no limits as to what I do for this show, for the listeners. I love you guys, and I'm proud of you.
I mean, if I was in the city, I'd probably would have done it, which I might later today. If I go into the city, I might turn it on and see what happens. But being out in the, countryside a little bit, I'm not too out in the country. Just enough, though, to where if I walk on someone's property, I'm hearing a shotgun going off. And I'm kind of wanting to keep pellets out of my ass. So, may try it later.
All right, so what's this next theory we got?
So our next theory that we have is that the creators behind this app have found out how to tap into something spiritual and or magic, and integrated into the app to spread around to individuals and control them as they use the app. Aaron, were you controlled? Did you feel magical?
I did think that maybe this app has found a way to tap into this. Okay, do you know the TV show Stranger Things, how there's that upside down world, like a different dimension that's there?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm thinking, like, what if this app has found a way to tap into that, if there's something like that similar here?
What if we're like the TV show Westworld? You know how they find all those strange little things? And that's what Randonautica is doing for us?
Ooh.
We're all machines trying to break through the system. Because, and it, it's like solve the puzzle, and that's all he's doing. And it's, I don't know. Like, that's just what came to my head with the paranormal control and all these weird signs.
All right, say that you go to the mall or something, and you get something to eat, and you're sitting there eating. Do y'all ever start people watching?
Yeah, all the time.
I people watch wherever I go.
Yeah, it's just like, you sit there, you're eating, just looking around, watching people do random shit. When I do it, I sit there and I'm thinking to myself, that is the dumbest NPC I've ever seen.
NPC as in like a video game NPC?
Yeah, like a non-playable character. Because I'm looking at them because they'll start doing like some random shit. And it's just, it doesn't make any sense of why are they doing it. And I'm just thinking, okay, maybe they're just, that's their just type of personality that they like to do random stuff. But you're watching a certain person and they just keep doing weirder and weirder stuff.
Yeah, or you see them like the NPCs, they're walking, start knocking over the tables. What the hell's going on with this dude?
Yeah.
I was young explorer like you till I took an arrow to the knee.
Oh man. All right, so what's this next theory we got?
Well, this is over a criminal group. So it's kind of similar to the secret organization theory, except instead of it being, a secret organization, it's somehow sort of a secret criminal group behind the app, and they're using it to attract the victims.
Well, I wasn't a victim yesterday. Maybe it's more like a recruiting tool to recruit carriers or something. I don't know.
Or maybe see who snitches. Oh, there's a dead body, call the cops. Like, yeah, no, we gotta kill him, and then that's the next person.
Maybe it's a way for them to plant evidence on people.
Ooh. Make them show up at the scene of the crime.
Crime scene. Yeah.
Because I was going to go back to my secret organization thing. Just watching the app, watching your GPS. Like, that guy's ballsy. We can send him out into the middle of the woods here where we have a trap that decapitates his ass.
All right. So this next theory we're going to talk about is maybe this app is some sort of like social experiment to see what people would do in different situations and in different places. Think of it like a MK Ultra experiment kind of with the government, but instead you're out in the open and you're given different scenarios, which I can kind of see that. I mean, it would be hard as hell to do different scenarios because you would have to coordinate a lot of different things. But if you're the app owner or you're some big organization and you want to see what a X, Y, and Z person does with this scenario A, B, or C, and then you times it by the millions of people using the app, it will give you some good data points to predict what a person will do in that scenario. So weird, odd, maybe, kind of good theory, but I like the next one better though. What is that one, Dan?
So our next theory is manifesting. The theory is that this app messes with synchronicity. Synchronicity is in the spiritual belief, according to some, is very powerful. Some believe that it is the universe's way of saying, hey, you, pay attention. So the way the world manifests things is through random events. Think chaotic good. So if you put enough yin energy, cool, tingly, when you put intent into an idea while you yawn deeply, the Randonautica algorithm sets a completely random location so that the universe has an easier time slipping things into the world.
So it's about manifesting. It's totally up Anna's alley.
It is totally.
Where is her?
Yeah, where are you?
And I'm so sorry.
Yeah, we miss you, Anna. This is where we need you the most.
Yeah, we miss you.
Dad, it's not a phase. Anna left us. I'm just kidding.
But yeah, manifesting, I could kind of see that. I mean, the universe does... Okay, hold on. I believe the universe speaks to us in certain events and shows us certain things to relay messages to us to kind of like say, okay, we're on the right path of where we're going. So I could see that this app somehow messes with that to allow the universe to come through in some way. And this app kind of like proves that manifesting is real and the universe can speak to us through it.
Yeah. I mean, you think about it. Like, I remember like when we did the Demon Z. I'm not going to say his name. We all know what happens when we say his name and talk too much about him, Aaron.
Is that Patreon?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Demon Z.
That was, kind of freaky. Aaron.
Yeah, there was a lot of weird things that happened, such as my door opening
twice
during recording. After recording, a certain individual in my home was talking to something in the corner of the basement wall, and I got a video of it, and it was like some shadow. Very weird and odd things. I posted the video on Patreon.
Yeah.
But it's very weird, the things that happened.
So, like, I'm pretty sure I was talking about, like, people can manifest things if you think about it enough or believe in it enough. And it's, more people that do it, the more power it gains to manifest. It definitely could be the same thing with this. People download it, like, it had over 10 million downloads?
10 million, over 10 million, yeah.
Yeah, so you think you have that many people trying to manifest something, it's for them to find something. Some people are going to find something. Enough energy manifesting it, something will happen, good or bad. It depends on your intention.
Yeah, I believe that too. But off of manifestation and on to more of, I guess you could say, normal, quote unquote, normal theory is our last theory. What do you got for us, Hans?
So this last theory is called viral marketing. This app has so many individuals downloading it and leading people to random locations that eventually something will happen. The strange stuff that does happen is amplified by the developers of the app for media coverage so people will download their app. I can see that too.
Yeah.
It just builds up the hype. Oh, something weird's happening here at this location.
Yeah, and you think that a media company, right, is working for PR for Randonautica. They have connections with the news agencies and they hype the shit out of it. Like they say, hey, run this news article, run it. More exposure.
Yeah.
I can see them doing that, but I also see the other theories as well.
Yep.
But with that being said, we're going to roll into personal thoughts and theories now. Let's start off with you, Dan. What's your personal thoughts and theories behind all this?
I don't know. Watching a video of Josh and all that, it just...
Josh being the creator of the app?
Yeah, Josh Langfelder.
All right.
He doesn't seem like a guy that has ill intentions with the app, but, maybe, government or some like secret organization might have a hand in the app, considering how it tracks your location and whatnot. It's just like when, I don't use Snapchat much at all. But the fact that, when I first turned it on, it wants my exact location and everything. And then it's like, oh, well, you can set your location onto people on your friends list or whatever can see you wherever you are. I don't want you to know where I'm at all the time. I mean, you're always going to see me just in my, house just chilling because I don't like going nowhere. But no, it's just like, it's hard to not think that some of these apps have an alternative reasoning why they have like GPS in their, apps coded into their stuff. Especially like, every time you download an app nowadays, it always asks, do you want your GPS turned on? You can always set it to always on or only when I open this app. They always want to know your location. The app seems fun, but then again, it just seems like there's something else to it. Especially like if some people, if it is real, finding like dead bodies and stuff, it's just gets too much coincidence that, you go to a random location, there's a dead body there. You go to the point on the beach and you find a suitcase with body parts in it. I think something's up with it. But yet, I'm probably still going to try it later.
My personal thoughts and theories on it is I think there is some manifestation, right, at play. I believe people can manifest certain things. But then again, I also think that this app gets individuals out and exploring, but it also makes you more aware of your surroundings. So you see more things happening around you and you connect those things to this app. So it's almost like a confirmation bias, but then again, you're also manifesting these certain things. So I think it's a mixture of both. And then the viral marketing, of course, is done by the company. Absolutely, right? They want to build off of this strange things that are happening to get more downloads. So I think it's a combination of all the theories combined into one, besides like the secret organizations or other stuff like that. I think it's just an app that's found a way to make individuals manifest certain things and also be aware of their surroundings. Because every day you drive the same route almost every day. I know I do Monday through Friday. I drive the same route to work, drive back. I get in like this autonomous mode, right? But when you start exploring your surroundings, you become more aware of it, more hyper-focused. So, I don't know, coincidences a little bit, yeah. Manifesting a little bit, yeah. So that's where I stand at. What about you, Hans? What's your personal thoughts and theories?
Mine is like, what if we are in the simulation, but the code writers to the simulation want us to break free? And so Randonautica was the app to do it. And yeah, it does seem like just pure coincidence, but what if it's really not? What if these are all like, this is the sign you've been looking for? Or, your great-grandmother's name on the street. What if this is all like just little nudges and pushes to showing that we are in the simulation? And that what if this app sooner or later leads us to the solution of breaking out of it?
Damn.
Because manifesting would mean that the code writers of the simulation, they know what we're going to think. So they already know what coordinates to put down.
True.
Because they know where they're going to send us. And they're going to send us to some things that maybe they put in.
Maybe this code finds breaks in the simulation, like areas in the simulation that are vulnerable. And if somebody goes there, maybe it somehow puts glitches in the simulation. So they're sending all these people out to these breaks in the simulation to kind of like break and completely shut down the simulation.
Do you think that's why they're called anomalies?
Yeah, you're talking about the so on the app there's different locations, like different pins where they tell you to go have different names. Like there's void, there's power attractors, there's blind spots. What else?
See, blind spots, quantum, pseudo, attractor, void, power.
Yeah, I mean that could be it.
Yeah. Regardless, it is an odd app, and they've done a good job at marketing it. Anyways, all right. So either of y'all got anything you want to add to today's episode before we roll into On the Scene?
Just feels different.
It does feel different. It feels different without Anna. Their first episode without Anna feels weird. Shout out to you. I hope you're listening right now.
Yeah, shout out to you, Anna.
Yeah. We miss you already.
Yeah, you get
it's a sausage party here.
That's right. You get the big freaking shout out this week.
Yeah. All right. So now we're going to move to On the Scene. So if you aren't familiar with On the Scene, it is where individuals around the world go and interview individuals on the street or wherever about their personal experiences with conspiracies or current happenings with conspiracies are happening around the world. And you, yes, you, the listener, can submit your own On the Scene. Just make sure it's less than 2 minutes long, less than 120 seconds, and submit it to our email address after you record it. And you can record it through your phone. But the priority in whoever gets played is determined, first off, on Patreon. And then after we run out of Patreon On the Scenes, then we'll go to regular listeners on the scene. So this week we have Stephanie on the scene. So we're going to listen to that right now.
All right, guys, this is Stephanie. We're doing Stephanie on the scene, but not Hans on the scene. Got my friend over here, and he's going to tell me a story about something that he experienced. Okay.
Yeah, so it was probably 2001. We're in Northwest Oklahoma, and I had been to Boiling Springs State Park with my grandparents, my brother, and my cousin. And we are headed back south from the state park. I had just crossed the tracks coming into town. We come through the stoplight at Main Street. I look out to the west.
And it's dusk.
Yeah, and it's dusk. It's dark. It's just gotten dark outside. I look out to the west, and I see this place, the Cowboy Tack Shop. And then I look out to the east, and above the Stock Exchange Bank, I see stars just zipping around in the sky, moving in erratic patterns, faster than anything you could possibly explain. And I tell everyone else in the car, look out the window, look at this. I've never seen anything like it. And as everyone looks out, and in that same moment, it's like something obviously happened. And the next thing I know, we're coming back through that same stoplight again, and coming back up to the same place where I told everybody to look outside. And so it's literally like, I really believe that our whole pickup, everyone inside was abducted and then like
Moved
frozen
somewhere.
in time and then put back, reinserted back into where we already were. This is the only experience of this sort that I've had, but I've had other experiences of the fourth kind, which are a lot harder to explain. But this is my only abduction story.
Do you believe in Sasquatch, chupacabras? No.
I actually have seen a chupacabra, like,
Really?
in real life. It ran in front of my pickup while I was driving 80 miles an hour, and it moved so quickly that it moved in front of my pickup while I was going 80
In
miles an
Oklahoma?
hour around Dog Pound Road.
Oh,
And it
snap.
moved in front of my pickup, and it looked at me right in the eyes, and it like stopped and looked at me and then moved off to the side of the
And
road.
it wasn't a coyote?
And it didn't look anything like a coyote.
All right, guys. I know we were limited on
It's
time.
already over.
Yep. Thank you. Straight from Oklahoma to your casas. Adios.
The
Signing off.
chupacabra was a whole nother story.
Sweet. I'll get more stories. Don't worry. Love you guys. Proud of you. Thanks.
Nice. I like that.
That was a nice one.
That was.
Well, we love you too.
You know what that just made me realize, Hans? Take the first letter of Hans on the scene, and what do you get?
First letter
of each word of Hans on the scene. Hots.
Hots.
I don't know why. That just made me realize that. I was just like, oh, shit. Hans, hots. There it is.
That's right. All right, friend that was interviewed, what if you were experiencing a glitch in the Matrix and the code writers noticed that you noticed what was happening? So they reset everything so that you could roll through that same stoplight, but somehow you still knew that something wasn't right.
Damn. Okay. Hey, what do you think about the story of him getting abducted? Very similar to it's very similar to the Travis Walton story.
Yeah. I mean, I would like to hear more from this guy, Stephanie. It's okay to be from Oklahoma, too.
It is okay.
Even though I'm not from there, but it's okay.
Yep.
I'm from Virginia.
So yeah, you just come down to Texas and we'll say what's up to each other.
Yep.
It'll be Stephanie and Hans on the scene.
All right. Thank you, Stephanie, for the on the scene. We love you. We're proud of you. And you're amazing.
Yes, much love. And we want to hear more about Chupacabra.
That's right. At 80 miles an hour, you should just hit it.
Right? Get that insurance.
Sell it.
Yeah.
All right. So now we're going to go on to shout outs. I'll start us off with Instagram shout outs. First one is from Thomas P. He says, effing amazing. This is how I think, and I'm the weird one. I love it. Keep it up, legends. So, yeah. Thank you. Next one is from Nathan F. He said, hey, I just wanted to thank you so much for the work and time you put into the show. It's my favorite podcast, and I love the content you choose to cover. And I could go on and on, but good work. Can't wait till the next episode. Thank you, Nathan F. Next, shout out to Nyamf M. I'm sure I pronounced your name wrong. I'm sorry. She said, hi, I love the show, and I'm finished listening to the podcast about sugar. I'm from Ireland, so I went straight down to my dad to ask him about it. He said it was 1,000% the IRA. But I thought you might like to know, anytime there is a horse remains around the area, people claimed it's Shagar, and DNA testing is done to find out it's not him.
So he was a big deal over there.
Yeah.
Wow.
Crazy.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Shout out to Ireland, dude.
Yeah, shout out to Ireland. I'm 3% Irish. Sup, brothers and sisters? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Shout out to Angel. Shout out to Quincy, to Ryland, to Jenna. Shout out to Corey. Says, hey, Aaron, I hope you're having a ripper day. No, I hope you're having a ripper day. And they also said, is there a book club on the Discord? Yes, there is. If you join our Patreon, you get automatic access to our Discord. That's the only way to get access to our book club on there. So, yeah.
Now, when you join, be courteous of everybody else.
Yes, please be courteous to everybody else and be kind. All right. Next, shout out to Heidi, to Luke, Doug, Hybrid, William, to Al. He said, just want to say how brilliant your podcast is. I want to say how brilliant you are. Tony Baloney said, hey, was wondering what your Discord was. I'd love to join. Well, Tony Baloney, if you want to join our Patreon and it sends you an automatic invite to it. Shout out to Edward C., to Luke. Luke's on Patreon. Just wanted to say they love our show. No, we love you, Luke. Shout out to Kodak Black. Yo, I love the show. Been listening since Montauk episode. I swear this is the only podcast I can listen to over and over. I miss the Montauk chair journeys. Please bring them back. I love you guys and I'm proud of you. They're going to come back, Kodak Black. You don't worry. Just keep spitting out them albums.
That's right.
Yeah, it just tears up our body every time we go in there, so we got to give that body a rest.
Yeah, I thought Hans was rough. The Montauk chair is a little bit rougher.
Yeah. Oh, shit, boy. Shout out to Jordan. Shout out to Boss Logs. What's up, guys? Just started following and got hooked. Was wondering if you guys could cover a topic on Bill Gates and his ties with Epstein. We did an episode over, it's a Patreon exclusive episode over Bill Gates, and we touch on his Epstein connection and all that stuff. So go check that one out. Shout out to Cody M. Says Aaron is really the individual Matt Best. I'm convinced Matt Best with Black Rifle Coffee Company, not Backroom Casting Couch. Or maybe from Backroom Casting Couch. Same thing, basically. So I looked up that guy. I don't sound anything like him.
No, dude, but he is something else.
He's crazy, man.
He's like, my name is Matt Best 11X, self-proclaimed astronaut and founder of I was like, God bless. Who the hell says some shit like that? I was like, you know.
That's Aaron.
Shout out to Amanda. She shared a story of she shared her story on Instagram of her listening to us while driving, saying, my peaceful time catching up on Theories of the Third Kind because of Siren Ward 83. Well, thank you for listening to us and sharing a story about us. Amanda, love you. Two more shout outs. Shout out to Josie. Just want to say that I'm so thankful to have found y'all. She actually she sent this message yesterday night at 11:20 and recommended that we do episode over Randonautica.
Really?
Huh. That's actually highly creepy. Are you watching us?
Yeah, it's crazy. So shout out to you, and then shout out to Abby, the photographer Abby. Said she just started listening to y'all and loved the podcast. No, we love you, Abby, and we're proud of you. All right. Do you want to do Facebook shout outs, and then I still have to do email shout outs, or do you want me to do email? Well, I should just do email shout outs. I just got a couple email shout outs. Let's see. So this first email shout out is to Joshua L. He sent me an email and said, my wife is an avid listener. I'll start listening to your podcasts if you give her a shout out. Please and thanks. Her @ is Desert Virgo. Hopefully, your new listener, J. Laura +2. Well, shout out to your wife, Desert Virgo. Thank you for listening to us. Thank you for getting your husband to listen to us. Thank him for sending us an email to let us know to shout you out. We love both of you. We're so proud of you. And y'all are amazing. And don't ever stop believing. And my last email shout out is it's from Robert S. And I really don't, this email's all jumbled up. They go, okay, this isn't about Bigfoot's fat dick. Sent a video from ALBNM here as well as Facebook. I got the story of you actually see this and want more info. Bobby. So that's the exact email how it's written. I have no
So you
idea.
sent it on Facebook?
Yeah. So shout out to you. Love you. Proud of you. Wait, one more last email from Chris. Says, hey, bro, love the show. Can't figure out how to use the voicemail button on the computer. I disabled the voicemail button because we were getting so many. But I'll reactivate it. So by the time this is up, the voicemail button will be reactivated. And said that they're sad to see Anna leave, but excited for her and hope she excels in whatever she's doing. It says, love y'all, proud of y'all. Well, love you, Chris. Proud of you, Chris. And that's the end of my shout outs for this week. Dan, what do you got for Facebook?
So mine's going to be a mixture of Facebook and Patreon.
Oh, damn.
And I'll probably throw in one email one. So first shout out is to Tony W. from Patreon. You know, he listens to the show, just joined Patreon. And he asked if we thought about covering the Amityville horror. Which I told him we'd put that on there. But
don't we have Robert DeFeo down?
I think so.
I think he's in there. I mean, we can throw it in there.
That original Amityville horror book I read as a kid, and I read it every single summer when I was up at my camp, and it was scary as hell.
Is that why you cuddled up next to me that one summer?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
He read it and looked at you and said, I got my protector here.
That's right. Little ninja. This one's actually from Discord. This one's from Discord from... I should ask how you say your name. Chi. This is to Caveman, and he said, this is an inside joke to you that you would understand it when I say it. Trust Dick. So, inside joke. There it is. Then a shout out to Ryan O'Connor. You know, he's a pretty funny guy on Patreon. Rodrigo Lopez. He sent a message. I replied to him late at night. He was working. He was so ecstatic that we actually replied. Told him, like, dude, we try to get to every message that we can as fast as we can. So that was pretty cool talking to him. Then shout out to Amber Hall. Then shout out to Powski, Dylan Rivera. Then shout out to Corey Hart. Dude, he's a funny guy. Y'all got to read the Patreon messages between me and him on there right now. Aaron, you're going to have to wear a wetsuit. And Hans and me are going to have to be very, very prepared.
Oh, speaking of Patreon, I got to take over the Patreon messages. It's my week. Since Anna left, we're just going to have to rotate. I'll take them over.
Oh, yeah.
It's my bad.
I've been on there like, half and half.
Okay. Usually I get on there each morning and when it's my week and just respond to the messages. So I'll start doing that from now since it's my week.
Shout out to Aaron Pierce. And then a shout out to Air Liquid Crew. Y'all should know who you are. Shout out to you guys for listening. Then we got an email from, I don't know if you remember seeing it, Aaron, Steady Dreamin' with the TO3 logo he made. Here, let me show you real quick.
Like?
I'll post in the chat.
Oh, man, that is a good logo. Holy smokes. That's pretty sweet.
Imagine that on a shirt.
Yeah, that'd be sick.
Yeah.
Some 3D glasses.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah, so Steady Dreamin' sent us this image. He wanted to make sure we got it. We did get it, and it's amazing. I like it a lot.
Yeah, thank you so much.
And that is the end of my shout-outs. Hans, what you got?
All right, so I got some Discord shout-outs. Shout out to my boy Slickers. I know I'm not on here all the time, bud, but, don't be afraid to send a couple messages. Another shout out to you, young Agamon. Don't worry about why my hands are big, buddy. Just know that they are. Moonfire69, thank you for joining. Thanks for the friend request. Shout out to Steffi Leslie, Sasha FNK, and shout out to Justine. You know who you are. I can't say your name, but just know that Ever Deadly Ninja. We got a thing going right now, bud. Stony Tony, MK369. When is the raid of Skinwalker Ranch? Whenever you want it to be, my guy. Whenever you want it to be. We'll raid it together.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I'll come riding in on horseback with a flip-flop in hand and in my freaking silkies.
Nice.
Ooh. One from Patreon, James. Thanks for giving me the encouragement of I've been doing great. I have drastically been trying to improve better. It takes time. I wouldn't say I'm as great as Han Solo. I'm just Hans on the scene. Well, no longer on the scene. Retired from that.
You done with your shout-outs?
Yeah.
I want to throw in a shout-out from Discord as well, just because of the events that happened yesterday. Stony Tony, Lunchtain, Azari, Slickers. You guys, yesterday, it is Saturday morning. Friday was definitely hectic. We had people join the Discord, and they decided to try to cause a bunch of trouble. Like, they literally was just trolling people and just starting drama and then trying to flip it on the people. And it was very stressful to see the stuff that they were saying. You know, we allow disagreements to happen, you know, discussions, but when you start getting to the point of insulting people because they don't think the way you do, we don't like that stuff. And, you know, these guys, they stood up to them and, you know, they dealt with it. And then, you know, literally they did this stuff all day. And it got to the point that, you know, I refunded them money for the month and I banned them from Discord and Patreon. We've never had to do that. Never. Because we always give you the benefit of the doubt. And, you know, you want your views to be out there. We get it. But the stuff they were doing was just not
appropriate.
Yeah,
it was distasteful. They were causing division and divide and just trolling. They were warned. They did not take heed to the warning, and they just continued to badger and insult other individuals. We don't tolerate that on the Discord. We're cool with open discussions. You know, feel free to talk or discuss among other individuals and discuss your own views and everything. And we're good with civil arguments. But when you start purposely saying stuff to aggravate other individuals and troll other individuals just to get a response and not stop and just keep doing it and then change your name in your picture and keep doing it again, we're not going to tolerate that. You're going to get banned. And like Dan said, it's the only time we've had to do that. So we apologize for Patreon listeners who had to deal with that on our Discord. We handle it as quickly as we could, and Dan was there handling it like a friggin' regulator.
That's right.
So we handled it, you know, not the way we wanted to, but the way we had to.
Yeah.
This Discord is just meant for everybody to be one big happy family, so don't just start unnecessary drama.
It's meant for everyone to come together and be able to talk safely about, you know, the conspiracies and things you believe in and all that. Not to come in and insult others because of the way they think. Like, you have to realize that not everyone thinks the same. We want you to come in there and come into a welcoming community and be able to be yourself, not an asshole.
Yeah. All right. So any other shout outs we got for this week?
No.
All right. Well, I got one last shout out. That's to our main girl, our wifey, our number one stunner, our freaking chick on the scene who is always in our hearts, and we're sniffing her farts. It's Anna. If you haven't listened to last week's episode, go listen to it. And at the end of it, Anna explains where she's going, where she's headed, where you can find her, to follow her and all that good stuff. We miss her dearly, and we hope that she's doing good. And we love her, so this shout-out's to her. Love you. Proud of you.
It is highly weird not having her smiling face.
Yeah, it is.
It really is.
All right. Well, that's the end of the episode, so I want to thank you all for joining us. And again, thank you for all your support. You are amazing, every single one of you. So with that being said, Dan and Hans, you want to roll us out?
Sure will. It's okay to be out of this world with your thoughts.
Because you're not alone.
Nice.
Get an inside look at Hollywood with Michael Rosenbaum.
Let's get inside of Mark Paul Gosselaar. How hard was it, by the way, working on a series like NYPD Blue?
Glad I'm not like walking onto a show that like that now, because with all social media and everyone has an opinion. In early 2000, there was one guy with a blog. I just remember reading that I was going to bring the franchise down. I was horrible. And by the way, I thought they were right.
Inside of You with Michael Rosenbaum. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
There
There is a world as tangible as our own, impossible to see yet unavoidable to sense. A world enveloped by a seemingly unending ocean of forests. Buried deep in that forest, tucked away neatly within a blanket of twilight, lies a quaint little cabin. And in that cabin
is a bunch of guys, just a bunch of bullshitter.
Hi, welcome to Sleepy Cabin, aka Sleepycast. I am your host, Corey Spazkid.
You don't know your name?
Your name is?
What is my name?
Jeff.
Yeah,
Johnny.
there you go. Next, Corey.
Psychic Pebbles.
That's me.
Chris.
Thanks.
Oni.
You got it. Welcome to the Q&A Spooktacular.
The second annual Q&A Spooktacular extravaganza starring all of you idiots that sent in fucking dumb questions.
All these questions were sent in from the hot meme website reddit.com where you guys can send in questions. Hot fresh news off the press, yeah. So all these are from there, and if you want to ask questions for the next time, go there.
Stop fucking with people.
Me?
Alright, let's...
I'm not fucking... All the questions are from Reddit,
alright, let's... Don't send traffic to Reddit. Send it to Sleepy Cabin.
Where are they going to ask questions on Sleepy Cabin?
On the website.
Where?
Comments, dummy.
That's not what anybody said before.
Alright.
We've answered zero questions for Sleepy Cabin.
Enough games. Turn off the giggle meters. We gotta get back in there.
Giggle meters.
We gotta get back into the real deal.
Yeah. Okay.
First question from Hombre Snoop Dogg. What is some weird shit you did as a kid that makes you want to go die when you remember it? Jeff?
I don't know. What? I have like half a second to recall something.
Jeff, quickly. When you were a kid, like when
makes
you
me want to go. It has to make me wish I was dead thinking about it.
Just you go, oh my
something
god.
You did.
Or just
I'm not a degenerate. I don't know what to think. I don't know what to say.
Honestly, that's one of those loaded questions where it's kind of like there's really nothing you could do when you were a kid that's really that big.
No, because I guarantee there's stuff that you think back on, you go, oh my god.
I mean, there's stuff I did when I was a kid that I would like smack myself.
But there's nothing that you recall that you did where it makes you kind of shudder and go, oh god.
I do.
What did you do?
It's honestly the silliest, most like not big deal ever, but every time I think of it, I just want to kill myself.
What, Chris?
I was in school and I had a little Iron Giant figurine and I was playing with it on my desk, and then I remember specifically saying the words. I was imagining in my head a made-up character that he was talking to, and I said out loud, "I will kill you, Invisible." And two fucking girls looked at me and they started laughing at me. And it was the most embarrassing moment.
That makes you want to kill yourself?
That makes me want to kill myself.
I give that story a 2 out of 10.
How old were you?
I don't know, maybe 10 or
15. I have a
yesterday.
story.
But yeah.
What's that, Jeff?
I had a pencil sharpener, and as a kid, right, I tried sharpening a crayon, and I clogged the pencil sharpener with crayon, and then I blamed my brother and my parents. My dad, I think my dad spanked my brother. And the end.
Did you
I got
shit
away
him
with
afterward?
Dad's a dickhead.
What the fuck?
No, my brother deserved it anyway.
Wait, you want to die because of that?
Yes.
That's
No.
that big of a detriment.
I don't know. This is a stupid question.
Fine. Okay.
Next question.
Corey,
realistic.
you know,
I have a question.
I didn't give you mine. I didn't give you mine.
I have a question.
My friend had a dog who was crazy. We used to jump on the trampoline and pretend to be Super Saiyans because we were faggots.
He sounded like them.
So, and I swear to God, when you're a kid, you have so much energy. And like one time, the dog got super horny, and so we used to battle each other on the fucking trampoline to a point where we'd throw each other off into the dog den, and whoever landed would be fucking fucked by the dog.
You know,
your dog, you saying the word dog reminded me of it.
Hold on.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I fucking, pretend KO Ken, my friend, off the fucking trampoline. He did like somersaults and shit and rolled into the backyard, and the dog came up and came all over the back of his head. Immediately.
I've never seen sperm come out of a dog before.
You're a liar.
It's true. It's true.
Not true.
I swear to fucking God, we used it as an excuse. It's like, we can make it like this beast, so when we go out of bounds, he can attack us.
Yeah, his dick.
We had overactive imaginations.
You know what?
It wasn't going to kill us.
You're like a 9 out of 10 animating and a 1 out of 10 storytelling.
Oh, what was yours? Oh, I stuck Skittles in a fucking pencil sharpener and I want to kill my brother.
At least that makes sense.
That makes sense.
said it's a dog flipping the air and coming on himself. It's a lie.
You saying the word dog reminded me of a true story. I was at my cousin's house when I was about 12. I was much older than I should be for you to understand the context of the story. So I was 12 or 13, maybe 13. I'll say 12, so I saved myself some embarrassment.
Okay.
But it was his birthday party.
Almost an adult. Okay, go ahead.
Sure, yeah. Basically could drive and fuck women and do drugs and go to war, right? Pretty much. But anyways, my cousin had a birthday party. He was turning 11. He was 1 year younger than me, but we had a bunch of soda. Probably more soda than I've ever had.
Really?
And then I fell asleep on his couch.
Well, what kind of soda?
Like Dr. Pepper,
the
Coke.
really heavy
soda,
kind.
yeah. I wake up in a puddle of my own piss on the couch. Now, if you piss the bed, you can change the sheets. If you piss on a couch, what can you do? And I got terrified. I woke up covered in piss, and I flipped the cushion upside down, back the other way. I went back to bed and pissed again on the other side, and I woke up and I was like, "Oh my god!" And I slept on the floor. I slept on the floor, and then they had a huge, like a Rottweiler or something, and it sat on the couch. And his stepdad was like, "Who pissed on the?" I was like, the dog did it. And he was like, I've had that dog for like 5 years. My dog got pissed on the couch, you little liar. It was so embarrassing. Every time I think about that, I just shrivel up. I pissed twice on a couch and then flipped it over and pissed again.
Dude, I've pissed at my friend's fucking house.
Yes, but did you piss on a couch before?
Yeah.
What did you
You looked at me
what
like I'm.
Am I the only normal? I mean, Chris and I are the only normal ones here, sort of.
Jeff, you pissed the bed when you were an adult.
Jeff, ask me something a normal person would think.
Ask me something a normal person would think.
Yeah, a normal person would say and think.
What? Pretend to be. Wait, Corey. Pretend to be a normal person. Say a few things like what you think a normal person would say.
Okay, off to a good start, man.
Holy shit.
Sounded like
the first thing that came to my head was the weather outside is
pretend.
That's not something anybody would say, Corey. It's something a maniac like you would say. No fucking person would walk up to you and say the weather outside is frightful and fucking run either direction. If somebody quoted a fucking 50-year-old song to you.
You're insane, Corey. Corey.
Yeah, hey, I saw a guy at yesterday who said Frosty the Snowman. I was like, oh, that guy's normal. That's fine. That makes total sense. That's the way people greet each other with fucking Christmas songs in the 70s.
Imagine you're in an office. You're an accountant.
Your paperwork.
And I come up to you, I'm like, Corey, we need these accountant things done by noon. Can you do it?
Corey,
I would nod and say I could.
Corey, what's the interest? What's the interest on the loan?
I would probably look at the number that says interest.
You have to figure it out. Do you have a calculator?
Pull out my phone.
Right.
Beep, 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 beep. That's 42%.
Thank you.
Is it one of those Tamagotchi things that makes sounds like that?
Okay, so that's why we.
That answers the question.
That's why we would kill each other. Okay, someone else.
Sim the Geezer asks, did you ever consider quitting animation at one point? Like settling to be an accountant or some job other than animating?
Oh my god. Well,
I think you're not an animator.
Should we start with? Why don't we start with Chris?
Let's Chris go down the way.
Yeah.
That's a really weird. Yeah, that actually did happen. There was a point where me and my parents. Well, this is before I even pretty much uploaded to even. I don't know, like even Newgrounds or anything. Yeah. This is at a point where I couldn't prove that I could ever make success out of it. And to be fair, you do got to be lucky to make money from like.
It's true. There's a lot that you bank.
Like it's a lot of luck.
I can definitely see where my mom and dad were coming from when they were like, "You should probably just kind of train for something else just in case." At the time, I was like, no, I want to be fucking animator. And then we had big fights, and it was just like, you know what, that's it. I fucking give up. I never want to do this again. It's too much effort. It's too much fighting with my smelly, beautiful parents that I still love.
Yeah, surely you've wanted to quit, though, after you've already started. There's been at least probably one point where you've wanted to quit, right?
No. If I wasn't doing animation, I'd have to be working in my dad's shop. And I hated working in the shop.
It takes a lot of patience to fucking deal with, like, oh, flash crashed, I lost all of the work. Oh, that's fine. I guess we're gonna have to keep doing this.
At one point, you said you were gonna go back to your college.
There's been a couple points where I was like, fuck this. I am just so done with this. I'd rather go back because sometimes it's just it's too much effort. I'd rather go to college or something.
I'll tell you this much: I actually went to school for illustration and graphic design, and that was actually like somewhat. If you just replace animation with illustration, I basically went from illustration to animation because I quit illustration because it was so fucking difficult. It got so hard at some point. I eventually quit and I actually begged to work in an animation studio.
Really?
Yeah. And that actually went from working on like an animated TV show called VH1 Illustrated for a few years, and then I lost that job. I don't know. Now I'm working at Newgrounds doing like video game stuff. So I don't know. It's weird. Yeah, I went from basically oil painting to digital animation. So, Corey,
if you were going to quit completely just because you're so frustrated or thought about saying fuck it.
Well, I guess for me, my mom I enjoy. She's like, if you're in that situation, then you're better off than most people, so you should pursue that. So my mom always encouraged it, but my dad was against it all the way. Yeah.
He wanted you to be a professional weightlifter.
He wanted me. That's actually true.
For real?
That's actually
really?
true. My mom met my dad when he was taking, like, he was going to professional, like, lifting, like, weight things where they, like, lift stuff in, like, huge lines. Right. Like a concentration camp lines and shit. Like, I'm telling you, it's scary.
With buff Jews instead of
buff Jews.
Sick Jews, yeah.
Cool. It's horrible. But,
you said concentration camps. I was
using it.
Let it be known. First podcast where I did not bring up Hitler once, and Corey was the initiator.
Let me tell you something. Cleared. I'm pretty sure the first thing you think of when you think of that is long, drawn-out lines to the bathroom. That's exactly why I said it, because that's what I think
Okay, continue. Sorry.
Okay, well, anyways, like, my mom met my dad that way, and he took, like, Arnold Schwarzenegger's thing on how to lift weights. When I was 1, they broke up, and so... But he was always like, you get a career, you don't fall back on art, make it a hobby. And then my mom was like, just do what you enjoy. And I'm like, well, I fucking hate working, so I guess I'll do what I enjoy.
When you were 1?
I was like drooling on myself, and she's like, you need to make
do you not think it's kind of coincidental that they broke up when you were 1? It's pretty much, they broke up because of you.
Did she look at you and you reminded her of her husband?
Big buff father, her husband.
A little version of the person she hates the most in this world.
I was like Bam Bam, really huge biceps. And it's like, what?
You know, that's like everybody says, a lot of artists say...
Your face looked like a baby when you did that. It was weird.
That's why I did it.
No!
Next question.
A lot of people, I just want to say something really quick. A lot of people say, like, oh, my parents never accepted it. I never had that problem.
Me neither. My mom totally accepted it. My dad didn't accept it, but I didn't give a shit.
Not even my dad. My dad was pretty...
Don't get me wrong, my parents like weren't against me being artsy or whatever. Like they always encouraged me to draw.
They used to fucking beat you, dude.
They did not.
They used to fucking beat
you with your art pencils.
Burn you with solder yards.
Like they were never against art. They just like wanted me to kind of have a backup plan in case it failed, which is totally fair.
You said your dad would put cigarettes out on you. Like he'd walk in and be like, my little ashtray. He puts cigarette in your face and put.
Well, you're like drawing
baby
your crayons,
ashtray.
he fucking like burns you, and you're like,
yeah, but it wasn't that bad. It was only on places you can't see.
Yeah.
Would you like to ask the third question?
Oh, absolutely, Zach.
Oh my gosh.
Nub Cake Factory asks, favorite food available at Wawa? I'm from the South and I'm inbred and my father is my uncle.
That's funny.
Which one of you would like to explain what Wawa is?
Wawa is it's like a convenience store / deli that you can go in and there's computer monitors and you push the buttons and you pick out what you want on
Sex faces red as a
You didn't like that second part. I added that in.
Oh, shit, you did.
Oh.
He said it from the South and I wrote the second part. I just wanted to see if anybody...
I believed it. You got me.
Sorry, continue.
Anyway.
I was done.
Wawa's is a popular convenience store on the East Coast. Mostly popular in the tri-state area, which is like PA, Delaware, and New Jersey.
You basically
it's really
get
nice.
like
it's beautiful.
It's like getting like $5 subs.
It's like Subway plus 7-Eleven. It's like oh god.
That's exactly
It's smoothies. They do club sandwiches.
Here's the thing I like about it. It's open 24/7.
Yes. That's what the best part.
Which is, I can always go down there at 3:30 in the morning like a total fucking creep and get anything I want. It's clean inside. There's no like frowning, like I know this is how terrible this is. There's no frowning. Certain types of people at you, looking at you on the counter. They're always friendly, have a friendly demeanor about them.
Yeah, but then there's like you forget walking into it. It's like its own journey because you have all these like scary homeless people that are trying to bite at your ankles.
The only bad thing about Wawa,
show you pennies.
The only bad thing I've seen is they're not an actual gas station. You can't buy gas at Wawa. But
no,
it's
you
not
can.
What's that?
You can at some.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, goddamn, I guess. But favorite food from Wawa? What is your answer? Mine would be the 6-inch turkey sandwich with tomatoes, lettuce,
not bad,
and Parmesan cheese, a little sprinkle of Parmesan cheese, salt and pepper sometimes.
It's Parmesan.
Yeah, Parmesan.
I get the roasted turkey sandwich as well with like a little bit of mayo and tomato and peppers, just like the normal stuff. But I don't get like pretty much I try to get everything, but not everything because I know it's a hassle. And then some of this stuff like sagafies their sandwich. And that's another thing that I've noticed from like Wawa journeying. You go to certain Wawas, depending on the people who are making your sandwiches, you get different quality of sandwiches.
Some people are fucking surgeons. Some people are blind like maniacs, throwing shit everywhere.
I like open up, like, you know, I'm like, oh man, I'm so hungry, and I open it up, and it just like falls all over the floor.
You know what I stopped? Oh, sorry,
like people who work at Subway, they, you know, you can tell they have a very strict rule about how many slices of cheese, how they put on the sandwich. Wawa is more like, kind of whatever you feel like.
Depends on how nice the guy is.
It's a wild card.
Yeah. A little bit,
I'm not gonna lie, one time I got a turkey or a chicken sandwich. It was a Caesar salad sandwich. I got it from Wawa. It was probably the most foul thing I've ever had in my life.
There's no such thing as a Caesar salad sandwich.
Only bad thing I ever had from Wawa was...
it was a chicken salad sandwich.
Oh, okay.
I had a tuna salad. No, it was chicken salad. It was just chicken. It was like chicken. It was basically a tuna salad, but it was chicken.
Yeah.
I never got so repulsed by something in my life. But it's weird because, like, the rest of it's totally fine. Like, the turkey sandwich is great.
Yeah.
So is the little chicken sandwich with the breaded chicken with the cheese. It's delicious.
My favorite, I think, is every Thanksgiving they have a sandwich called the Gobbler, which is basically a Thanksgiving sandwich, a Thanksgiving dinner in a hoagie.
Is that the turkey
you know what you shouldn't get?
It's turkey, stuffing, like gravy, and even cranberry sauce, all in a hoagie sandwich.
Don't ever get the fucking gravy turkey sandwich. Cause
I got the gravy turkey too.
I got the fucking gravy turkey
I was at Camp Thanksgiving.
And I'm like, oh, how bad can this be? I swear to God, it was just mucus pouring out of the fucking thing. I couldn't eat it because it was just like, I felt like I was handling a salamander. It was really creepy.
I eat a lot of those. Anytime I get gravy or something, I eat that with like a fork. And
I had to eat my sandwich with a fork. I had to cut it. I was like, God damn.
But here's the thing. I got it again at the Wawa near the work.
Yeah.
And then competence. They put the gravy inside the sandwich. They weren't doing it. They didn't put it to the fucking gravy machine. They're like, this is an ice cream sundae for this person.
Piss all over it.
I've ordered roast beef sandwiches with lettuce and cheese. I've gotten home and the inside was just lettuce and cheese. You know, it's kind of like a sidetrack. Just we should explain too. I said the word hoagie.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. I'm from the Midwest, so I was new to this too.
Yeah.
Sub is the word. I'm new to the word hoagie also. But
if you go to one of those maps where like you can look up where like local dialect or local words. If you look up hoagie, it's like the smallest little red dot like in the middle of eastern middle Pennsylvania around Philadelphia. It's But yeah, anyway.
Like, you don't think what you say though. It's like hoagie. It's like cause that's what they call it. They say get a hoagie at Wawa. It's like oh okay.
Because it was like a sandwich thing, but what I always thought it was like a variation of like. Because it sounded really good. I'm like, is it like a pizza and a sandwich?
No,
because at the time,
it's just a sub. It's just a.
At the time, those are the coolest things.
Wawa has good pizzas. They do these little cute little pizzas. And they taste really nice.
They are pretty good for like $6. You can get those pan pizzas.
You know what my favorite thing of Wawa is? The fucking goddamn mango milkshake.
Oh, the milkshakes?
Yeah, they have really good smoothies.
They have really good smoothies.
Chris always gets his little smoothie, his little cookie.
They do amazing cookies. They do them. No,
they do.
I gotta say,
they do.
Wawa's best chocolate chip cookies.
They have really good cookies.
You know what actually happened?
This sounds like it's paid for now.
In your mouth cookies.
You know what happened to me at Wawa once? I got a chocolate chip cookie, and when I got home, it tasted like they had accidentally dropped it into a deep fire or something. It was just
because it was so so charred.
It was it was covered in like fucking chili grease or something. It was just gross. Made me fucking not happy. I know.
I must have spent over. I swear, I don't think I'm exaggerating. I think I spent over $10,000 at Wawa.
No.
Over the last several years.
I think over this last year, I've probably eaten or spent money on like fucking 50 subs.
The thing is, you could honestly go to Wawa every day and be totally like
you could.
It's fine.
And they actually have like special dietary sandwiches that you can get, like sub diet sandwiches.
You can get those like $500 like sub. Sorry, not 500 calories.
They're looking out for you.
We should probably just move on.
Well, I'm just saying. Well, we live by.
Listen,
I know it's free. They're free advertisement.
But we also still we had some gross ass fucking mucus turkey sandwiches.
You're fucking
and a fucking nasty ass chili. Fuck you, Wawa.
Fuck you, Wawa. Your macaroni and cheese.
Fucking
Wawa. It is good.
Macaroni and shit.
Macaroni and cheese isn't as good when it's with fucking stuffing. Who the fuck eats macaroni and stuffing?
Nobody.
You put macaroni and potatoes.
They don't put stuffing.
They do. They have it as an option.
Why did you order it?
Because one day I was really drunk. And I was like...
But maybe there's one disgusting, foul old man out there who's like, I love love macaroni and stuffing.
Yeah, but macaroni and potatoes is really good.
You're right.
Next question. God.
Hawaii Boy 25 asks, a film is being made about Sleepy Cabin. Which director would you want to make the film, and who would you want to portray each of you?
Roman Polanski.
Why?
Because he's a pedophile.
Edgar.
Woody Allen.
Woody Allen.
Why? Because he's a pedophile.
Bill Cosby. He's actually a rapist.
Talented pedophile.
Actually, I looked into Woody Allen. He's not really that much of a...
Bill Cosby.
You want to be Bill Cosby, or you want him to...
I want the person to play me.
Bill Cosby?
Bryan Singer.
Doc Brown.
I want to be played by Jamie Kennedy.
Doc Brown.
I'll be Ryan Phillippe. How about that?
Jamie Kennedy can do my stupid whiny voice.
Who's that one guy who starred as Freddy Got Fingered's father?
Rip Thorne.
It's Thorne. Why do you say Thorne?
Because he's fucking. It sounds like Thorne.
Rip Thorne will play the likeness of Corey in the Sleepy Cabin movie.
You want him to be you?
You'd be like,
you should just be.
This is fucking autistic.
You should be Seth Rogen.
I hate fucking Halloween.
Yeah. If Seth Rogen played my likeness, I would.
Hey guys, I love all. I hate the fucking stuff.
We could share the same laugh. Although I don't share his appeal of weed. I'll tell him.
No, Corey, you're Rip Thorne.
Who would direct it though? Who'd you guys?
I'm Rip Thorne.
I don't want Jamie Kennedy. Fuck that.
Thorne. It's not Thor.
I don't care. Thorne.
Rip Thorne.
Rip Thorne.
Rip Thorne's from the
Thor. Who directed, Jeff?
Fucking Cordy.
Who would direct it?
Paul Verhoeven. I think he'd be a good director, right?
Sure.
Big crazy. He also did. No,
that's not. No, I love
Total Recall. He did. What else did he do?
Starship Troopers.
Yeah, fuck you, Chris.
I love those movies, but you can't have him. He's too good. We deserve someone like.
Who's the director who did like This Is For all his Paul Rudd movies?
Oh, Judd Apatow.
Yeah,
he would do it.
Judd Apatow.
He would do it.
Sleepy Cabin movie.
Judd Apatow.
Who'd play me?
That fucking retard from The Office, Dwight.
No, I'd be the guy.
Dude, that'd be great. That would be great.
I'd be the fucking Jigsaw, the old guy from Saw.
Why do we have these old geriatric fucks like sitting on the couch?
Would be terrified. Just Thor plays the guy from Saw.
Well, I want to be Clint Eastwood then.
Oh,
yes.
Chris, get Clint Eastwood.
Chris, who are you?
Yeah.
Chris, who are you?
You're
Jamie Kennedy. You can be whoever you want.
No, I don't want to be Jamie Kennedy. Give me someone, but not Jamie Kennedy.
You choose.
You could be.
You could be Bill Cosby.
You could be. That's not Bill Cosby. You could be.
Dude, who would suit me? Come on.
Who would suit you?
Like an old Irish.
Fuck off with your old Irish. What actor looks like me and could do my voice?
What about Josh Peck?
Danny DeVito.
Oh,
Danny DeVito.
Really?
Dude, Danny DeVito? Yes.
I would happily take it.
Yes.
Jeff, that's really mean of you.
Dude.
But also,
you're so not Danny DeVito.
Hold on.
Don't even be offended.
I'm
Jesus.
Rip Torn, Danny DeVito, the old guy from Saw, Clint Eastwood.
Speaking of the old guy from Saw, you know, when Aaron visited Ireland, he saw my dad and he was like, "You look like the old guy from Saw."
What? To your dad's face?
Do you think my dad looks like the old guy from Saw?
Literally nothing like it.
I actually did see a resemblance.
The old guy from Saw.
Yeah, the guy.
That's his colloquial term.
Guy who stands up like a zombie and walks off the camera.
Chris, I'm honestly racking my brain to think who would play you.
How about John Candy?
Jimmy Stewart's corpse. There you go.
Jimmy Stewart's corpse?
Yeah.
I want Andy Serkis.
Andy Serkis?
Mm-hmm.
Who's he?
He's the guy who plays.
He runs the circus, Corey.
You can be Gollum. You can be the guy in like the fucking like.
Yeah, Chris, that'd be great if you like motion capture you with just a creepy CG face.
Just a normal CG dude.
Yeah, it looks exactly like you just CG'd.
You're Gollum with fucking Chris.
Dude, that would be the creepiest movie ever. Who's
You're like
directing
this.
it again?
You're perched like this.
Who's directing it again?
You're perched like the fucking.
Judd Apatow.
Judd Apatow is directing a movie with Rip Torn, Clint Eastwood, the old guy from Saw, and a CG Chris
He's
O'Neill.
kickstarting it right now. Go.
I would pay to see that. I'm not lying.
I'd do that.
That would be a fucking disaster.
Who's Stamper? Yeah.
No.
Oh, you know who Stamper is? He's the the guy who's the villain in Last Action Hero, the old guy. You ever see that movie?
Yeah, I saw Last Action Hero.
The guy with the axe. He's just this creepy.
Well, let's say Larry David plays him. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Larry David.
David.
Right.
Oh yeah. Larry David would be perfect.
Stamper? He's an old man.
Yeah, I know. We're all old guys, anyways. Who the fuck cares?
Clint
Except
Eastwood's
for
like
you.
85.
You're CGI Chris. You're fucking PlayStation graphics CGI Chris.
They didn't even like camera
creepy,
track
like-
me.
You're a creepy second life character.
I'm just layered on top of the screen.
You're like, hey guys.
You're not even anti-alias.
You like fucking sit down and your body's like lifting up when you're sitting.
I don't even have hair physics. It's painted on my head.
It's just like defying
flying in the
gravity.
background. Something everywhere.
It's like shitty first time Blender effects, and you're
cool. Okay,
when you turn your head, you're fucking jellyfish
look,
hair. Like
kickstarting the movie. Make sure to check it out on Kickstarter. Judd
Sleepy
Apatow,
Cabin
Sleepy
original.
Cabin.
Shut up, just directly. He's on side for it.
Okay, so Count or asks, do any of you like anything a lot that no one else seems to dislike, or dislike anything everyone else seems to like?
So do we like something that everyone else hates, or hate something everyone else likes?
Oh yeah, I do.
Is it Freddy got fingered, Corey?
That's right.
I saw the look in your eyes,
Dude,
Corey.
You saw the finger in your eye?
Let me tell you something.
Corey, tell the audience about Freddy got fingered.
If you want to talk about a movie that gives you a twinkle in your eye, that's Freddy Got Fingered.
Can I explain why I hate that movie with a fucking real palpable like hatred?
Hold on. First of all, I already said it. Rip Torn.
Yeah.
Rip
Or
Thorn.
Thorn, as he's known in the Hollywood days.
He was never known as that ever.
He's amazing as a dad. Because he sits there and, like, counter-arguments all of his stuff. Like, yeah, he's like, you're a fucking goddamn idiot! Fucking idiot! And then, like, he's just like, I just want to make you proud, Dad. He's like, I hate you!
I like when he just screams, he's like, oh! Funny shit.
I'm telling you, there's just one joke in that fucking movie. The context of it is just he's making fucking cheese sandwiches at some like shitty place in some shitty area, and this guy walks up and he's just like putting cheese in. He's like making a fucking like cheese mummy, and a guy walks up. He's like, "Hey retard, cheese on my sandwich." In a fucking cheese store.
The reason can I explain why I hate that movie? Because Chris was like, "You got United States movie. It's the funniest movie ever."
It is.
And I was like, "All right, sweet." And by the way,
I didn't say that. You're a liar.
Both you and Corey saw when you were like what, 13, right?
14.
Right. I saw it as a fucking as an adult in his early 20s for the first time.
It's such a good movie for like people who hate themselves.
I don't care, right?
And I paid $2 for it. I paid money for it.
Poor baby.
I paid money for it.
Okay, wait.
It's got 5 what?
It's got 5 legitimately funny parts, and I will agree, it's got lots of try-hard, stupid.
I sat there with a blank face. The only funny part of that movie was looking at you, frantically looking at me every time something funny happened.
No.
Every time you laughed, you looked at me, and I was.
Daddy, would
there.
you like some sausage? When he swings the baby around, I know that part's kind of try-hard, but I still thought it was funny.
I hate that. That deer part pisses me off.
That deer part is gay. I will admit that.
I hate that part.
The part where he like jerks off penises and drinks cum, that's not funny. It's just like the gags.
See,
with
you
his dad
describing
and
that's
stuff.
funnier than it actually is.
That part at the end.
It's the main movie with his dad. He's like, I'm so proud
Yeah.
of you, son. And then he goes off and blows his money on stupid shit.
Yeah,
and his
that's
dad's
hilarious.
just like, what is wrong with you?
I feel like
I got you a bag of jewels.
Do you feel you like it because you feel like you can relate to Freddy?
That's true. He is.
Freddie is the guy who gets
He
put
is
in
like
jail.
an insane, like really talented animator who's
What's
just
the
like
main
out of
guy's
his
name?
fucking mind.
John Green.
Tom Green's the main
Tom
guy.
Green.
Is that his name in the
So
movie?
yeah,
though?
that's something I enjoy that I know no one
Is
will
it not
ever.
Freddy?
No, Freddy's the brother
Freddy's
that
his
he
brother.
lies about. He said my brother Freddy got fingered by my dad.
Oh.
Right? Is that what happens?
Yeah, it's like and then he gets sent.
I
to
saw like a
fucking
year ago, and
finger
I
war.
blocked all of it out of my mind. I know like 2 parts. Chris, you don't like the Beatles, do you? That's something everyone else likes.
I like the
I mean,
Beatles.
I don't hate them.
You don't hate them,
I
but
just don't like them.
Is there anything Jeff, that you
Yes.
like or dislike that everyone else likes or dislikes?
Yes.
What's that?
Well, I dislike racists, even though everybody else seems to love
Racists?
Racists.
Racist people?
Racists?
You dislike racists?
Yeah.
And everyone else likes them?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
You know what? Everyone else does go on about racists all day. It kind of
Everybody's walking around being like those Negroes, and I'm like, you're out of line, sir.
So can you please stop? I'm trying to buy a sandwich.
It's like, I don't like you.
I think people shouldn't interbreed. Keep the race pure. You're like, can you chill down? Chill out, man?
Mongrel races. I'm like, sir.
That movie.
I don't agree with you.
There's 2 movies that I like that everyone else hates.
What?
Well, I guess one movie. Hear me out. Hot Tub Time Machine.
That movie stinks.
I don't.
Chip,
That
you
movie
have a movie.
stinks.
You have a movie
I'll tell you
that
why.
you will stand behind, but they don't understand, and I understand.
I don't hate that. I don't
understand.
love the movie
Your
Hot Tub
Highness.
Time. Let me defend myself here. Let me defend myself
All right,
here.
we'll talk about that in a minute.
I don't love the movie Hot Tub Time Machine. I just don't hate it.
Hot Tub Time Machine?
I'll tell you why I like it. It's not offensively.
Here's the
It's
thing.
not offensive.
In all
harmless.
fairness,
I
to
didn't
Zach,
like
it's
Hot
just
Tub Time Machine.
It's harmless.
It's like in the harmless category.
It's a
brother.
harmless,
I swear to
forgettable
God,
movie.
the director said to John Cusack, "Act like Nicolas Cage." stage, and that,
No,
just,
look,
that pisses
look,
me off
look.
so bad.
The movie's harmless. It's not. There's never a joke where they try too hard. It's all just harmless.
There's loads of
Dude, there's a lot
no,
of
dude,
jokes.
that
what
movie
try hard?
sucks.
What try hard parts? What?
The fucking bald guy who plays in like children's
You don't like Rob
hospital?
Corddry? I think I like
He
Rob
had
Corddry.
so many try-hardy parts. He was try-hardy.
When was the last time you
embodiment.
saw it though? Watch it again. I think you'll think differently.
I watched it when I was like 16 and I hated
I've
it.
watched it,
I don't hate that movie.
dude. The second one.
The second one, yeah.
Yeah, but if you want
looks-
to talk about it, the main guy is fucking the guy.
I
you
like
said.
Rob Corddry. He was the best part of Warm Bodies.
Dude, he's a good actor. I'll give him that. He's funny. But in that movie, he was over the top, try-hardy.
I like Rob Corddry.
He's
in the
like,
movie.
listen,
fine.
I'm
Look,
the-
I would not watch the movie Hot to Time Machine if I had other movies to watch. But I'm saying I don't hate that movie. It's
See,
not bad. It gets way too much hatred.
This is the thing. Zach is being all reasonable.
Dude, the whole time he was just like, hey, have you screwed a girl yet? You're gay. And
Watch it again.
Zach
it's
is
not as bad.
He's like a baby man-child who's just poking people with sticks the whole time.
Should we talk about Your Highness?
Yes.
I like Your Highness.
Jeff likes Your Highness. Jeff likes a gay movie.
Look, here's the thing.
Jeff goes on and on about Your Highness.
There's a lot of movies I hate, but I like Your Highness.
I do too.
I think it's funny.
You see, and I'm one of those people who watches
And you look at it,
shit.
and it looks like a stupid stoner movie, like a medieval stoner movie.
The title, especially.
I like the plot. The
And
plot was
Zach, we're trying to be fair to Zach, but he's not being fair to us.
Oh, I joke.
Yo,
It's in jest.
The question was what are things, not movies, but I guess all we ever talk about.
I mean,
movies.
like, I guess things in general. I can't really think of like
that goes to movies, bands. Some people do games. Yeah, that goes to everything.
Cows.
Oh, I guess like Sims. I like simulators. Like I like certain simulator games. A lot of people are like, that's lame. But I wouldn't spend up to like $50 for a fucking simulator game.
I think.
But for free, I'll play like Bus Simulator. And be excited.
I don't like
second.
Let's Players. There, I know.
You
I
don't
bitch
like
about
Let's
them.
Players?
No.
Ouch. That really hurts.
What if the Let's Player went up to you and was like, Jeff, I want you to start my thing, and he kissed you on the nose?
I'm sure not all of them are bad, but a lot of them are.
99%.
What if he?
100%.
What if a Let's Player?
99.999.
If you're a Let's Player and you're listening to this,
if you're
I'm not
only
talking about you. I'm talking about everybody else.
Jeff just pointed a fucking 6 caliber at the mic.
He pointed a shotgun right at the microphone. It was like, "Come on, bitches." Jeff's a straight up gangster. And pointing the gun sideways.
I'm just thinking about guys playing games like talk like this. Ha ha! I'm funny. Fuck you.
Jeff,
you know who you are.
Give every reason why they're bad.
They're not funny. They rely on other people's content to make their fucking living. Most of them can't just create something from nothing. They rely on.
No, if the internet shut, the best way to put it is if YouTube shut down, if the internet shut down, these guys would have nothing to do.
Yeah, they'd be working at Walmart.
Yeah.
They'd
I mean,
be
at the
like
very
crazy
least,
schizophrenics.
I mean,
talking to themselves.
it would hurt our livelihood, but at least we could draw. We could go to some studio or something for some TV show. We have.
I will say there are a few Let's Plays I watch. I'm not going to say, oh, I ban Let's Plays from my view, because I watch speedruns and I watch Let's Plays.
Sure, I mean, look.
I like Let's Plays if they're funny or interesting, which most of them are not.
Here's the problem. A lot of them saw a formula that worked and just did that.
So in conclusion,
don't be a lazy cunt. Challenge yourself and do something besides playing games on YouTube. Thank you.
JJ Awesome 77 writes, "What is a movie
funny, Jeff?
you guys think deserves a reboot?"
I like the movie The Wraith. It's like the Fast and Furious with sci-fi, and I think it should be remade. Thank you.
There aren't a lot of movies that I think actually work well when rebooted. Like some unnecessary. It's like you never need to reboot like Total Recall.
Yeah.
But there's some series that I was like, oh, they've been dead for a long time, so why not reboot them? Like Planet of the Apes. They tried to reboot that series in 2001 with Mark Wahlberg, and it fucking blew.
Yeah.
And they actually did a better job with the reboot. And actually, the reboot I think is on par with the originals, if not better. I'd say at least on par. At least.
For which movie?
No, they did do some
Planet of the
job.
Apes.
Oh, Planet of the Apes is great.
I love the first Planet, like the 69, 68 version, whichever year came out. I love that movie, but the reboot I think is very well done.
Outside of the corporate guy who's unnecessarily evil and greedy.
Yeah,
it's
the second one I think was better than the first one.
Yeah, no, it was. Yeah,
they've learned how to improve. Your answer was
the Wraith. It's a movie where a kid gets killed and he comes back. It's not even clear. He comes back as like a ghost alien. You're not even sure what he is, but he drives his black Dodge. He was murdered by like a gang of dudes who race cars.
That sounds like Pumpkin.
They bully people. They basically find a dude with a nice car and they're like, "Listen, I'm gonna race you for your pink slip for your car." And then they beat him and they fucking take his car and drive away and leave the dude and his girlfriend out on like some country road without a car. And they do this to everybody in town, but then they kill this kid and he comes back as a ghost alien in a black car. And he races them and he basically, the way he kills him, he I'm not explaining this very well. He basically races them. This is what he does. He races them, and then he goes ahead of them, and he turns around and comes back and crashes into them head on and kills them. And then his car flies into a million parts, and it comes back together, and then he drives off.
That's cool.
And then he does it to the next guy.
That's cool.
It is a cool movie.
Did you guys ever see They Live?
Yeah.
I think that movie would be interesting if it was rebooted, just because it's such a bizarre movie. It's so fucking strange.
Yeah, no, that would work. That would work.
Like, even just movies that nobody's ever heard of, they're kind of... I mean, people have heard of that movie, but it's one of those more bizarre... You can't say a movie is like They Live. What can you say is like that movie? Exactly. It's just so bizarre and so out there. If they took that to a new audience... A Boy and His Dog is another movie like that, where it's like it has nothing else like it. So if they did stuff with the material and they did something interesting with it, I could see myself watching it. But when I see people reboot series that are 30 years old, like rebooting Ghostbusters is fucking stupid. I know for a fact they're going to reboot Back to the Future soon. They're rebooting fucking Terminator, which is a horrible idea.
Yeah.
They're rebooting 30-year-olds, 20-year-old series. It's like film's only been around for 70 years.
But
you guys can't think of what?
All right. Anyway, so Corey's not going to say anything.
What if they made Freddy Got Fingered too?
They're making Joe Dirt too. So fucking there you go. Maybe you all get lucky.
Is it
Dumb and Dumber 2, Joe Dirt 2? What else?
Is it weird when they reboot things that are less than like 10 years old?
Are we talking
like a movie fails and then they reboot it in less than a decade?
Are we talking like reboot?
Yeah.
Or like
reboot. Reboot is not a sequel. It's a reboot.
Okay,
it starts
so it's like
from scratch.
How about like pointless reboots? Like to me, I'm still baffled by the Spider-Man reboot.
They did it like 3 or 4 years after, right?
It's like
it makes money.
But it's the same fucking story.
The only reason they did it was
nothing
to keep...
changed.
No, it makes money.
The only reason,
stupid.
Yeah.
The only reason they did it was so that if they didn't make those movies, they would have lost the rights to Spider-Man.
Yeah.
That's the only reason they did it.
Same thing with the Fantastic Four. That's a weird movie.
The first Fantastic Four was awful.
I don't understand the appeal, but this new movie's been really weird. Like you've seen a few behind the scenes shots of it, and it's like the studio's afraid to show it off. They're like ashamed of it or something.
The newest one?
Yeah.
The newest one. Not the Silver Surfer. I never saw the Silver
Surfer.
No.
The one that's coming out.
It actually makes those look good.
Are you fucking serious?
It's
the first
weird.
one was awful.
Yeah.
Like dreadful.
The new one, you should look up pictures of. They have a picture of Dr. Doom. He looks like a homeless man on green. It's all like green screen. I don't even know what the hell's happening.
Are they rebooting Batman again?
Probably.
With Ben Affleck as Batman.
Yeah,
right?
I'm sure there will be a Ben Affleck Batman
100
movie.
fucking reboots every other year, and then like they bring up like that's another thing, like superhero movies that are just like what, like the Green Lantern.
Because Hulk is another movie. They made Hulk, and then the Hulk, and then they made. Like it was the 2000 whatever version. Then it was the Edward Norton version. Then they brought on the other dude to play Bruce Banner. What's his name?
I forget his name.
The handsome dude from the Avengers who played Bruce Banner. Yeah.
I want to clarify because like
you're just a hater. Corey.
People do like the Green Lantern.
Yeah.
But the movies are awful. Like they're not good. They're not good movies.
With
and they get
Reynolds?
fucking Ryan Reynolds to play.
I thought he played it all right.
But it's like what? Why him of all people?
Why?
To play the Green Lantern?
Who else would be
hot.
him?
He's beautiful.
What? Tom Green?
Yes.
They needed like a witty. I don't think he was the problem. I thought he was okay. Like,
Listen,
he was okay as the Green Lantern.
Jeff,
It's just the story itself kind of sucked. The villain kind of sucks.
Tom Green.
I am excited.
As Green Lantern.
You know what I'd like to see rebooted?
What's that?
No.
None of yous care, but I'd love to see Harry Potter rebooted.
Harry Potter?
Done differently how? Like
I'd love to see it rebooted as like kind of like a HBO series.
They're doing that now because they're doing.
They're not doing
you
that.
did something where they're like doing the Evil Dead as a TV series.
Oh yeah, they're
I saw
doing
that.
Evil Dead now as a
Which
TV
is
series with what's
Bruce
his face?
Campbell, the
Bruce
same
Campbell,
people.
yeah.
Oh, yeah,
But
I
he's
heard
like
about
fucking 50 billion years
And
old.
they're gonna make fun
They could
of
do.
that.
They're probably just gonna make some
They're
little
gonna poke
jokes.
fun at it.
Yeah.
They're gonna be like, "Oh, you're an old man."
You know what happened once?
fight
They made a movie
zombies.
called My Name is Bruce where they made fun of Bruce Campbell and he starred in it. It was the worst film I've ever seen.
Did you see the movie he starred in where he was fighting mummies, or he was
What?
fighting not mummies? Was it King Tut? He was in an old folks home with a black guy that said a black guy said he was like JFK or something.
Yeah, I know that movie.
What the hell was that called? There was a black guy in an old folks home that said he was like, I think it was John F. Kennedy, and then there was another guy who said Bruce Campbell. Was it Bruce Campbell that said he was Elvis, or was that somebody else?
Yeah. It's Bubba Hotep.
Yeah, Bubba Hotep.
That was it.
That had a nice. I like the score too.
What the fuck?
But yeah, they're rebooting Evil Dead. They already rebooted Evil Dead with that one chick.
You don't watch. You're right.
Yeah, you tried to catch me in my.
I did. No, I was ready to disagree with you, and like, oh wait, you're right.
So yeah, those are our answers for movies we'd like to see rebooted.
Ryan Shades M asks, "What is your favorite least favorite word?"
Slash, either or.
My least favorite word is wonderful. I don't like when people
Could
say
you
it.
explain why you hate the word wonderful?
I just don't.
What if it's funny and they have a twang to it, like wonderful?
Like a German guy?
Maybe that makes it less.
It's kind of scary, actually.
It is
that works.
wonderful.
That works all right, but
today is wonderful.
If you're just a man's man and you're like,
oh,
that's wonderful.
What if he's
I
really
just want to
handsome?
spit in your face.
What if he's really handsome?
Wonderful.
What if he's really handsome?
Yeah, what if John Candy said
Yeah,
it?
what if John Candy?
What if John Candy said it?
Candy?
Yeah, what if
John
he
Candy
said
said it?
wonderful?
I hate you guys. I hate you guys so much.
Okay, I guess for me,
Yeah.
I don't like the word moist.
Why is that?
Because it's just really awkward to say. It's like it's so moist outside. It's moist.
Do you have moist smegma, Corey?
Smegma. Moist smegma.
Moist.
I actually had to
Oy
look
vey,
that up.
moist.
When fucking Niall said smegma, I'm like,
It's just dick cheese.
You
So
thought it would be-
obvious.
you thought it was like a myth?
I've never even.
Have you ever jerked off
never
and then
heard of
just
it?
went to bed because you were
I don't think
so
I have.
exhausted? Okay, Jeff, if you're laying on your back and then you're like you like cum your name on your chest.
Oh, that's relatable. Everyone does that every night. I thought I was the only one, Corey. Glad to see there's more than one
Man, I'm
person.
so done. I'm so done with this.
You just gave me the old man stink eye.
Old man stink eye.
Old man stink eye.
No, but
Because you're leaning back with your shirt up, you're like, yeah, when you just jerk off on your
You
chest.
come on your chest and spell your name out. Corey, how would you? Does a cum spell out? Or do you have to take your finger and put it in the cum and spell your name out?
Do you smear it? You take
Yeah,
the head of
exactly.
your dick and smear it on your
Yeah,
chest
do you-
like a glue stick? Or
Yeah,
do you actually
yeah.
try to arc
I don't have
it
any
into...
dogs.
Or is there one big pile of cum that you kind of write with your finger, like in the
can-
snow?
Like once you come, you can use the penis of your head because I have a huge dick, and then you
You
can
can use your
draw
huge
on
penis
your-
to write your name. What?
Anyways, the point is, have you ever just came all over yourself and the next morning you're like, oh, look at that, I didn't clean up.
If you came to yourself and waited to peel it up the next morning, it'd be like,
That's smegma, Jeff. When you were like 8 years old, jerking
You're
off.
disgusting.
Corey, you're the smegma.
what was the question even? How the fuck did we get to this? Least
What is
favorite
your
word.
favorite? What is your favorite or least favorite
Oh, my
word?
favorite word?
Zach.
Oh gosh.
You lost your chance.
My favorite word is titty.
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 What about plural? Titties.
Titties. Or wiener.
You like
Wiener's a
wiener?
great word.
Wiener. Titties or wiener.
Zach. What is your favorite or least favorite word?
I'm trying to think honestly.
My least favorite word is Corey.
Corey drinking
I
coffee
can
coming out of his chest.
wholeheartedly agree with you there.
Wholeheartedly. Fuck you, Corey. And fuck you wholeheartedly.
Yeah, I hate it wholeheartedly. Fuck you. It's the worst word ever.
Corey, you should run for president and make that your campaign. I wholeheartedly disagree with my candidate.
I saw you type wholeheartedly on Twitter. I could have reached through the fucking screen and strangled you.
Wait, did he use that word before?
Yeah, he used it this morning.
What was the context?
Yeah, what was the context? You said, I agree wholeheartedly.
I agree, fuck sweet potatoes. I agree wholeheartedly.
Oh, yeah, because I was railing on potatoes.
Wholeheartedly?
Yeah, that was in something.
It was in Charlie Manson's fucking diary, dude. We scribbled over and over. It was in John Hinckley's diary before he shot JFK. Wholeheartedly. Wait, did I say JFK? I meant Ronald Reagan. Fuck! Now I sound stupid.
I like the word nuclear, but not nuclear.
Nuclear?
I don't know. I don't understand why people say nuclear.
What about
anyway.
nuclear?
We talked about this before. That word's been ruined because I've seen it spelled the wrong way so much. It's like epitome. Whenever I see epitome, I think epitome because I've heard it mispronounced. I read it that now by default.
I'm thankful that I never molecule.
The word molecule.
What about it?
Just saying it, molecule.
You like that?
Yeah.
Molecule. Q. I like it. Yeah, the Q's nice.
Molecule.
The Q.
Molecule.
When we were in science, we had a video where it's like, this is Molly Cool.
Molly Cool.
Chris.
Yeah?
What's your favorite word?
My favorite word is, dank. No, not dank. Stank.
Stank?
Yeah.
What's your least favorite word?
Actually, Weevil's a pretty funny word.
Weevil's a fucking great word.
Whenever Chris Lee calls you the Weevil, it's funny. It's like, you fucking disgusting little Weevil. It's so insulting.
Oh, no, my favorite word is frothing.
Frothing.
You frothing weevil.
You frothing chimp.
Frothing? That's just like fucking mouthing, like mouth
I saw a frothing chimp who was peeing on me at the zoo.
What was the word we were talking about last night? It was like purify or something?
Oh, cleanse. You can't really say...
Cleansing,
Oh, no, it was purify. It's like, yeah... we were talking, like, you can't really use the word cleanse outside of air and water. You can't really use that word outside. It's like, oh, I have, this water is purified or clean, the air is purified. You can't really purify anything else.
I distastefully asked if Hitler said the word, like if he purified his race or something.
I'm pretty sure he did. He must have used the word purify.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm going to purify the Jews today, right after 7 o'clock. Okay, Chris, do you want to add a word you love?
A word I love?
Yes.
My favorite word is clit.
Clitoris?
No,
clit.
Clitoris.
Clit.
No, clit.
Clint Eastwood.
It ends abruptly.
Clit Eastwood is
Do you like the word clip?
No.
Like a paper clip?
Clit, because the t makes it sound really violent.
Clit!
What about
fucking clit?
What about cunt? You cunt.
Cunt is more... I didn't want to say a word that everyone already kind of always uses.
Cunt?
Cunt is definitely making a comeback. A cunt
back. Oh!
Bob Diggy writes, what is one piece of advice that you would give us? That's a good question.
What?
What's one piece of advice that you'd give?
In life,
if you had one little golden sliver of knowledge that you would like to pass on to
people
anybody.
in general.
Oh, well, I guess my only real advice is if you're struggling with something, that's what you need to fucking study more. Like, if it's something you're actually passionate about, like, let's say you want to do art, but you're like, I want to do art, but I can't draw hands. It's like, well, start fucking drawing hands.
Yeah, draw them over and over
and over.
It's true. But,
there's never a point where any artist just stops. You're always learning something.
They always, like... Well, especially for me, when I first started like drawing girls, it honestly took probably about 10,000 tries. Like,
it takes
honestly
girl anatomy
before it looked okay.
It's like when you first get into girl anatomy, you're like, oh, guys, they're just boxes. Then you look at girls, and you're just like, what the fuck?
I just remember
they're
that
so
feeling.
Like curvaceous and
yeah. I just remember the feeling of drawing it like 10 times in a row and still looking like shit and just being like, man, the fuck, like, why am I even trying this? This is bullshit. But if you just
you shouldn't be doing something to begin with.
If you want to do something and you keep like failing at it, that's gonna happen. That's
Even
life.
if you suck, keep doing it. And by the way, people always say this too about cartoons. They say, oh, I can't put on cartoons. I keep perfecting it. Just put something out. You make a 10-second cartoon. Don't start off with a 10-minute cartoon. That's your fucking magnum opus. You're not going to do that. Put out a 5-second cartoon, then a 10-second cartoon, then 20 seconds, then a minute, and so on and so on.
Yeah, you'll eventually get faster and learn.
And put shit out, because if you put shit out and get critiqued, then you'll figure out what's wrong with your stuff, and you'll get better from there.
I've got 2 pieces of advice I would like to give out.
Okay.
The first piece of advice is that you can't start being good. You literally have to rip off shit to begin with. You have to learn good colors. You pretty much look at a picture with nice colors and you fucking eyedropper that and you look at the color.
Well, I mean, you draw inspiration. You don't directly like plagiarize someone's art.
Don't plagiarize.
No, don't and that was the second piece of advice is like while you're doing that, don't release anything while you're doing that. Learn from it while you're doing that, and then once you found your style, then release your shit.
Yeah.
Otherwise, people will call you out and make you.
You
look
will
like a
get called
dumbass.
out. You will get caught. You'll look like an idiot.
Yeah, like for a while, just kind of like look at people's ideas and steal them, but keep them on your hard drive and don't release them.
Yeah, steal all their stuff and then like trace it and write.
No, don't
cross
trace
out their name and write your name with a crayon.
How I learned colors was I fucking looked at art that I liked and I stole their colors, and now I know how to do it myself because.
Yeah. Well, I mean that's just like color theories and like how you like if you look at Aaron's stuff. Back then, there was like a game called MapleStory. It used a lot of that style colors, and when you look at it,
then again, though, there is people who will just flat out rip off a color palette.
Oh,
Don't do that.
No, but there's like you can see there's like drawing inspiration and getting like color theories and stuff, and then there's just like directly stealing a screenshot from something.
It does when you use somebody else's colors, you see them back to back. You see like the hair next to the skin. You look at it, something clicks in your brain. You go, oh. That looks good with that color. Okay, then you start to work from
all
there.
I'm saying is
out.
find yourself. Only when you find yourself, then release your shit. Don't release shit that's clearly ripped off.
The one color you're allowed to rip off is skin tones.
Yeah, skin tones. And that's another thing that people think that like ownership is always. It's like, come on, man.
Right.
There is so much different color tones. Like I've seen, like you look at artists, you're like, wow, that's a really cool color. Then you like you're curious, like what you said. You take a picture, you eyedrop it, and you're like, this is like fucking gray red. What the hell?
Yeah, exactly. But it looks good somehow.
Yeah, so it's like sometimes you shouldn't be afraid to experiment either. Like I know a lot of people use like default colors and shit, And if you see something, you're like, you know what? I want to make the fucking sunset pink. It's like, fucking do it, and then make the color contrast.
The Simpsons are fucking yellow, and the trees in that show are purple. It doesn't matter. Do it the fuck you want.
It looks good, but also I'm not just talking about art either, though. I'm also talking anything. Like how I learned music was I got MIDI files from fucking the internet, and I put them into my music software, and I looked at how the notes complement each other, and that's how I learned music.
Yeah.
So if you just look at other people's work, you'll learn from it, and then just draw and draw anything you fucking see, and you'll get good at it.
I buy a lot of art books.
Yeah.
Art
for
books?
inspiration.
Do you?
Yeah.
I got a shit ton of art books.
I get art books, and it's like I kind of get them in a splurge. Like, oh man, I'm vacationing. Like when I was over at like Aaron's and stuff. If I'm like there, and then we go out, I spend like a ton of money on some fucking art books, and they just sit in my room, collect dust, and hide spider webs. Like, I don't use them. They're just there for decoration. I feel like I could probably get more out if I used them, but it's definitely something I'd like to look more into. But then again, there's like the internet, so it's just full of images you can just look at and be like, wow, that's fucking cool.
The image that I download the most are backgrounds, I think.
Backgrounds, yeah.
And
that's another
anything character related.
That's another thing too. Like, I learned this because I used to rely on getting other people to do like backgrounds and stuff for me, and I've realized after like doing backgrounds that it's like backgrounds are a crucial part of your cartoon. Because it's like, you can have a character in a white background, but it's way more interesting to have like a nice backdrop. And if you know like color theories and stuff, it could bring a cartoon more to life than it already did. Even if you have flat cartoons, flat colors, but a nice contrast background, it's...
I'll say one thing about color.
Mm-hmm.
If you're having trouble with color, just color it the closest you can. Take a screenshot, bring it. This is what I do. Bring it into Photoshop, slide it around, tint the whole thing a certain color. Sometimes it helps if you have a detailed drawing. Sometimes just going into Photoshop and exporting it as like an 8-color GIF, reducing the colors down, sort of like makes the whole thing jive a little bit better together. Like it sort of, I don't know what the best word for it is, but it uncomplicates it.
So it's like bitmap tracing in Flash, where you just like you knock out, you leave like the main.
It replaces a bunch of more similar colors with one color, and it sort of feels like it makes the design a little stronger.
That's
but it's
really
just
good
one idea to.
Because then you could like learn like, oh wow, so like gray blue works really well with like this orangish color. Cool.
I would just throw in I throw color overlays on top of things, just messing around, experimenting.
Yeah, just experiment. That's basically
it's easier
what it
than
comes
going
down
into
to.
Flash and single-handedly just changing every color one at a time.
Yeah, you don't have to have like the fucking bland ass red and yellow crayons you get. Like you need like macaroni yellow and like orange carrot. You can get like fucking orange yellow and like orange green and yellow green. And learning complementary colors also is really nice too, because you start to realize that a lot of colors contrast good together during sunsets and like dark nights and shit.
This is a huge color conversation.
Dude, I love
you guys have any life advice?
Life advice.
Just little things.
Challenge yourself. Don't be lazy. Don't make excuses.
Do your laundry on Sundays.
That you don't have the time to do things. You have the time.
Advice?
Just life advice. Yeah, one of the things I've learned from living with people in college and just seeing stuff is do your laundry once a week. Don't let it fucking pile up. It's such a small thing. Even don't wait for all your laundry to be ready to wash and then wash it. It's a horrible idea.
That's what I do.
You shouldn't.
It's such a bad idea. It's so much easier to just do your laundry once a week. No matter how much you have, just do it and it's done.
If you're renting an apartment, always keep it clean, because you never know when some dickhead is going to show up and want to inspect your apartment and you're like, oh, sorry, my kitchen is a fucking disaster.
In general, do stuff as you go. Don't wait for it to all pile up. So if you clean your room as you go every day.
It's sorry, I didn't interrupt you, but it's like.
I mean, I don't really know how to do my taxes.
I was going to say taxes. Taxes are like writing checks and stuff.
Dude, that's a necessity of living. If you live and you're a human being and you pay more than $12,000 or whatever the fucking prerequisite for paying taxes is, you better do.
It blows my mind. They don't have a fucking class in school teaching you this stuff.
I know. I was talking to my fucking parents about that, and I'm like, can you explain to me why we're learning I mean, no offense, but we're learning about shit like fucking social studies, and they're like, you have to know this stuff. And then you get to fucking college and the stuff they're teaching you, like your pre-college classes, it's like, this is how you do college work, yada yada, stupid shit, fold your books this way, like a Melvin. and it's like, hey, where's the fucking taxes class? How do you do this shit?
Yeah.
I don't want to go to
If they
jail.
taught you how to do taxes, how to fucking write checks,
how to
live,
car insurance, life insurance, insurance, all this nonsense.
I had to do fucking Irish and religion. I could have learned how to do taxes. And
Where's it's like excuse me, you're gonna need to
no
know
one
this
cares
stuff or
about
you're gonna
fucking
go to
Irish.
jail.
Fucking stupid as dead language. No one cares. I'm speaking English and I'm fucking so happy. If I was speaking Irish, my life would be ruined.
You're going hoity. Like you gotta know this stuff.
If I was speaking Irish, my life would be legitimately horrible.
You're required to learn fucking hoity-toity.
Yes.
Hoity-toity.
And I can't even remember a word of it because I hated it so much.
Tell me some eyes related.
Unwil Catagum Dolgadi and Lateris Moshe de Hole. It means can I go to the bathroom, please?
You know how to take a piss in Irish?
Yes.
Jeff, did you guys
you like spent all night one day fucking learning
I
that
took
one
German.
No, I only know because I used to ask it every day in Irish class.
I took German too for the same reason.
I'm not very good at learning
Do you
another
recall
language.
any of it?
No,
I remember like two
Ich
words.
habe schreiben is I have a pencil.
Wait,
I
what?
know how to count to 10. Like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's
Wie
1
heißt
to 10.
du?
Yeah.
I can speak Spanish.
I took Spanish every year and don't know a fucking word of it. Look, wait, uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco, seis.
That's what I was gonna
That's
say.
all I fucking
Dude,
know.
let me tell you
1
something.
through 5.
Do you know what's funny? Growing up in high school, it's like all our fucking like classes were based entirely off of what you do. So
Yeah.
it's like, don't go to French class, you just get fucking homework all day. Go to Spanish, you get to make food. It's like, don't go to German,
Yeah.
they fucking give you homework all day. So it's
Dude,
like,
I
guess I'm
voluntarily
going to
took
Spanish
German because I
class
was
'cause I
better
wanna
than
eat
it was.
burritos.
I voluntarily took German because it was better than Spanish. I think German's a cool language. It's much sharper. I took 12 years, basically, 12 years of fucking Spanish and know how to count to 5. That's all I retain.
That's the same
If
with
I go to
me.
Mexico
and the cartel capture me, they're speaking to me, I'll be like, uno, dos, tres, they're fucking behead me. I don't know how to fucking save my own life.
You're like, oh no!
It's like, that's
At least if I get captured by Germans, I can say, "How are you? Can I show up with a pencil?"
This guy's like, convince me not to kill you, and you're like, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
He's like, what's he saying? He's like, I don't know. He's
1, 2, 3,
counting.
1, 2, 3.
He's counting. He's casting his spell. Let's run away. He's counting his spell.
Yo, what is it?
Uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco, seis.
And you're like, maybe they laugh and they think you're funny and just let you go.
Be like, give me a big cigar, put me in the back.
He's a comedian.
They like fucking
big
shove you into the
yeah.
desert, but
Shit.
they're like, you can't tell anybody about it, so they like smash your legs so you can't fucking run away again.
I just keep saying it still.
I have a question.
Duh.
What's a life skill you're all proud of?
A life skill?
Yeah.
What, Jeff? What are life skills you're proud of?
Listen,
Wait,
I can shoot a gun.
Life skills.
I can fish.
You
I
can't
can shoot a bow and arrow.
I can do all this except the bow and arrow. Sans the bow and arrow.
Oh, fuck you.
Oh,
I can
life
shoot a gun.
skills?
I can clip a gun. I can point, click it.
Chris.
I'm just saying. No, I specifically I know how to load. It's not like a big fucking deal. It's just like my dad taught me all these.
It's a cool
weird,
thing to have to do.
He bought me a compound bow when I was a kid. I don't know. It was like a little. He was like teaching me to be Rambo when I was a kid.
Jeff,
really weird. What?
I can pull nails out of boards.
With your teeth?
You mean with the
With a
back end of
hammer.
a hammer? That's what it's built in for.
If there's an apocalypse and you guys are like fucking hammering up, I'd be like,
When I was like 12, I built my own.
If you need to let the zombies into the house,
I'm your man.
you need to undo
Actually-
everybody's hard work. That's your skill.
Like 100% true. My dad was kind of like a workaholic. And if I continue to do that stuff now, I would basically be a handyman. Like, I knew plumbing,
Yeah, I
I
know
knew
some plumbing.
landscaping, when I was a kid, I could do measurements in my head because he would freak out at me if I fucked up a measurement when we were putting
tents
carpet down.
and stuff.
When I was like 14,
Like
I was
for-
putting carpet down in a house. I was going into people's houses and fixing their plumbing. He's like, oh, my kid's, he's a regular tool man. And I'd be down there fucking like fixing.
Is that what everybody said? He's a regular tool man.
Corey the Toolman Taylor.
Corey the Toolman Taylor. But now, I know nothing. So if you were to tell me to fix your pipes, I would fucking
Smash with a hammer until it leaks everywhere and sprays. And you're like, oh, it's good to go.
You know those commercials of people who are fucking like dense as fuck, like infomercial people?
Like what? You can't hold a
like sit down with a cup of coffee and they fucking like pour it all
Spill
over
it
themselves and they're already sitting down.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be that fucking stupid, but I would be like to a point where if you told me to do something like
The commercial would be like, having trouble
carpeting.
fixing your pipes, and you smashing a pipe with a hammer until it sprays in your face.
That stuff always. That's another thing that always baffled me. Fucking infomercials, like that nonsense. Like
it's always in black and white at the beginning.
What kind of like dense idiot is sitting there like, yeah, I have a really hard time sitting down straight. It's like, are you having trouble sitting? And the guy sits down and he fucking like
his fucking head, his neck snaps over and he starts bleeding out of the eyes.
There's a good video out there where somebody compiled all that stuff.
I've seen it,
and like a 10-minute video.
Some of them are like just like the kids are sitting there. It's like, do your kids make mess? And his kids like he's like sitting there drawing on a crayon, and there's like soda over here, and he's like
fucking smashes it.
He actually knocks it over.
It's like they're trying to sell like things to pour your drink. So like some adult is trying to pour milk out of a carton. It's pouring all over the floor. Like, they can't get it into the glass.
Yeah, it's like it just blows my mind that it's like you don't. I mean, people aren't stupid. If they actually need something, you can kind of show it. Like when people see that, they're not.
People are stupid.
Yeah, but when people see that, they're like, I can pour a glass of milk. Fuck you.
Yeah, but when it's only $19.99, shipping included, it's like, why not?
Yeah, but what kind of guy's like? I guess I wasn't thinking about the disabled.
The worst.
Have you seen Wikipedia's definition of Down syndrome? It's not funny, but the picture there is like a guy with Down syndrome with a big smile on his face. He has a big hammer and he's like smashing a piece of wood. It's such a strange picture to use.
Why would they use that?
I don't know. Why you were there?
Why don't they?
Listen, I was trying to figure out what was wrong with me, but the point is,
why would they do that? Why don't they have like a school photo of him like sitting there? Like,
it's not like a guy. It's like a guy. It's the worst situation that guy could be in. You know what I mean? Because like their cognitive abilities aren't. I'm gonna tread lightly here. You know what I mean? But it's just a very
tread lightly.
Why? It'd be like if they had him like using a shotgun or like using a riding mower or something. It's just bizarre.
Yeah.
It's not that they can't do labor like that. It's just such a strange thing.
No, it's like the idea of seeing.
You expect to see like him hammering something in. He'd be hitting people in the eye, making them bleed and stuff.
Yeah.
What was the question we were talking about again? It's like,
why are Down syndromes? Why should they be massacred? I think it's a bad question myself.
Why should Down syndromes? Why should they be massacred?
It's a very strange question, honestly.
It's a very.
Who said that?
I don't have Down syndrome.
Corey of the future.
Well, let me ask you this:
Corey of the future?
What do you think? Of, all right, here's a controversial thing. What do you think of parents who they know their kid's going to have Down syndrome and they decide to have the kid anyway?
You know what?
I think that's how early.
That's such a fine line.
How early do they figure out? How many weeks in?
Let's say they could abort him.
How early in though? How many weeks in?
I don't know. Does it matter?
Yeah, because that's a whole abortion debate where it's like
how developed.
I'm just saying they know before.
There's like a gray area to when it's.
Let's say 2 or 3 months in, they know.
Well, it's not.
I think 3 months is pretty far in though for most people, right?
Let's say 2 months, 1 month.
Let's
say the woman's pregnant.
The fetus can.
And they know let's say they know like within a day he's going to have Down syndrome.
Jeff,
do they?
Within day 1, they can wince their eyes. So
within day 2, they can say
Jeff.
Within day 1, they can wince their eyes. What do you mean by that?
Day 2, they can wince their eyes.
What does that mean?
Yeah, like blinky.
The baby or the fetus?
Fetus.
Listen.
Let's say you're having a kid. You're having a kid. You know he's never gonna be able to hold a job.
How do you
know that? He's gonna have health problems.
How do you
Let's say he's on the low cognitive end of that.
Let's say,
so
and he's gonna always need medical bills. He's gonna have very high medical bills, and he still might die early because of all his problems.
Well, I guess it's one of those gray areas because it's like you could be dealing with a family who's like someone actually wanted to be a parent their whole life, and they don't really care for the idea of their
but you'll literally be a parent your whole life.
But also there's like
but if they're dying at like
there's varying degrees of how bad that can be.
I said let's say the supposed baby is on the low cognitive end.
But like the worst kind.
Is it selfish knowing your child is going to suffer his whole life just so you can basically have like a glorified cat?
I don't think it is, but I think I honestly, if it's going to come out as a vegetable, then you know.
No, not vegetable. It functions, but it's like it can't speak at all. It can't speak.
It's a house plant.
Oh, holy fuck! That's too far for me, Corey.
If it's just pure like negativity emitting from it at all times, then you might as well just like.
It's basically like if you knew you were gonna have a kid.
You have someone in a wheelchair. It's like sitting there, and you're fucking pouring soil.
Put water on him.
Corey, goddamn.
No, look, it's one of those things where it's like if you have a kid,
I'm not insensitive.
You're going to HE double hockey sticks.
I'm not insensitive.
You're an ableist.
If you knew you were gonna have a child that had that had no skin. Like it was always screaming.
Yeah.
It was always screaming. I have. No
it would be in the dumpster immediately.
You can abort it. You can just take a sharpened pencil.
It would be. Oh, I'd get rid of it.
I think there's a gray area. If your kid's going to have some sort of disability,
that completely impairs it for life. It makes it miserable its entire life.
There's a certain point where it's like there's a disability and then there's like a liability.
That's so deep. Corey, thank
you. It's true. It actually is true. Like if you just had a kid who had a gimp arm and half his brain didn't work, that's fine. But if you had a kid who's a fucking vegetable and he's going to die before he's like 8 years old.
Let me pretend to be your kid.
I'm your other kid.
Hold on, Jeff. That would,
hello, father.
That would touch my heart because he'd be trying to talk to me.
You'd be like, son, would you like to go to college one day?
I'd be like,
I am small like apple to earth.
You know what I would do? I would just pour fucking magazines over him, all these dirty magazines. And I'm like, start fucking reading.
You know, the beginning.
Once he starts screaming, he's like, don't hit me.
I was watching the beginning of Batman Returns the other day. I just put him in a boat and sent him into the sewer. I just hope penguins raise him and I don't have to deal with him anymore.
He's just like,
what if he comes back?
Oh my god.
What if he comes back for you?
Comes back
you left me behind.
Quack, quack, quack. He's like quacking like a penguin. He's like pissed off at me.
Penguin, and then you're like, penguin's still a quack. He's still stupid. Nothing's changed.
You still haven't learned shit. That's fucking dumb, man.
You know how to do your taxes?
No! Can we just clarify that the kind of people we're talking about are people who can't even, think?
That's what I'm saying.
I'm not saying...
I'm saying...
They don't even know their name. They don't...
exactly. If they have a disability, that's one thing. But if they're fucking gone, they're gone.
Yeah. I mean, these parents...
That's a gray area.
If they're just, ruining the parents' lives and their own lives...
I am speaking on behalf of someone who cannot be in someone's shoes, who has to deal with someone who is on the brink of dying.
By the way, there are plenty of people with Down syndrome that are completely high or medium cognitive ability.
Yeah, I don't want to sound cruel. I'm just saying that these parents have kids where
we're not
they're missing the skin. They can't. They're completely blind. They can't see. They're missing their tongue.
That's sad. They're crippled. I wouldn't want that.
And they decide to take care of this thing its whole painful life.
Yeah, but like I said. And I think this also is true, is you think of them, and that's good. You're not being selfish, because that's a really good part of being parenting, is not being selfish.
It is a little bit.
They say they're not, but they are, because they so badly want to take care of something, almost. They let this thing suffer for years.
But it's I completely agree with you. I wouldn't want a kid who's like a walking volcano. I would want to take care of him.
Volcano?
I would want to take care of him if he had Down syndrome, that's fine. But if he was
we're talking so far gone.
If he was a fucking bomb ready to go off, I don't want to deal with that because I'm fucking Times Magazine is gonna be knocking on my door and be like, hey.
And that's not to say people who do end up living. It doesn't mean they don't deserve to live. It's just if you can prevent somebody from being in pain their whole lives, why? What's the moral reason why you wouldn't do that? I mean, real pain.
I completely agree.
Pain.
I just say there's a gray area, and I say I've said my point. But there was also that chick who her daughter had a disability and she died and she mummy encased her.
What?
She was in this thing. She was dead and then she was basically profiting off her death. And this girl had some disability that was rare and she was charging people money to see her and give her wishes. And that's fucked up.
Wait, the dead daughter would grant somebody a wish, you mean?
This is going to Irish story territory here.
Have you ever, Corey?
I didn't step on it.
Corey, have you ever seen that lady? Have you ever seen that girl who had a little girl and the baby died pretty much straight away, but she had it mummified and she carried it around with her like a doll?
You see, that's the kind of
Snow White dress too.
That's the kind of people.
No, okay, I'm laughing.
That is absolutely true.
No, that's the kind of people.
That's horrible to laugh at, but
that's the kind of people who
seeing it in a Snow White dress is
you're a horrible person.
They found a Snow White doll dress and put the dead mummified fetus in a Snow White doll dress.
But it looks funny.
That's messed up.
So let's just say if you knew a kid was just going to have mild autism, or no, let's see if he's just going to be a typical Down syndrome like that guy Corey from Life Goes On. Do you remember that show? Never mind.
His name was Corey?
His name was
Corey, you look sad.
No,
I said that not even realizing it was your name. Like Corey.
You know, Corey from fucking Life Goes On.
You looked at me with this disappointed look. You're like, what? What do you mean? Like, yeah, it's like I'm hurting your feelings. I didn't mean it like that.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I don't know.
Yeah, there was a guy named Corey on a show called Life Goes On.
Was it played by...
I think it was Corey.
Who's the guy... was it played by Johnny DiCaprio or whatever his name is?
No. The character...
Leonardo DiCaprio.
No. That was the Stephen Gilbert Grape. He was retarded in that movie. No, this is a legitimate Down syndrome person.
I want it. I don't want that. If there was a point where I would like to think that me and my wife were on the same sort of idea with having a kid with Down syndrome.
What if the all right, theoretically, what if the doctor came to you and he looked at the ultrascan, he said, "Listen, sir, I don't want to give you bad news, but this child that is coming, the doctor's not going to tell you he has Down syndrome, but he's basically going to say, listen, this kid, basically his whole life he's going to be on the computer typing out hot memes all day." He's gonna be sharing the hottest memes all day, and that's all he's ever gonna do his whole life.
So just for like clarification, this is the future where they've already like completely mapped out your future life, and he's gonna be a meme spewer on 4chan.
Let's say there's a meme gene, and you can tell, and he says your son has this gene, and you guys both have
stage 6 level meme autism.
Yes. See this section of the brain right here. He's going to be looking at advice animals all day.
All this section is going to be to Awkward Penguin and Trollface and Battle Brian.
I would be like, when he's not looking.
Do you kill your son?
Would you ask him to snap it in the womb, like twist his head while he's in the womb?
Would the doctor stick his head up there?
I would say be inconspicuous, okay? I'm paying you good money.
Me? You're just going to whisper him, like, listen, just... While you're,
a little.
Yeah, and then just don't tell her. Just tell. And when he comes out dead, just act surprised.
What if you said that and the doctor looked at?
just make a big O face when the dead baby comes out.
The fucking dead baby rolls out. Oh no!
What is that? I didn't have anything to do with that. That's weird. I can't believe it's dead.
What happened?
Oh my god, its head came off. That never happens.
The woman's like, what was that crack? I just stepped on a peanut. I don't know.
I was cracking my knuckles in there. I know it's bad for arthritis, but whatever. Sometimes my fingers get exhausted.
And then I'm like...
What happened was you creeped up the baby's ass and I popped his head up like a doll. That's what happened, lady. It's your fault. You killed the child.
Snapped his neck.
It warms my heart. We're back to the dead baby.
Jeff, what would you do, Jeff, if you were... Jeff, if you were with your beautiful wife.
This kid is a meme-spewing idiot from the future. He's the worst kind of kid.
Yeah, Jeff, if you were with your beautiful wife.
Yes.
And the doctor, you're at the emergency room.
Yeah.
And your wife, she tweets and she giggles. You're like, that's gross. But then you see a little baby head come out. And the doctor pulls her aside and says, Jeff, your wife just queefed up the baby's ass. And it killed it popped the baby's head off. Your wife just killed your baby. And your wife doesn't know. She's still giggling there, laughing. What do you do? Are you angry at your wife?
I'd probably be more mad she's probably laughing at a terrible joke than having a dead baby. I'd shrug.
Your son's little head.
I'd shrug at the dead kid.
Jeff, your son's head rolls to the floor, looks up and says, "Da. What do you do?
How the fuck is his head still?
I would...
Because baby's head lives for 2 more years after it dies.
All right, Chris.
I would kind of slide him into a dark corner with my foot, hoping nobody noticed him before he died.
Let's say your kid comes out and he's the polar opposite of everything you enjoy. He hates everything you enjoy. You're like, man, I love Final Fantasy VII. He's like, that was the worst RPG ever made, old man.
I grab him by his turkey neck and hold him against the wall and
Why is he a turkey neck?
His turkey neck is screamed at his throat. He's a faggot.
Chris, what if your son came out?
There you go. If you're bored and you're a little shit, you're getting it. You're getting a wallop when you pop out of the pussy.
Daddy wallop.
What if your little kid's like, I want to play physics games on YouTube all day?
What if he's like...
Would you beat him to death?
What if he walked in and he said, my hero is PewDiePie? What would you do, Corey?
I'd be like, good choice.
I'd be like, join the bro army.
I'd be like, you are one little faggot.
Can we talk about a sound that I heard? Oh, go on.
No, I would wait till he was old enough to go to school. I'd intentionally buy a house on the other side of the street that the school bus has to pull up on, hoping that he has to cross a lane every day and hopefully just get hit by a
increase
car.
the chances.
Oh my god! All because he likes.
Yes.
That's very intricate.
I have no tolerance.
You're paying
His epic braids will be over the road.
I'm not capable of unconditional love. I have to.
Jeff, what if he
It's
looks
okay.
exactly like you? Would you not feel a little bit of empathy for him?
I feel like we've created a situation where we can ultimately hate our kids.
I'd find it more interesting if I'm like looking at a dead body and I'm like, it looks just like me. That'd be pretty interesting, actually. Jeez. I've always wondered about that when twins, like when a twin dies and he's looking at the other twin, he's like, that's pretty interesting.
That looks like me, but I'm fucking dead.
Yeah, I mean, it looks just like, yeah, I'm
looks
dead.
like a dead version of me. Goddamn.
Yeah.
But the more you know.
Yeah. So what was the question?
Yeah, what was the question?
Was it advice?
That is the question.
Was
what
it
do you guys
advice
like to
we
do the
should give
weekends?
people? Was it advice we should give people?
What was the actual? Oh yeah,
Holy
god
shit.
damn, we got off track. We started talking about boarding.
Slightly off track there. Holy
we
shit.
were past that, I think.
Yeah, what was it?
Chris jumped to like page
Chris,
2.
you did it. You
I forget.
Chris, was that your question?
I'm a sleepy sausage.
So, anyways, basically, our point is the best advice is when you see twins killing the one die, the other one looks at them. The end.
Yeah. This is from Nikki Bain. Says latest show you've seen that you'd consider worth a watch.
Chris is front of the store over here.
Holy shit.
Basically, latest show that you see that you'd recommend.
Yeah.
Freaks and Geeks, right, Chris? You like that show?
Oh, I like Freaks and Geeks.
Really?
I did. I like.
Is that the one with Seth Rogen?
Yeah.
Is it like where he first started out?
Yeah, and it's him, Jason Segel, a fucking James Franco.
Segel?
Yeah, Jason Segel.
Segel.
A bunch of other guys, but yeah, I like that show a lot. It's cool.
What about you? Have you seen a show lately that you'd recommend to people?
A show?
Yeah, one of those.
One of those things?
Yeah, one of those things.
One of those dang old shows?
That's right, my friend.
The Irate Gamer.
Yeah, the Irate Gamer show.
Ronnie the Skeleton's Christmas special.
Right? Okay. If you guys want top of the line Skylanders reviews on the newest Trapbot series, irategamer.com.
His website's amazing.
What the hell?
Actually, I haven't really watched any TV show in a while. I just watch like stupid shit now and then. I watch a lot of long plays.
What are some of the newer TV shows out?
True Detective, everyone's talking about.
True Detective was alright. I felt the ending was.
What's that new movie
slight
everyone's
letdown.
talking about? That's from the guy from Breaking Bad.
Bryan Cranston?
Aaron Paul.
No, the movie.
Oh, but what movie?
Need for Speed.
There's the TV, the show that's coming out, or if it is out, I don't know.
You're not talking about
What is
Better
it
Call
about?
Saul, are you?
Oh yeah, that was it.
That's not a movie though.
Well, a show, because he said show.
Yeah, he did say show.
He said movie though.
He said show.
You didn't.
Well, and then, so you should understand what I said.
I'm looking forward to that.
I'm gonna watch Better Call Saul. When they first announced it, everybody, like the people said it was gonna be a lighter show.
I'll tell you what. I just want The Walking Dead to go away and be replaced by something
I've been
interesting.
watching The Walking Dead from pretty much the start, and it's one of those shows that I don't like. I would never recommend it to anybody, but I still watch it. It's just fascinating. Like it's not. There have been some really bad episodes where I've laughed at like the serious parts, but then there have been some okay parts. I'm like that was done kind of well. It's bizarre. It's so
I guess my
weird.
biggest issue with Walking Dead is I read the comic first, so I'm not trying to pull a hipster card, but I read the comic and I thoroughly enjoyed the comic over the actual TV show. And when I saw the first episode, it was pretty much incredibly faithful to the comic, so I had
liked the
really
first
high
episode a
hopes.
lot.
The first season was somewhat lenient in the comic, but then it pretty much just like it kind of follows the main motifs, like the stuff where they like go to the jail and set up shop for like a while and shit, and like just like over time you like learn the people in jail and how they react, and it's like they did that, but the characters in the comic were way fucking better, and the comic was way darker, and it was good because like before they went to jail there was a lot of shit that built up from that, and there was a lot of like bridges that were burnt, and it was just the comic is really fucking good. And I watched the show, and I'm like, man, this is Dullsbury. It's fucking, I don't even care.
The show's horrible.
And regardless of even what people think of it being good or bad, I just find it depressing as shit.
Yeah.
I don't like watching depressing. I mean, it's my weakness. I don't look
Breaking
forward
Bad
to
was
watching
kind of depressing
depressing
in a way, but it
Breaking
wasn't
Bad-
the same. It had a place to go though. The thing with The Walking Dead is like, oh, these people were just in the apocalypse.
Breaking Bad has a lot of humor, dark, fun dialogue. Walking Dead is just people breaking down and crying. It's like I feel like 9/10 of the audience tunes in just so they can see dead people get stabbed in the head with screwdrivers. But
yeah,
it's just I'm just sitting like, oh my
I'll tell you
God.
what I think. What I think makes a lot of zombie movies work. It's like at the end they always have some sort of vaguely hopeful message. It's like, oh, at least we can rebuild, at least we can survive. But the TV series, they can't really make the world go better, so it's constantly just like, oh, this person got sabotaged
That's why
and killed.
I really liked the remake of Dawn of the Dead because of all the characters. Like the first character that you meet at the beginning, he's like an asshole, but then he like turns around and he's like one of the most likable guys. And it's like, it's really interesting how like the characters come together in an apocalypse and how they change.
That guy was an asshole the whole movie.
Yeah, but he was likable, and then like he
Was he?
like,
What?
No, I thought there was like a point where there were I
hate him less.
I liked him. He was funny, and then he like
even at the end of the movie, they're like, "Are you gonna help?" He's like, "Fuck you."
No, not that asshole. Not the rich one.
Oh, which one?
The one that pulled the gun on them and like tricked them, and then they tricked him.
Oh, the security guard guy.
Yeah, the security guard. Who
Yeah,
was like,
he was. Yeah,
I
he
liked
was
him.
alright.
The fucking rich guy was a faggot. He's like, I'm rich, so I have nothing to worry. How about you make me a water? I hated that motherfucker. God damn it. I like that.
All right.
Like
Right
everyone
on.
else is good, and
I know there's people wincing listening right now. Not to. I'm with you, but I know there's people like, oh well, that wasn't as good as the original Dawn of the Dead.
the fucking original Dawn of the Dead. You know what? That part where they like in the beginning where they like the guy bites into her and it's cute, but then like biting into styrofoam with red dye, and he's like, ah.
You know, the thing about the Walking Dead TV series is it started off with some really good effects in the first season.
Oh, The Walking Dead has an amazing
TV series.
Dude, I will give them credit where credit is due. The Walking Dead zombies look like scary.
But I gotta say, so season 1 had pretty good effects. Then season 2, to my knowledge, from what I've heard from like Frank Darabont, whatever his name is, apparently they doubled the episode amount from season 1 and cut the budget in half from season 1. So and season 3 and 4 didn't have really good effects, but season 5 has better effects closer to season 1. But they've had some really good effects, and they've had some really interesting traditional like makeup stuff done that looks really good, frankly. But then they have all this fucking CG blood that looks really fake sometimes.
That's something that I don't. And like another thing that I guess that came from The Walking Dead was the Telltale series. Like I know people say it's like it's really good like visual novel.
Chris was playing a couple days ago.
It's really good, and it's really like you start out and you're like, oh man, is this game really good? And then you really start to enjoy all the characters, and then there's some you like and there's some you hate. And the main guy is so likable after a while.
You know what pisses me off though in that game?
What's that?
I don't know. I don't know how games are still doing this, but when the camera like changes position in that game, it like freezes for like
like you said,
it just freezes for like 15 frames. It's like, why are you? This is 2014.
I guess it's like how it's loading. Like it's like
I don't
loading.
care. The graphics are shit in that game.
But that's the thing.
It looks good, but the graphics
stylized.
It's stylized, but it shouldn't fucking take 15 frames for the camera.
I think what we're saying is the graphics aren't that good, so it should make up with the camera stuff.
I do agree, and I know what you're talking about. Like when you walk into a fucking room and your character's standing there, and then it comes in, and then there's like enemies. You're like, what the fuck?
It's well, how? I don't know.
Did you guys play the Telltale Back to the Future games?
They were. No. I didn't like them.
I heard they were like just boring and silly.
Really strange. You spend like 3/5 of the game at like a soup kitchen or something in 1930. It's
the fuck?
What?
It's strange.
I thought it started off really interesting.
You spend.
Doesn't Christopher Lloyd actually voice Doc Brown?
No, it's like dying in that.
He's like, you know what's really funny to me? If you watch the original Back to the Future, like if you watch it like on an HD screen, you could tell his makeup is like really visible.
That was like 4 years after One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest.
He's only 40 years old in that, but now he looks like actually Doc Brown did in that movie.
Yeah.
That was really, but he sounds way. He's like, it's like, God damn, man.
Remember when he used to be in that show with Pamela Anderson?
The show.
I forget what it was called, but it stunk.
Porno?
Doc Brown.
Yeah.
Christopher Lloyd.
Pamela Porno.
The other TV series I saw that I liked was Rick and Morty. That's a pretty good show. I like that.
I like Rick and Morty.
It's a good show. It's interesting. It's a tween show, which I didn't think I was a fan of tweens, but they're good, and the poses are really
tween?
dynamic. Yeah, exactly.
Really?
Exactly.
Well, they have solid in-betweens.
That's what I mean. Like they do it well. It doesn't feel like it's not like a Total Drama Island kind of tweeting where it's just. I'm gonna get shut up by that, but my point is, it's not like...
Dude, Total Drama Island's animation is garbage.
But people still fucking jerk off to that show.
Yeah, well, who cares? It's like stiff and ugly.
Never seen it.
I'll say this about celluloid feet that make no goddamn sense.
Rick and Morty, I hate everybody's eye pupils.
I did like that at first, but it's so unique. It's never been done before.
It bugs. I can't stand it.
You don't really notice it until they zoom up really close to their faces.
I'll be honest.
The character designs they're likable but bad at the same time. It's like another TV show where the character designs it's like they're drawn It's like the style is it's like the art of like a 15-year-old in high school. I just don't. It's really strange to me. It's it's like every popular animated TV show with like a family. It's drawn like a 15-year-old.
But it's not done in a way where it's like, oh, this is bad. Like they do it well. It's simple, but it's done well. It's still appealing.
Yeah.
It doesn't make you go ugh.
If you've seen Doc and Marty, the original one,
It's like that burger.
I prefer those
show,
character designs way more.
Bob's
Have you seen
Burgers.
Doc and Marty? It's what it's based
You
off
like
of.
Bob's Burgers?
No.
Man, I hate Bob's fucking burgers.
I've never seen it. I just hate the art style. I don't even know if it's funny or not.
Chris hates Bob's Burgers. I'm not gonna comment.
I can't stand his fucking voice.
If you've actually watched, it's not a show.
For me,
you should
it's kind of
hate.
hard for me to not. What's his name?
John Benjamin.
John
I
Benjamin.
like John Benjamin. He was good as Coach McGurk. He was good
Yeah, he was good at himself. He talks.
Home
How
movies?
talented of him.
Home movies.
He's funny. What do you have to say for yourself? Are you John Benjamin? Fuck you. Were you in home movies? Fuck you.
I always thought Home Movies was a good show because of like.
I love home movies, dude.
Here's fucking like Brian. Like, is that like what's the kid's name? Yeah,
Brendan?
Brian. Brendan.
Brendan.
This fucking like 8-year-old kid who doesn't play soccer, and his coach is talking to him. He's like, Don't waste all your money on beer, Brendan. It's stupid. Go play soccer. And he's like, don't play soccer. They suck. Okay, why are you?
That's a funny show.
I love home movies.
It's funny because it's like
I love
he
Coach McGurk.
Yeah, he shares his life experience with this 8-year-old, and this 8-year-old is like so adult for his age. He's like, yeah, I agree. I'm making a movie.
When everyone started picking up that he had a cool voice, then yeah, he started getting overused. And
Oh
I
yeah,
can't
but
fucking
I
stand it
will
anymore.
admit that it's weird hearing. Like, I still can't really. I haven't seen Anchor, but like Archer. It's weird hearing his voice as like you would think it'd be suave, but I guess that's
I
kind of
can't
predictable.
stand the fact that he doesn't even try and change his voice for any of his roles. It's just him
I
speaking.
guess because like when they tell him they're like, hey, like Michael Cera,
yeah,
a little Melvin
that's true.
nerd.
It could just be the producers being like, just do your thing.
Yeah, just do your John Benjamin. He's like, you sure I can do a.
But his
I can do a
voice is
Woody
pretty
Allen.
cartoony. Like I'm sure. I know for a fact. If I got asked to do anything, people would just say, "No, do your voice. It's fine. It's fine. You're so unique. It's fine."
Yeah.
If he had like a regular like, "Hey, I'm a guy," I'd be like, "That's a boring voice. Don't do that."
I do like John Benjamin for his.
He's really talented.
I like
improv.
Metalocalypse when I tuned in, and I really liked home movies growing up.
Recent
and
shows.
I do like Bob's Burgers.
I recommend.
I liked Fargo a lot.
Yeah, Fargo was the other one I was trying to think of. It was True Detective.
Oh my
Fargo.
god, The Raid.
It's a TV show.
Oh, a TV show? Well, fuck that. A movie I saw. I saw The Raid.
Welcome to 3 years ago.
I know, but I never heard of this. Nobody was like, you need to see The Raid. And then like
all like Korean revenge movies are good.
Dude, like
is that Korean? Wait.
No, it's Indonesian.
All right, never mind. My apologies.
No, it's fine. But
Anyway,
the
Korean...
first one, it's basically kind of think of it in the style of Dread, where it gets straight to the point. They're in a place, they're locked down, but it's just filled to the fucking brim with just action and kung fu for like an hour and a half of just non-stop fighting with these crazy fucking, and it is gory, and they do not, they're not holding your hand through it. They're like fucking like ripping fucking people in half and shit with like machetes. It's nuts.
Machetes?
Yeah, machetes.
Okay.
And
What, Jeff?
the second one was good. It was filled to the brim with action, but the first one was just... The second one felt like a fucking anime. Like, it felt... Towards the end, it felt like I was, like, watching something that'd be on Toonami in the 2009s. But the first one felt like it was grounded in reality at some point. Like, somewhat. Like, old action grindhouse shit. Anyways.
Snort Peps asks, does Linda still hate you guys?
Linda never fucking... What is this shenanigans of Linda?
She flirts
For reference, in episode,
she flirts with me.
In the pilot or episode 1, we talked with this lady Linda, who always gave me the fuck, or not the fuck me eyes, but she always gave me the shit eyes, the stink eyes, the stink eyes, the fuck me eyes and stink eyes,
the fuck you eyes,
the fuck you eyes, exactly.
She's nice to
Fuck
me.
you.
Chris, whenever you leave, she's like, that guy was gross.
Do you know what she does to me?
She didn't say gross.
You know what? I go up there.
Nice.
When I do see her, I'm not gonna see her. But when I do see her, I'm like, she's like, "How are you?" And I'm like, "I'm fine."
Yeah, me too.
How are you?
And she's
then
got
I'm
a
like,
cute.
"You have a good day."
She's got a cute little old lady voice. She's like,
Yeah,
"Oh."
she's very polite. And
I
then
like
when
her.
I go up there, she's like, "That'll be like $1.50," and I'm like, "Here
Sometimes
you
when
go."
She's not the crackhead at the other Wawa that goes crazy on me every time I see him at 4 a.m.
What does he say?
Oh yeah, he's like going to a tangent. He's like, "Man, I heard this jazz song, and I'm telling you,
I
right
can't
now."
believe this fucking guy still has a job.
No, it's crazy. Like, I swear to God, me and Stamper fucking walked in, and we just wanted a goddamn sandwich. And then we were sitting there holding our sandwiches in our hand. He was like, he was talking about jazz. He's like, "Oh, this is jazz. and people were coming through like buying stuff, and he was like, yeah, and he was like looking to give him money and stuff, and he's just like, do you know that song I'm talking about? And his neighbor's like, yeah, I think so. And he's like pulling out names, like, yeah, that's the one. He's like, he's like singing it, and I'm just like,
dude, he won't let you leave.
No, he won't.
You can't walk.
You have to hear his jazz story, and you have to talk about a center of doing.
I was buying a sandwich. There was like an 80-year-old man in front of me. This was at like 3 in the morning. And he's like, man, and the guy pays for a sandwich and walks out. He's like, man, what the fuck? He's like, what the fuck is he doing in here at 3 a.m.? I'm like, what? He's like, what the fuck? He's like, what's he doing here? Where's his family? Where does his family think he is? What about his kids, man? What about his kids? I'm like, he's 80. His kids are like 55. What are you talking about? Man, dude, this went on for like over 10 fucking minutes.
You're like, dude.
You're like
man,
Chris Rock.
Dude,
He's so funny.
He was pissed. I was like, whatever, man.
He's just like trying to like he's really trying to hold on to the fact that
he's like insinuating the guy is out there like fucking hookers. He's like, you know what he's doing out here, man, at 3 in the morning. I'm like, what?
Yes, he's exactly like that.
He's getting his fucking pills, going back to watch the History Channel for 4 hours and go to bed.
He had white hair, wrinkles. He couldn't even walk straight.
Did he have the prerequisites?
He's just an old man looking for us. He just wanted a sandwich so he could watch like All in the Family at 4 in the morning on TV time.
Before he died like a horrible death.
Before he killed himself.
And the fucking then I went back another night and he's like, and there was just some teenage girls like buying yogurt or something. He's like, man, you see these girls over there? I'm like, yeah. I do see them. He's like, you know, they're gonna get picked up in here. Like, there's he's like, insinuating hookers are recruiting girls in Wawa. He's like, yeah, man, they recruit those honeys over there. I'm like, what do you mean? I'm like, are you serious? He's like, I've been coming to this Wawa for fucking years at 3 in the morning on a Saturday. I've never seen anything like this. He's like, yeah, man, you gotta watch out. Like,
watch out for these hookers, bud.
Yeah, watch out for these hookers recruiting girls in Wawa.
And you're gonna be with X, Jeff. They're gonna recruit you.
Like, all right.
I just want to say to him, I'm like, why aren't you fired? But he's the only one there. All these employees rotate, but he is always there at 4 in the morning. So he's the only one I can talk to.
When we were there,
I don't know if he's lonely, but yeah, he will not let you leave the counter. If you're gonna go buy something, you better hope just make sure somebody's like coming up behind you and like ducking.
Or hide your head, or be like, he's like, man, what are you doing? I got a cold.
It's exhausting dealing with him.
So that answers the question about Linda.
I don't have any bad blood with Linda. Let me tell you something.
Next question, man.
Yeah.
Who wants to what?
When you leave Wawa, when you pay for your big fat hoagie or whatever, when you give her the cash and the little change comes out next to the donation box.
Yeah, I don't pay with cash. I just pay with my card.
Well, okay, that you're missing out, because if you put the money in the donation box, Linda slips you a little glance at her titty.
Yeah.
Does she?
Here you go. She shows nippy. She's like,
say that.
Does she lift up her skirt because it's like sitting on the floor?
Yeah, she holds up her titty and slams it on the couch, and she's like, have a suck, big boy.
She doesn't do that. She's more subtle.
I'm afraid to touch her because she looks like she has like that old person tissue paper skin. If you touch her, it'll like peel off.
What if you like tease a little bit? Like, what if you roll a quarter up and down on the donation?
If you roll her titty up and down the counter too.
She's like doing this. She's like, her titties are like weaving all over her body.
She's like paper skin, Jeff.
Oh my goodness.
If you touched her, she'd be like, what have you done? And she'd start crumbling from the inside out and die.
What have
you done to me?
I feel bad. I'm mad because there was a
she died like the guy in Indiana Jones.
Where he's like fucking melting and like his face is.
She's gonna be dead soon. I'm just gonna be nice to her.
Linda's nice to me. I have nothing.
She's nice to me too.
I only have the nicest stuff. If you guys want to be jerks,
she always hisses at me.
Yeah, but
it's because you're a sneaky snake.
Whenever she tries to grab me, I point the light at her, and she starts to hiss and goes back into her coffin.
You look like you're up to no good, Zach.
She slithers back in.
Yeah.
She's like sliding around like a fucking.
She has a coffin in her basement that she sleeps in. Sorry, B7 Guzman asks, to all the boys with a Z, this guy's crazy, it seems to me like the quote-unquote golden age of internet humor and original content is over, with now, in parentheses, aside from the good work you guys are involved with, of course, what do y'all see yourselves doing in 2019 or 2019?
Doing your mom, doing your mom.
That's what we're all be doing.
No, you straight up. 2019
is what, 5 years? Oh god, it's 4 years away now, pretty much. 5 years away. Corey, what will you be doing in the year 2019? In 5 years, 4 years?
Same thing. It's like 4 years from now. nothing's gonna fucking change. I mean,
well, you were in a different place 4 years ago. I mean, 5 years ago.
It's hard to say.
I didn't know you 5 years ago.
When you deal with future stuff, you look at stuff now. Like what
would you like to be doing in 5 years?
What I'm doing now is working and animating and doing the same fucking thing.
What are you going to be animating?
What do you want to have done by then?
I know what you're going to be doing. You're going to be working with me on this game we're working on now. Still in 5 years.
You think in 5 years?
No, yeah, we are. But I think it'll be more fleshed out, and then it'll be pro.
In 5 years?
I think we'll be like patting each other on the back.
Oh my god! Holy shit!
The real look of dread just hit Jeff in the face.
Jeff, let me tell you something. I've lived here 3 years. 2 years.
Yeah.
And time hasn't flown.
If we're not
by
done,
if
we're not done by then, I'm killing myself.
Hold on.
I'm serious.
Before you pull the trigger.
I'm serious.
Before you, Jeff, I joined this to keep. We gotta. I joined this.
Yeah, you can talk about it.
So you didn't kill yourself.
I appreciate it.
Jeff, what do you want to be?
Jeff Ariel Minkelstein.
Ideally, I would like to be done this huge game I'm working on. It be a success, and maybe just to change things up a bit, maybe I could be pitching like an animated show. I'd like to be working on maybe an animated show. Although I'm greatly enjoying working on the game, but once it's done, maybe just do something a little different.
I'm kind of the same way. I would really be like the extra cog in the wheel that helps push the thing and everything. And then after that, I would like to see myself actually animating a fucking series or something, making my own. Because I have ideas. I've had ideas for fucking ever. But I feel like now at this point, it's kind of like I'm not going to waste my time doing like fucking game parodies or shit I give no shits about, unless it's like something I'm legitimately serious about, like back then when I used to make like stuff like.
Yeah. So Chris, what about you? What do you see yourself doing in 4 or 5 years, in the far off year of 2019?
I want to be producing.
Producing what?
Good content that I wrote.
What do you want to have done by then? Like what would you like to have accomplished in the next couple of years? 5 years?
I don't know. Make something. I don't fucking know. I don't have any plans. Make whatever.
Just
die.
Just rolling with it.
Yeah.
Just rolling with the.
I want to make. I definitely want to make something longer than 20 minutes at some point, and then after that, I would like to fucking be the director and have everyone do what I want and fucking not worry about shit.
Would you like people to say?
I honestly do think I'm nearing the end of fucking enjoying animating long like cartoons. I can't do it anymore. It's just it takes too long, and then.
There's such a little game.
All the ones that I do finish are always the ones that people are like, oh, I didn't like that one, and then you do something fucking shitty and stupid, and it's like, that's the funniest thing you ever did. It's like, great.
Would you like to see an internet debate, people debating whether you or Hans Zimmer are better?
Oh my god. Hans Zimmer is definitely better, but that doesn't make his music any more bland.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so we all just want to be rich and famous.
Yeah, I just want to be able to have.
I want to be able to make stuff and not worry about the money that costs to do it.
You know what I want?
I don't want to.
Do you know what I want? I want to be able to walk into a fucking sandwich store, a fucking bar, and be like, "What's that? Give me the most expensive martini you got."
No, seriously, my financially, my only goal financially is just to walk somewhere and be like, I don't have to check my bank account to see if I want to eat food.
Exactly. I just want to.
Oh, I could just go out to eat tonight.
I want to walk. I want to go hang out with my friends and be like, "Oh man, that seafood was so great. Oh, $30. Don't worry, I got it."
Instead of shaking my hand and like collecting pennies from under corners, like coughing.
I would be like, "Hold on," and then fucking spill like old man coins everywhere.
Well, my goal is slightly, by 2015. Let's see, that's 4 years away. Be an old man by then.
I bet you guys will be much more well off.
I would have liked to at least had one season of a TV show, at least one. That's all I want, just to get my foot in the door and experience that.
I want to have one weed.
One weed? After all these years of collecting weed grades, you can finally have one big weed.
Can I have a weed, please?
I want to go to the biggest dealer there is and be like, give me one weed.
He'll be like, his jaw will start quivering. He'll drop his bag and be like, this guy wants one weed, sir. And he's like, one weed. He's like, get it for him.
You can join the weed creed.
You should have like a little series called like Corey Shorts. So it's like you just like film you going like a drug dealer. One weed, please.
And then fucking gun gets pointed in my face and like this angle in my fucking brain, and then it's like cut to black.
Can I just say something though about this question? He wrote the words "golden age" in quotations, but he still wrote the word "golden age."
Oh, like internet humor was better.
Can I just say
years ago?
This is a common incorrect belief. People say, "Oh, the golden age of online animation is dead." You guys, if you really think there was a golden age of online animation, you're too young to be. You were too young or not even born.
I mean, the animation sucked.
The animation sucked. There were more parodies, not less. The humor was worse. If anything, all that's happened since like 2005 to 8, people think, oh, back in 2009, it was so good. Back in 2010, no.
You could watch.
You were too young to remember how fucking.
You could watch Sonic versus Mario, and then next you could watch Zelda Goes to the Drugstore.
And that wasn't a knock on that question. I'm just saying this is. I see this so often.
The only difference is Adam fucking Phillips gave up to do freelance. He's actually storyboarding for Bob's Burgers. That's the only difference I see.
Is he really?
Yeah, he's doing stuff for Bob's Burgers
Holy
now.
Shit.
Yeah, he's the coolest dude.
We love Adam Phillips. This is to you.
Adam Phillips, you were a faggot.
Adam Phillips.
Did
you do the Beast in the Woods? Isn't that what it's called?
The Bitey and Brackenwood.
Yeah,
he's super talented.
Can
I tell a short story about Adam Phillips?
Yeah. I feel bad because
you called him a dirty Aussie fag boy.
I did, but that's not what I'm talking about. I don't even know him, so I didn't say that. But I'd like to meet him because I'm curious. Because everyone's like, "Oh, Adam Phillips is amazing. He's so cool.
He's so."
But it's like I don't know who the fuck he is, and then I see him, and I'm like, "Who is this? Who is this cat?"
Look up Adam Phillips on Google. You'll see some of his work. He's really talented.
Tom and myself and Stamper were making a game in 2006 based on.
Oh yeah, I know what you're gonna say.
Do you know what his name is? I forget his name now.
I feel bad.
Kevin.
Before I say something,
he's Britney Spears' boyfriend, right?
I want to
Kevin Federline.
Kevin Federline, yeah. Tom, myself, and Zeb were making a game based on Kevin Federline where you beat up Britney Spears. It's really weird. You can juggle her baby and stuff with punches, but
wow.
We did all the art and we did everything with the game, and then we said at the time Adam Phillips was like huge, like he had like the best animation on the fucking internet, and we said, well, we'd like him to be part of this game. So we're like, cool, what can we have him do? Because like the whole game was almost done, and we didn't want to take up all his time, so we
have blood effects.
Well, that was close. At the end of the game, Adam Phillips starts piss. You can piss on like Britney, and we said, what if we got Adam to animate the piss?
That's like
so he basically animated one piss droplet. And then gave it back to us. Tom coded it so the piss would go all over the fucking screen, but he animated it. It's like the credits are like Stamper, Johnny Utah, Tom Fulp, and it's like in special thanks to Adam Phillips for the piss drop.
That's sweet.
Anyways.
But I just wanted to dispel the rumor that I hear a lot from younger guys who are like 13 to 15 to maybe 17 who say there was a golden age and now it's all dead. No, you're too young to remember how it was worse back then.
There will always be good humor. There will always be bad.
Yes.
Like there was a lot of obnoxious, shitty, corny humor today, but
it was. I would say
I only feel difference like things change with age. Like different things that you didn't find funny before become funnier the older you get.
And I would even say, go back and watch the stuff that you think is golden. Go back and watch it. It's not that good. Like the people who, I mean, it's still good for what it was. But if you go back and watch the stuff now that you think is the golden age, it's honestly whatever. The only difference between now and then, there's exact same amount of parodies. I would say more parodies today. The only difference is today that people are better at animating.
Do you know what I feel like more or less this falls into? I feel like a lot of people let nostalgia clog their vision.
That's all it is. That's all it is. It's just
like,
nostalgia.
They remember the good times.
Way better.
Yeah.
They remember the good times. And that's another thing too. Like you see these animators, you see animations from and then you see fucking animators now, and they're like, because the bar is like set. And they're like, I gotta be like these motherfuckers.
Corey,
so they're like
Legendary Frog was the golden age.
Yeah.
He was. He really
was. And then you look at the stuff now, and it's just like it's insane.
I used to think Return of Ganondorf was the funniest thing ever. And I watched it like recently. I was like, holy fuck. That's not knocking him or anything, but I was just like, Jesus Christ. I used to think this was hilarious.
It's like, have you ever wanted to play a PlayStation 2 game that you've been craving? You're like, man, I want to play that game. And you play it, you're just like, this game's fucking dreadful.
I knew the guy who did those Napster Bad cartoons. They were like on the forefront of like new internet animation with Flash.
What's Napster?
Napster Bad. You don't know what Napster is?
Napster?
Napster?
Who's Napster?
Nobody's heard of Napster.
I know what Napster was. Napster was that big mobile phone company that sold fucking ringtones.
Is that what you're talking about?
Are you guys fucking with me?
The Napster ad company. Napster, that you steal like...
I mean, it's just showing my fucking age. I don't know.
Wasn't Napster the music website?
It was like the first like torrenting like...
Yeah, there was music stuff,
Not torrent, yeah, it's like you share music.
I'm pretty sure Napster also did that mobile phone shit.
For us. That was LimeWire.
I do remember
Napster was before Lime. Napster was the first.
Napster was like 2000, 1989.
Okay,
and there was like a cat head logo.
Yeah.
I remember.
LimeWire was like 2005, 2004.
Napster had those ads on TV where it's like send a text message to blah blah blah, and we'll send you these wallpapers and ringtones.
They changed into that. Just to get off topic.
Though,
there was Napster. There was a big controversy. Metallica was pissed off because their music was being shared on Napster.
A lot of artists hated them.
So a guy who actually became like my boss for a while, he animated the series called Napster Bad, where James Hetfield and Lars Ulrich were cartoon characters, and James Hetfield would be like, Napster Bad, and he like swing his arm across the screen. But they were popular on the internet for a while. Yeah, they were like some of the first Flash cartoons.
Because it was controversial. Because it was topical.
They were actually not. He animated. It was very crude. The animation was crude, but it was very lively, and they were very popular at the time.
That's cool.
In like 2001 or something.
And see, this kind of falls into like the question. It's not on the paper, but it's kind of like the same vein. It's like So I'm going to be treading on water, and this is the only time I will ever talk about this. But the topic of Chris Chan.
Okay.
Because Chris Chan, as gay as it is to say, was a big part of my life back in fucking 2007 because I made the animated series. And that's how, you guys...
That is how you pretty much got your start.
Yeah, and I didn't even fucking know anyone. I just I thought this guy was fucking hilarious, and I thought he was a joke, like a troll, and then I found out later he wasn't, and I was fascinated. It sparked my curiosity for that kind of stuff.
He's definitely like the only weird autistic person I would call almost brilliant.
Yeah, exactly. He made like a series.
Genius.
He made a series. He based his entire life, and he created like crayon copyrights, like fucking like Crayola crayons, like a 5-year-old would draw. And there are 12-year-olds who have better art styles and art talent than him. And he fucking like made a series with Pokemon and Sonic. Sorry, but one of the most autistic franchises out there. And he put them together, and he made Sonichu. And I'm just like, oh my god, this is amazing. And I suckered in, and I was into the whole trolling thing, and for 4 years of my fucking life, I used MS Paint, I animated crudely, like Ren and Stimpy style drawings, overly grotesque fucking Chris Chan stuff that I eventually made like a big part of my life, because that's how I started getting like attention and shit. And then it just became sadder the more Chris Chan went on. Like, he became a tranny, and then his dad died, and then everyone's like, you should make fun of Chris Chan. It's like, dude, his fucking family's dead. His house burned down. And he's trying to make money on eBay, and people are still trolling him and fucking with him. I know he's a despicable person because he's like racist and stupid and ignorant and horrible.
His life adventures were amazing.
Yes,
for a while.
they were. He was just like, it was incredible. If Chris Bors had a build up like that, I'm sure Chris Bors would be the legacy he could have been.
It's looking at Chris Chan's life is like looking at Walter White's life. He starts off like somebody completely.
I don't even know who Walter White is, but I
different.
know that he like completely changed, because he starts off being like, no homos, I ain't no gay, and then he's like putting his hair up. He's like, this is how you apply lipstick.
I'm saying if you watch the last episode and you watch the first episode, it's a completely different show.
And there's an archive, because let me tell you something. If you thought Chris Chan was like autistic, there are people who have archived him eating, breathing, and shitting, and it's on his website.
There's video of him as a little kid winning some contest.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
That's actually like because he won a Sonic contest ages ago, and that's what sparked his like fandom thing.
His ranting on like not liking black girls because they're black, and there's like some audio of him trying to talk a GameStop manager.
Yes. There's so much ignorance.
Because he got kicked out. He's trying to get back into the store. I never laughed harder.
No, I'm telling you.
Like, he may go to club with his mom.
Yeah. Like Chris Chan he's an enigma, which to so many people they thought he was a troll. Because they're like, there's no way this motherfucker is real, because it's like he's the most saddest human being ever. And it's sad because it's like I spent 4 years of my life fucking with him, and like people are like, bring it back. And I'm like, no, let it die. It's like, it's depressing.
Yeah.
It's not the golden age, it's the depressing age.
And Happy Harry Partridge, he's like he loves Chris Chan too.
Yeah, he told me.
And I think I don't know if this is well known. I don't think he'd care if we shared it, but I think he contacted Chris Chan once.
Yeah, I think he said that.
He mentioned he's like, I'd like to make a game with you.
Yeah.
and Chris Chan actually turned Harry down. Like, Harry's one of the best fucking animators on the internet.
He did.
And Chris Chan is like, well, you don't have like a Disney style.
You're not good enough.
No,
You're not good enough.
I'm telling you right now. That's the thing about Chris Chan. He's super conceited. He's super full of himself. And it's funny too because like he makes videos where he's like, hey y'all. He's like having like a presentation with fucking PowerPoint and like baby tools and like his Hasbro like fucking keyboard. And he's like presenting because he's very professionally presents stuff. And he's like, yeah, here's a picture a fan made. It's like really fucking well done. And he's like, yeah. She ruined the tail, it ruined the picture, so I made a new one. And then he made it, but he's like, but I appreciate fan stuff. But he will never accept the fact that someone is a better artist than him. He will always say he's a better artist. So he has to be the lead animator, the lead writer, the lead director, the lead voice actor, and you can just be a fan. That's what he would do.
I just have all these memories of him, like him running around a park with a female like sports bra on.
Yeah, it's fascinating.
Didn't somebody dress him up normal? And pretend, they said, listen, just act, here, we're going to put some fake tattoos on you, and we're going to put you, just act like this whole time your entire life has been like a trolling.
That backfired on him because...
It almost was convincing.
But it backfired on him because like this other fucking Chris Chan came in and said like, that's just Ian Brandon Anderson because his name on the fucking
he's
website
an imposter.
Was I am Chandler, and he's like, that is a troll name. My name is Chris. Like it's funny because he's literally convinced people are telling the truth and not fucking with him. Someone would go up to him and be like, Chris Chan, I just sold fucking 40 paper medallions online. I'm making millions of dollars. And he'd come online and be like, goddamn trolls are selling my merchandise.
He gives out his personal information. He's like, this is my phone number, but don't call me.
Yes, he's a retard. He said it himself, so I can say that. And it's sad because like now it's like people link me stuff still because there's those diehard, and it's like, man, I don't care. It's depressing. I don't care. It's funny to see that he's still freaking out about Sonic and shit and still like complaining.
Well,
and it's
I got my laughs out of it.
Yeah, it's like it's over.
This one comes from Mr. Dad. If you could work on any cartoon, TV show, past or present, what would you choose and why?
So if you could work on any cartoon or TV show,
none of them.
Really, you would work on any TV show if you had the chance to, just to be a part of the production?
No.
Work on any TV show?
I just want to make my own stuff. I don't really care. I don't really
want to be a part of.
I mean, I'd work on Hellbender.
Oh, well, here we go.
I want to work on The Simpsons. So
I was gonna say
it'd been a horrible joke and then quit.
It'd be interesting to work to just be there until be one of the writers of The Simpsons, just to see how they think of stuff.
Yeah.
Or a show like that.
I like to sit on a South
I think a show
Park.
like Curb Your Enthusiasm.
I would like to sit on an episode of South Park and see how shit goes on.
South Park would be fun too.
I could totally do like storyboards for South Park but that's kind of like it's arrogant as fuck. Like, hey,
well, this is assuming you could work at any show, so you could be a writer or an animator or whatever.
I would like to work at South Park for a month.
It'd be interesting to be like one of the writers who sits in the room, like Bill Hader, just to sit in there and be like, how do they, brainstorm stuff?
I'd do that. I wouldn't want to animate.
Because they would say stuff, and then you could chime in and be like, well, what if like this?
What if this happened? Yeah.
Yeah, and then you could be as vulgar as you want, because they would be fucking like, and then her pussy falls off.
Just to go on a small tangent about South Park. What do you think of these people who've been animating on South Park for years?
They're very dedicated. Like they're
do you think they could get a job somewhere else?
They could
doing that style.
They could, but they like appreciate Matt and Trey, and they appreciate how South Park has come on. Because
I'm just speaking talent-wise.
A lot of the artists, if you look at their portfolios, they're very talented. So that's actually a downgrade for them. If I can say that, a downgrade.
Yeah, like they're not getting better at what they're doing. Like I'm sure they're decent animators. They probably showed them a cool portfolio.
I think it's more or less they want to be like, I work on South Park.
If you look at some of the episodes where they have like a comic book style, or like the episode with the boobs, they maybe like when it's like the heavy metal style, like when they want to go out, the animators like sometimes they give the animators free rein. They say do whatever the fuck you want, and it looks really good.
Yeah, and like the storyboard artists are all really good too. Like they have a really unique cartoony style, and then you see like these fucking like stiff like cardboard cutouts, but you see like they're like very cartoony, like dynamically animated like angles and stuff, but then it's just like these
even their caricatures of celebrities always look really spot on.
Yeah,
they're always really good at that.
I do think I think it's one of those things where it's like, I work on South Park. It's like one of the most beloved shows that everyone, like, you either hate or enjoy, but most people enjoy.
The only criticism I have of the art, there's somebody on that staff that is a huge fan of Street Fighter, and they trace a lot of Street Fighter art.
Really? Only
Really?
a Street Fighter
Yes.
Melvin
What
dweeb
episodes?
nerd
The
from Planet Idiot
just
Fartatron.
the episode, you know the episode where they turn into anime characters?
Oh yeah, good times.
Somebody fucking traced like all this Street Fighter Alpha art.
Really?
Yes.
They didn't want to do the
Yes, I recognize it.
They
I'm
didn't
like-
want to do the extra work.
And not only that, and then like the 3-part episode where they did the like all the villains or whatever that was called. Somebody like traced Akuma and stuck them in the background. It was like a tracing of Akuma.
Wait, where all the villains come back? Is it episode 200?
It was like a 3-part thing where it was like they were dealing with all these villains. It was like all these villains.
Was it like where Carbon was like a raccoon?
And they're dealing. It was Michael. It was like the joke with Michael Bay. Michael Bay was in it too.
Oh, Imagination Land.
Yes, that.
That was it. Yeah.
But there was a shot. Like some dude on that staff is tracing Street Fighter art.
Well, it was supposed to be fair. It was supposed to be like it was supposed to be little kids' imaginations or imagination in general. So if somebody was thinking
it's a
of
small
Akuma
criticism,
and a Tea
but and I'm sure they have.
yeah,
I didn't even know that.
I'm sure they have
I
no
didn't even know
fucking.
that.
That's a good
I'm
eye.
gonna find it.
Jeff.
Just because I
Jeff,
study Capcom art, I
Are you
recognize
sure,
it.
Like you don't have a very minute form of autism.
People have my friends in college actually accuse me of that.
You're like watching a show. You're like, did you see that Akuma in the background?
I don't like admitting it.
That's what we call the animator eye, though. It's like, did you see
No,
that,
I'm
that
joking.
small
I'm
fucking
joking.
pixel in the
Jeff,
corner?
I'm joking. But like after you do like frame by frame stuff and you do like a lot of like stuff, you look at the other stuff. And
There's a character from Street Fighter Alpha called Sodom, and he has like this armored outfit. Go look at his design. Go look at his art, and then go watch that episode of South Park, the anime episode, and you'll be like, holy shit, they traced them.
Dude, I'm telling you right now, I was watching the show, and I swear to God, I was catching like light flickers in fucking like 3D animation, and like if a character like moved his hand and his hand was here, like a second later,
I noticed.
And
I noticed everything.
It's crazy that like you're so used to working on stuff, and you're so used to like animating and catching like frames that are off a little bit, and you have to go back and fix it. That you start to catch.
Chris and I were
shit,
watching something,
like
and I
the
did
fucking
that.
Rain Man.
I
You're
was
like,
watching.
you're like move. You're like. Frame 1034. There was a misplacement.
I was watching Family Guy years ago, and I saw it's one of the early episodes from season 1 where Death comes in. It's Norm Macdonald, and you know the thing you do where like a character's part of their body goes off the stage.
Yeah.
So you take like a line tool, and you draw like under. I saw it's. We're gonna have to post a picture because it's so hard to describe if you're not an animator. But basically, when there's a stage in Flash, and there's a gray area outside the white stage, and the gray area nobody can see except for the animator. And that just means stuff can come in and go off the stage. But anyways, in the actual animation, there was like lines drawn, but they entered the stage by accident. So it was like where the character's legs would come up, would start to come up at the bottom of the screen.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I posted a video. I'll post it in the description of this video.
Dude, I'm
this
telling you, I
podcast.
catch that stuff now.
Yeah, exactly. That was like a 1/10 of a second. I saw it. I fucking saw it.
And stuff like you ever notice in old like for example like the movie Akira. There are frames where the people mispainted something on one frame.
Yes,
dude.
It bugs me. It flashes like something's the wrong color or they
old
didn't.
80s anime do that a lot.
Yeah, they fuck up a lot.
Like they're doing like a very like detailed thing, and there's a movement, but the background's fucking disappeared, and it's just like where an area of ground would be, and like half the picture's missing. You're like, wait, what the fuck? Because it's all like hand painted, isn't it? Like,
yeah,
it's like cells
all the
and
cells. Yeah, the cells get. Somebody messes up little things.
So after
every
doing
now and
I think what it is, I think either the paint starts or that or something. Yeah, that's like a red becomes like a slightly lighter red. It's like, hey, what the I fucking saw that.
Or like their hair isn't colored, or their hair isn't shaded on one frame.
Yeah.
Or it's like a skin color or something by accident because they paint over it.
It's like 4 a.m. and they're just like they just forget to do something. Yeah.
I think that I guarantee if you went frame by frame for one of my animations or something. Even on one, like if you went frame by frame for the Street Fighter thing, holy fucking shit, would you see so much mistakes? Because I am not a cleanup man. Yes, I am. Sam, I am.
All right.
Sorry, I'm looking at it.
No,
the last question of the night. This comes from Panda Mark. Favorite game of all time. Chris, what is your favorite video game of all time?
Final Fantasy 7.
Jeff, what is your favorite video game of all time?
Street Fighter 3.
Corey, what is your favorite video game of all time?
Oh man, I hate favorite stuff.
Hurry, Corey, hurry! There's a gun to your head.
Gun to my head?
Jeff, put a gun to his head.
Answer!
What's that?
My favorite
Five
game
Nights
of
at
all
Freddy's.
time is not Five Nights at Freddy's. It's
pretty good thing to the game.
It's a tie. Oh, Legend of Dragoon.
Donkey Kong Country for the Super Nintendo.
Twice. Donkey Kong Country, twice.
Fuck 2 and 3. They're good, but I like 1 the best.
Donkey Kong Country, uno. I guess we're gonna close out. I'm Corey Spazkid.
I'm Johnny Utah. Hello. Good evening, good night.
I'm alive. That's what they call me. That's what they call me.
Chris, what's your name?
Sleepy boy.
Sleepy.
Ah! You see him way more now.
God dang.
Alright, that's it. That's a wrap.
Fuck you.
Yeah.
Alright, here we are then. Oh, Scorpio Rising, Death in Vegas, on XFM 104.9, about 1:05 Saturday. Here we are again then, Ricky Gervais. Oh, I can't believe our luck. Oh, alright, Carl?
Alright.
Yeah, so what are we doing today then? Producer.
Right, well,
oh, I'm sorry, I always laugh instinctively when I hear Carl's name and that word associated.
Right, well, why is that? Because it is, I had to come up with some new features again for this new year.
Okay. I'm excited.
What have you come up with?
Oh. We are the backbone of this show, Carl.
Yeah, we'll tell you we've come up with some pretty... What's yours first?
Right.
Go on.
Right, well, Rockbusters.
That's old, that's not a new feature.
Yeah, but we'll keep it.
Right.
For
so you're
bit.
just keeping an old feature?
Okay. No, it's an old favourite. I'm sure there's a lot of people that are going, phew, I was worried that he'd lose Rockbusters.
Rick, I've just come up with a new idea. Why don't we just play some records that we like? There's a new idea for 2003.
Yeah. Oh, you know what we can't, Steve? Because the library's out of order.
Oh, yeah, the record library, we can't get in there. We're not allowed to get in there.
We had to scrounge something from Capital Gold.
So anyway, right,
go on.
So we got Rockbusters.
What are they doing with the library? Are they getting some records in that we want to play? Is that their new idea? I know. Let's get some records in.
Yeah,
they're
thinning out the Gina G.
Yeah. Four non-blondes. Goodbye. Give that to Foxy. Go on.
So
sorry, Carl.
We'll do. We started Do We Need 'Em in 2002.
Do We Need 'Em?
Do We Need 'Em? Yeah.
We'll continue that.
Got a new one, haven't you?
Explain that later.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And then the new stuff comes in.
Ooh.
Right. As always, I like to sort of get words and tweak them and stuff.
Sure.
Yeah.
So I was thinking of either doing something with. There's a lot of weird rituals, isn't there?
A lot of weird rituals?
Yeah. There's weird stuff going on around the world.
Okay.
There is, yeah.
And I was going to tweak that to rituals.
Okay. Right.
Again, starting with the title, the pun first, then working out what it is.
Well, I found some weird stuff.
Oh, right, so it's specifically...
Just stuff that goes on, like...
rituals.
There was,
Most of the weird stuff I've heard about happened to you in Manchester in your early years.
Well, in India, apparently it's good to have a flat head. So the,
Again, just flirting, just bordering on the racist, but never really gets there. Always.
Well, no, because there's no intent.
There's no hate. It's just clumsy. It's just stupidity. Yeah.
Exactly.
Go on. What do you mean?
What do you mean? It's good to have a flat head.
What do you mean it's good to have a flat head in India?
We'll talk about it later.
Brilliant.
That's rituals. So
you've hooked a few people. You've hooked a few in. Go on.
All right. So we'll have that later.
So it's essentially like Educating Ricky, only it's specifically about rituals. Is that strictly speaking what it is? Okay.
I suppose so, but then again, you could say radio is all the same because it's people talking.
Okay, Carl, brilliant. Brilliant comeback.
Yeah, so, brilliant comeback. Not all talking nonsense, though.
Well.
So that's where we're different. Go on.
Also, right, I like teaching you stuff.
Yeah. And you've done well.
So what I'm thinking is, rather than just touching on a topic, sort of giving you a few bits of information on one topic.
This is what I'd like to do, because the last thing you taught me, I remember, was there was a blind girl, she hit her head and she could see, and that's all I got.
Yeah.
So if you could go into that a little bit more, that would have been educating me.
Well, today we're featuring stuff on World War 1 and 2, right?
Oh.
So that's that little title for all this little thing is, what do you think of that then?
What do you think of that then?
Play a record.
So Rick, can I just thought of a joke?
Go on.
What's the similarity between Lord of the Rings and this show? They're both rubbish.
Watch that man, David Bowie off Aladdin Sane, my favourite David Bowie album. What's yours, Carl?
Yeah, that one's good.
Brilliant. So, right, we've got Rockbusters coming up. Do you want to say what we've got to give away there,
Not
Steve?
really, Rick.
Is it really bad?
Well...
What's the film? What's the featured film?
The featured film's not bad, I have to say, actually. You've excelled yourself there. Again, it's just one of those things where I think, what kind of XFM listener would want this particular goodie bag? I know before Christmas, Carl, you explained that the reason
Look
we
at
were
Carl's
giving away...
face, he's disgusted, because he just said, I do a lot of work to get these prizes, and I went, no you didn't, I saw you, he went over to a drawer and went, I'll give that one, and that one. That's what work you put in. You nicked some, there's about 12 Jerry Halliwell videos, one of which we're giving away. It's
really? You've given it away?
Oh no!
Yeah, if you'd like Jerry Halliwell's Body Yoga DVD, then, you know, that's one of the treats you can win. But it does, like, if you remember before Christmas, he said that, he was giving away a kind of bumper pack of gifts that you might want to wrap up and give to various people.
Uncle,
one for Uncle, one for Auntie. But obviously Christmas has passed, so I don't know really what your excuse is this time.
You eat a lot over Christmas, don't you? Get a bit fat.
Fair point.
Yeah.
So, Jerry Body Yoga is one of them. The recent, on DVD, the recent series of Wiedersehen Pet. Yeah.
Well, no,
reaction. Could you give me that reaction again?
Well,
Rick?
no, just...
Don't just give me that reaction again.
No,
yeah, brilliant. And actually, I have to say, this isn't bad at all. This is the very best of the Stone Roses CD.
Well, you can't knock that. You can't knock that.
In fact, I'll tell you what, we should play Elephant Stone at some point.
Yeah, we'll have that. Go
on. Madness. I think this is actually tunes from them and not from the musical, although it is tied into the musical.
He went to see that musical.
Really?
Yeah, on New Year's, you know what it's like on New Year's Day, there's nothing to do.
Sure.
So you go and see some people doing Madness songs?
No, I took Suzanne out for a walk, right?
Yeah.
Went round, Covent Garden.
Right.
Past the place where it was on.
The stage door was open, you snuck in.
Well, I said Madness are alright. And because when you think about it, Madness songs are quite sort of musical anyway, aren't they? So you can't...
They're quite musical.
Do you know what I mean? They sort
he
of...
means they're like a musical,
like a musical.
Knees Up Mother Brown.
I thought it was alright, enjoyed it.
So
Blur the musical would be good, wouldn't it?
Blur the musical would be excellent.
Yeah, little Cockney
so
Sparrow.
what, you bought tickets there and then and just went in?
No.
They're not selling, are they?
It was fairly quiet, because we only paid the lower price and we got upgraded for free.
Nice.
So...
You enjoyed it though, did you?
I'd loved it.
And would anyone like to come on stage with us?
Yeah.
The little bald fella. Yeah, go on, I'll give it a go.
And what home are you from?
Where are you, what are you doing tomorrow? Well, I'm going... No, you're coming here tomorrow. Come here tomorrow.
Is it not doing well? That's a disappointment.
I don't know. I mean, it was New Year's Day, so maybe that's why it was quiet.
Okay, well, if anyone hasn't seen this or didn't receive it for
As
Christmas...
Bono said, all is quiet on New Year's Day, Carl.
Yeah. Also, we've got to give away Minority Report by
I like that.
Steven
I enjoyed
Spielberg
that.
with Tom Cruise, which is on VHS.
It's a good rip-roaring sort of film.
It's not bad. That's probably the best thing we're giving away, but as I say, we can always leave some out if you don't want...
I'm arresting you for the future murder of Sarah Marks.
Brilliant. That's the sort of excitement and drama you'll be getting in it.
It's not brand
Little
new.
taster there.
I got that off Paul Anderson. He said here's something to watch over Christmas.
So you've actually watched this already?
Yeah.
All right.
I've rewound it.
That's probably added to it, though,
have.
isn't it? It's touched by the great man himself, Carl Pilkington.
And it's alright, I'd say. It's worth a watch.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Do you want to give us a quick film review?
Just give it a wipe down, there maybe some tripe on it.
Bit unrealistic.
Sure.
Bit unrealistic.
Yeah.
Genius.
A man who finds people who can see into the future.
Whereas our house, that really happened.
Yeah.
God.
Anyway, prizes giving away. What's the competition? It's Rockbusters.
We're doing Rockbusters.
We're still doing Rockbusters. Oh, well, look forward to that.
Do that in like 15 minutes.
I need a bit of Coldplay first. I do, honestly.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, beautiful.
Come up to meet you, tell you I'm sorry. You don't know how lovely.
Coldplay, The Scientist. I think they wrote that about Carl.
Yes.
On XFM 104.9. Right, I'm Ricky Gervais, Steve Merchant, Carl Pilkington.
Can I just ask Carl how he got on over Christmas?